start with the jury for the defense.
No, just, Judge, I asked Shalong about the jail calls.
Yep.
He said they were gonna be sent, by his office, so I still haven't received them, but I mean, I guess I'll try to look them over through the lunch hour.
Okay.
Okay. Or, I don't know, I mean, if I'm not time during the lunch hour, then.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's happening today, right?
Correct. But then this
Okay.
evening I can
So
go through.
we've got time to let you review everything and then we can continue that discussion. Okay, we'll be in recess and off the record. We'll wait. I'm going to step off the bench. Let me know when co-counsel shows up and then we'll bring in the jury and get started. All right, we're in recess and off the record.
All right. All rise.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. Give me just a moment, and we'll get started. We're back on the record. We reconvene in State versus Apodaca, criminal cause D101CR 2023-25, with counsel, the jury, and Mr. Apodaca all present in the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The attorneys and I have met this morning and kind of organized the day. We'll continue in the state's case in chief. Again, if there's anything that you need, please get my attention or Angel's attention, and we'll try to make sure you're able to fully participate, and we will continue. Who is the next witness for the state?
The state calls Lanny McCulley.
If you have the witness come in, please. And again, if you're having any difficulty hearing us, let us know. Good morning, ma'am. If you'll raise your right hand, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
I need to get your voice on the recording.
Sorry. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Everything we do in the courtroom has to be recorded. You don't need to lean into the microphone. It just needs to be in front of you. They're pretty directional, so if you're speaking off to the side, it might not get your voice. Would you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your name for us, please?
I'm Lanny McCulley. It's LANIMCCULLEY.
Mr. Long, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. McCulley. Do you currently live in Santa Fe?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived in Santa Fe?
20 years.
And what's the highest level of education that you've completed?
I have a bachelor's degree.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How many?
One,
What is that child's name?
Kiara McCulley.
How old is Kiara today?
23.
And so back in 2022, was she 19?
Yes.
Did Kiara graduate high school?
No, she did not.
What's the highest grade that Kiara completed?
10th grade.
In 2022, where was Kiara living?
At my house.
And I want to talk a little bit about your house, about how many bedrooms does your house have?
It's 2 bedrooms.
All right. And is there a garage?
Yes,
And is that garage attached or detached?
it would be detached.
All right. And in 2022, was Kiara living inside the main house or in a detached garage?
She was staying in the detached garage.
Is that kind of where all of her stuff was?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Did that garage have a bathroom?
No,
Did the garage have a kitchen?
no.
As of October 29th, 2022, was there anyone else living with you and Kiara?
Isaac Apodaca was.
And if Isaac Apodaca or Kiara needed to, say, use the bathroom, where would they go?
They would come into the house.
Okay. And if they needed to prepare some food or cook, anything like that, where would they go?
They would come into the house.
And if they needed to shower, where would they go?
Into the house.
How would someone get into the detached garage?
There's multiple points of entry to the backyard. We have a front gate, we have the back gate, and then also through the house.
Okay. And the door between the house and the garage, so I guess maybe the back door,
Yes.
was that door normally kept locked?
Only during the night. It was usually open during the day as long as someone was home.
Okay. And then what about the door into the garage from the backyard? Was that door normally locked or unlocked?
It was normally unlocked as long as the kids were in the garage.
Okay. And if Isaac Apodaca or Kiara needed to get inside the house and that door was locked, how would they do that?
They both had keys.
I want to talk a little bit about Isaac Apodaca, okay?
Yeah.
How did you know Isaac Apodaca?
I met him through my daughter.
Okay. And was he Kiara's boyfriend?
Off and on, yes.
Okay. Were they ever engaged to be married?
Yes.
Do you remember how old Isaac Apodaca was back in 2022?
I think he was 21, 22.
Is Isaac Apodaca in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
And would you describe something that he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit with a blue tie.
Prior to October 29th, 2022, how long had you known Isaac Apodaca?
About 3 years.
And how did he come to live with you?
My daughter brought him over to stay the weekend because he had been kicked out of his house.
And at any point when he was living there, did you ever try to kick him out or evict him?
Yes, I did.
And what was Kiara's reaction when you did that?
She would get upset and threaten to live on the streets with him.
And at any point, did you ever refer to Isaac Apodaca as your son or your son-in-law or your soon-to-be son-in-law?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you a little bit about Isaac Apodaca and Kiara's relationship, okay?
Okay.
Are you able to describe their relationship?
I would call it rocky.
Okay. And prior to October 29th, 2022, how long had they been dating?
That's difficult to say. It was on again, off again, so I can't say that there was a firm timeline.
Okay. So I guess if we were talking about, we don't have a firm timeline, but if we have a beginning point.
Maybe 2 years.
And do you know, did Isaac Apodaca and Kiara ever get in arguments?
They disagreed, yeah.
Do you know if any of those arguments ever got physical?
Yes.
Do you know if the police were ever involved in any of those arguments?
Yes.
And do you remember an incident on April 4th, 2022, when the police were involved?
Yes.
And why do you remember the incident from April 4th, 2022?
I had to take my daughter to the ER.
And why did you have to take her to the ER?
She was bruised from top to bottom, and she had a broken thumb.
Do you know why that argument occurred on April 4th, 2022?
I don't know what the argument was about, no.
Do you know if a police report was filed about that incident?
Yes, Tiara and I filed one with the police while we were at the hospital.
Okay. Did Isaac Apodaca and Kiara's relationship appear to change after April 4th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you know if Kiara followed through with testifying against Isaac Apodaca, or did she drop the charges?
She did not personally drop the charges. She did not talk to the police when they called because he was in the room with her.
Prior to October 29th, 2022, had Kiara ever held a job?
She had a job at Route 21, I want to say for about a month.
Okay. And was that her only job ever?
Yes,
And you said she had that for about a month?
about a month, yes.
Okay. Did she quit? Was she fired?
My understanding was she was let go.
Okay. And so, I guess, how did Kiara pay for anything? I mean, did she have a cell phone?
I paid for all of her housing utilities, her cell phone. Isaac took over her cell phone payments at one point,
Okay.
but for the most part, I paid for everything that she needed.
Okay, so does that include, clothes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, that type of stuff?
Yes.
Okay. And prior to October 29th, 2022, do you know if Isaac worked?
Off and on, yes.
Are you aware of any other ways in which your daughter Kiara made money?
She was prostituting.
Maybe approach her?
Yes.
You just stated that Kiara was prostituting. How do you know that Kiara was prostituting?
I found out because a gentleman was walking onto my property, and I asked her who he was, and she explained it to me.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last answer.
Did you ever speak with Isaac Apodaca about Kiara's outside work?
I spoke with both Isaac and Kiara about it.
Okay. And in your conversation with Isaac Apodaca and Kiara, what did you tell them?
It was to end immediately.
And when you say it was to end immediately, what do you mean?
The prostitution.
Okay.
Judge, I would give my objection to this whole line of questioning now.
Overruled.
Can we approach?
Yes. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Do you know if your daughter Kiara and Isaac Apodaca spent money on any extra stuff?
Yes, they did.
What did they spend money on?
Perfume, clothing, a sword,
Okay.
weaponry, and models.
And when you say models, what do you mean by that?
Isaac used to put together and collect these models called Gundam. It's from a comic.
Okay. And do you know how much those models cost?
The ones I priced were anywhere from $50 to $2,500.
I want to ask you about someone by the name of Grace. Who is Grace Jennings?
Grace Jennings was a friend of my daughter's.
And did you ever meet Grace Jennings?
Yes, I did.
Do you know how long Kiara and Miss Jennings had known each other?
My daughter was probably in first or second grade when they first met.
Okay, so they'd known each other for a while then.
Yes.
And is it safe to say that they had kind of grown up together?
Yeah.
Do you know if Ms. Jennings and Kiara were still friends on October 29th, 2022?
No, they were not.
How would you describe Grace Jennings and Kiara's relationship?
Difficult.
And do you know if prior to October 29th, 2022, had Ms. Jennings ever been over to your house?
Yes.
And had you seen her over there?
It had been years, but yeah, she had stayed at our house several times,
Okay.
along with her younger sister.
Back in October 29th of 2022, do you know if Kiara had a working cell phone?
Yes, she did.
And I realize that this is a few years ago, but do you recall what her phone number was?
No.
How about, do you remember what kind of cell phone it was?
I can't remember if at that time Isaac was paying for her phone or if I was. If I was paying for it, it would have been a T-Mobile phone. If he was paying for it, it would have been Verizon.
Okay. Do you know if it was like an Apple iPhone or something else?
No, it would have been Android.
Okay. How about Isaac Apodaca? Do you know if in October of 2022, did he have a working cell phone?
I know he had a phone. I don't recall whether or not it was connected.
Okay. Do you remember his phone number?
No, I only ever talked to him in Messenger.
Do you remember what kind of phone he had? Was it?
He would have had a Verizon. That's the company he went with, but I don't know what the type of phone would have been.
So you don't know if it was an Apple or an
Actually,
Android?
I'm calling for
No.
speculation. And hearsay.
Yep, sustained.
At your house, did you have Wi-Fi at your house?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know if Isaac and Kiara used the Wi-Fi at your house?
Yes, they did.
Now, back in October 29th of 2022, what was your address?
5941 Jaguar Drive, Santa Fe.
So I want to kind of take you back to October 28th, 2022, okay? Do you know where you were during the evening of October 28th, 2022?
I was at home.
Okay. And back in 2022, were you employed?
Yes, I was.
And back in 2022, did you go into an office or did you work from home?
For the most part, I worked at home.
Okay. Was there anything going on in the world that most of us probably remember and are trying hard to forget?
The pandemic.
Okay. Did you go to bed on October 28th, 2022?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you went to bed?
Probably between 10 and 11. It's my standard.
Now, Ms. McCauley, knowing what you know now, did anything stand out from October 28th, 2022?
My daughter never came into the house on October 28th.
And why does that stand out to you?
Well, because she would have needed to come into the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
And, that day Isaac made them dinner, which was rare and far between.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay lack of foundation. I mean, just hearsay, Your Honor. I don't know how you know.
Overruled.
You said that Isaac made them dinner. When Isaac made them dinner, did you talk to Isaac?
I'm sure I did, but I don't recall what we discussed.
Did Isaac Apodaca tell you why he was making them dinner?
I don't recall.
Do you remember if you asked Mr. Isaac Apodaca why Kiara didn't come inside?
He said she wasn't feeling well.
And after he said that Kiara was not feeling well, what, if anything, happened after that?
He took her dinner.
Okay.
He did come back into the house later and
Okay.
asked for more food. I'm sorry, I don't know.
And did you cook yourself dinner that night?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you if you remember what you had to eat, but did Isaac Apodaca come back inside the house after you cooked your dinner?
yes, he did.
Okay. And did you talk with Isaac Apodaca at that point?
He just mentioned they needed more food.
Okay. And did he say why he needed more food?
They were still hungry. He didn't make enough.
Okay. Did you think that was unusual?
I didn't think anything of it, no.
And when Mr. Isaac Apodaca came back inside the house and said that they needed more food, did he make the food or did you make the food?
I made the food.
Okay. And after you made the food, what, if anything, did you do with that?
I took it out to the garage.
Okay. And when you took it out to the garage, did you go through the back door?
I did.
Okay. And when you went to the garage, did you just open the door or did you knock?
I knocked.
Okay. And do you know who answered?
Isaac did.
Okay. Did you see Kiara in the garage?
She was sitting on the bed.
Okay. Did you see anyone else in the garage?
No, I did not.
Did you go inside of the garage?
No.
Do you remember where Isaac was?
He was in the doorway.
Okay. Could you see into the garage past him?
Just barely enough to know where my daughter was.
Okay. Now, you stated that you went to bed between 10 and 11, is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. Did you have any reason to suspect that anyone else was in your house or in the garage?
No, I did not.
Okay, so I want to fast forward to October 29th, 2022. Do you know about what time you woke up?
Probably between 6 and 6:30.
Okay. Is there any routine that you handle when you wake up in the mornings?
At the time, I had 3 dogs, so letting the dogs out in the backyard was part of
Okay.
it.
And you said that you let them out into the backyard?
Yes.
And did the dogs bark, sniff around, anything out of the ordinary?
No.
After you let the dogs out, what did you do?
I started my Saturday mornings. I do chores around the house.
And what types of chores?
Dishes, laundry, clean the bathroom, that sort of thing.
At any point on the morning of October 29th, 2022, did you see Isaac Apodaca?
Yes, he came into the house.
Okay. And when he came into the house, do you know what he did?
He went to the bathroom and then he came out and he told me that he did not have to start work that day. He was supposed to start a new job, but he said he did not need to start that job that day.
Okay. Did he tell you why he didn't need to start the job that day?
He said that the boss had called him and told him he could start on Monday.
Do you know where that new job was supposed to be?
It was a kiosk at the mall.
Did Mr. Isaac Apodaca do anything else while he was inside the house?
He helped me put a rug into the washing machine
Okay. And why did he help you put a rug into the washing machine?
because I couldn't lift it, and I asked for his help.
So was it big? Was it heavy? Was it big and heavy?
Big and heavy and wet.
Okay. You said it was wet. Why was it wet?
I had a diabetic dog who peed on it.
And where were you inside of your house when you saw Mr. Isaac Apodaca?
I was standing in the hallway, and he was in the hallway.
Okay. Did Isaac Apodaca mention anything else about his job and why he didn't have to start that day?
There's something about being sick.
Was Isaac Apodaca the sick one, or?
The way he made it sound was he was sick, but as far as I knew, he was not.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yes. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. McCauley, do you remember how long Isaac Apodaca was inside of the house that morning?
I would say probably between 10 and 15 minutes.
And when he left the main house, which door did he leave from?
He used the back door, went up to the garage.
And was the back door kind of the standard door that Kiara and Isaac Apodaca would enter and exit through?
Yes.
On October 29th, 2022, did you see your daughter Kiara at all?
Yes, she came in and went to take a shower.
Okay. Did you say anything to Kiara when you saw her?
I did.
What did you say to her?
I told her, it's alive, because she gets up last
Okay.
in the house. I tease her all the time.
And about how long after you saw Isaac Apodaca and he left, was it before Kiara came inside?
I don't really recall. It's probably half an hour or so.
Okay. And did your daughter take a shower?
Yes, she did.
Do you know about how long that shower lasted?
20 minutes, 30 minutes. It wasn't that long.
Do you remember about what time that was?
Mid-morning, I don't really know.
Okay. When Kiara came inside the house to take a shower, do you remember what she was wearing?
A dark shirt.
When Kiara got out of the shower, did you see her?
I did.
When you saw her after the shower, is there anything that stands out to you?
She had washcloths in her hand, and she went straight out to the garage.
Okay, so when you say that she had washcloths in her hand, what do you mean by that?
She had little washcloths that were rolled up, and they were in her hands like that.
Okay. And so since everything is kind of audio recorded, when you say little washcloths, about maybe how many inches by how many inches were those washcloths?
4 by 4.
Okay, so 4 by 4 washcloths. And did she have one in each hand?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if those washcloths were wet or dry?
I couldn't tell though from the way she was holding them.
Okay, and the way that she was holding them, I think you've demonstrated, but let's go ahead and kind of describe that a little bit.
So they were rolled in the palm of her hand, and then she was clasping it. You could see the ends poking out from either side of her palm.
Okay, and so were her hands clenched?
Yes.
And were they sort of being held out in the front of her? Were they on the side of her? Where were her arms?
Well, she was headed for the door, so they're kind of in front of her so she could open the door.
Okay. And did you find that to be unusual at all?
I did. It's a strange place to have washcloths.
So you said that she was approaching the door and getting ready to open the door. Do you mean the back door of
The
your
back door,
house?
yes.
Okay. And did she leave the main house?
She did. She went to the garage.
Okay. And do you know about how long she was in the garage?
Not long at all. She came running back immediately.
Okay. So she went out to the garage and then came running back to the house immediately.
Yes.
Okay. After Kiara came running back to the house, what, if anything, happened?
She came running in. She said, "Mom, there's."
Hang on.
Sorry.
So did any event happen after Kiara came running back?
Yes.
What event happened?
She ran in.
So without saying what she said, what did you see?
She ran in and got my attention. I was turning to talk to her, and the police officers were coming through the backyard. They started kicking on the door, and I went to the door, and I said, "Please don't break my house." And I unlocked the door so they could come in.
Okay. Once those police officers arrived, without saying anything that you heard, what was your general reaction at first?
My first reaction was that they were there to look for Isaac.
Okay. And at some point, did your daughter go into handcuffs?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And at some point, did you learn that your house was a crime scene?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you a little bit about a purchase from Amazon, okay? Are you aware of a sword being purchased from Amazon sometime before October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you ever see Kiara with a sword a couple days before October 29th, 2022?
Yes, we received the package. She opened it in front of me.
Okay. And do you remember what day that was?
It would have been the 27th.
Okay. And you said it was delivered to you, or to your house. And so, did the delivery just leave the package on the front doorstep or someplace like that?
Yes, they left it on the front door.
Okay, and did you see that?
Yes, I believe they rang the doorbell that morning.
Okay. And then, was that package opened up in front of you?
Yes,
And who opened up that package?
Kiara and Isaac.
Okay. Do you know who bought the sword?
I don't know who paid for it. I know it was on Kiara's Amazon account.
Okay. And how do you know that it was on Kiara's Amazon account?
It was addressed to her.
Okay. And do you know that Kiara had had an Amazon account?
Yes, I did.
Okay. After the package was opened by Kiara and Isaac Apodaca, did anyone touch the sword? Did anyone handle the sword?
Kiara opened it and showed it to me. I touched the sword. Isaac touched the sword. We all did.
Okay. And do you have any background in swords?
I do.
Okay. And what is that background in swords?
I used to be a member of the Society for Creative Anachronism. I used to fight with the swords that we used there.
Okay. What is the Society for Creative Anachronism?
It's a medieval reenactment group.
Okay. And what does the society do?
Well, there's a lot of things, but they practice heraldry, sword fighting, archery.
Okay. And so is it safe to say that you've handled swords before?
I don't have a lot of live swords. Those came later. The Society for Creative Anachronism actually uses what's called rattan. It's a type of bamboo grass that they use for their swords.
Okay. Now, based on your experience and your past with the society, are swords dangerous?
Absolutely.
Okay. And can they cut people?
Yes, they can.
Did you have any hesitation at all about Kiara having this sword?
Yes, but not when it comes to people. It was more about leaving it out of the scabbard and possibly having one of the pets get hurt.
Okay. And you just mentioned a term that I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about. I think you said scabbard?
Scabbard.
And what is that?
Scabbard is the sheath that the sword goes into.
Okay. Scabbard is sort of the official term?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to answer it with either a yes or a no. Okay, so no sort of explanation, all right?
Okay.
Do you know if Kiara would ever access Isaac's phone or Facebook accounts?
No.
No, you don't know, or yes, you do know?
No, she would not.
Okay. Prior to October 29th, 2022, when was the last time you saw Grace?
It was a couple of years prior.
Okay.
I want to say 2020.
Now, you testified that Kiara, did she complete the 10th grade?
Yes.
Okay. And did she get a GED?
I take that back. She finished the first semester of 10th grade.
Okay, so she
Sorry.
did not complete the 10th grade.
So she did not complete 10th grade.
So it was, the last grade that she actually completed was that 9th grade.
Would have been 9th grade.
Okay. And if you had to describe your daughter, how would you describe her?
I always thought of her as a sweet person,
Okay.
very caring. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Take your time, please.
She was very pet oriented. She really liked the pets and animals. She cared a lot about them. I think she was very easily persuaded into doing things that she otherwise wouldn't. But she would also have moments when she would try to stand up for herself, but I don't know that she was good at it.
Okay.
She was very much a teenager.
And you stated that back in 2022, she was 19, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
So I want to clarify a few things. There was the door from the backyard into the garage, correct?
Yes.
And then the main big door, the big garage door, that maybe a car might go in and out of, did that door work?
The vehicle door was not functional.
Okay. Do you know if Kiara had a bank account or a savings account or anything like that?
Yes.
She did?
Yes, she did.
And do you know if anyone else had access to those accounts?
I did.
You did not?
I did.
You did. Did anyone besides you have access to those accounts?
In theory, no. In reality, I believe Isaac did.
Okay. So, did you ever text or communicate with your daughter via cell phone?
Sure.
Okay. And did you ever text or communicate with Isaac Apodaca via cell phone?
Yes.
Okay. When you would text with Isaac Apodaca, was there a certain app or application that the two of you would use?
We use Facebook Messenger.
Ms. McCauley, I want to go back to the April 4th, 2022 incident. So we know that you stated that Kiara did not talk to the police when they called her.
Correct.
Were you in the room when she didn't answer the phone or she didn't talk to them?
I believe so, yes.
Ms. McCauley, my next question is going to be a little sensitive. Do you know if your daughter was ever sexually assaulted?
Yes.
And
Yes, come on up. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you. So, Ms. McCulley, without saying what you heard, I'm going to ask if you did anything did you follow up? Did you go anyplace? Did you do anything that made you believe that Kiara had been sexually assaulted?
I took her to the ER for a rape kit.
Okay. And just to clarify, do you know, or was it wasn't Isaac Apodaca that had allegedly sexually assaulted your daughter, was it?
No.
Okay. So I want to go back to the garage door. And I'm talking the operating door, the one from the backyard into the garage. Could you lock that door without a key?
You could lock the handle, but not the deadbolt.
Okay. So were there then two locks on that door?
Yes.
Okay, so a handle lock and then a separate deadbolt lock, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And deadbolts are pretty straightforward. You've got to have a key, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But the handle, you could actually lock from the inside, is that correct?
Objection, Our Lady.
You can lock both of them from the interior.
Okay.
You can only lock the handle from the exterior without a key.
Okay, thank you.
Objection on the leading.
It was a confusing answer. Anyway, objection sustained, re-ask the question.
How would you lock the handle?
Usually we would lock it and just pull the door shut.
Okay. Could it also be locked with a key?
Yes,
Okay. And how would you lock the deadbolt?
with a key.
Okay. And could it only be locked with a key
Correct. Yes.
from the outside?
Correct.
Okay. But
Hold on,
could,
the court's going to ask a question. Could both locks be opened with the same key?
Yes.
thank you. Ms. McCulley, when you took Kiara to the emergency room for the sexual assault kit, do you remember what year that was?
It was Halloween 2021.
Okay. And was that about a year before the incident that we're here for today?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, do you know if Kiara and Isaac Apodaca were dating?
I'm not sure at that moment.
I asked you earlier,
Hold
and
on, Mr. Long, before we go back into additional questioning, we need to take a short break.
Okay.
I think we'll go ahead and take our morning break right now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 10, 15 minutes and then we'll come back and continue with this witness on the stand.
All rise.
You can go ahead and step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. I'm going to have you back up here in about 10 minutes when they come back in. Take it with you. Take your purse with you. You can leave your water, or if you want the water, go ahead and take that with you also. Okay, we're off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
Court is on break at the moment. This testimony is very deep and is very, unfortunate what happens if you get themselves in these situations, and it also hurts the families too.
have a right to be here. You have to balance. But at a minimum, this courtroom needs to be open for the evidence to be displayed openly in this courtroom, for them to see it. The Utah Constitution gives them the right to be here, and to be here and not to see the evidence, what's the point of being here? We ask you to let the evidence be seen in the courtroom, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, counsel. Anything further as it relates to exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 as it relates to what's been briefed or any other arguments? I just want to make sure it has all been received before the court issues its ruling.
No, thank you.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. And just to be clear, as it relates to the state's request, 16. So under the three factors, or the three levels: admission to the court, publication to the gallery, and then publication beyond the gallery. What is the request for each of these exhibits?
We are asking. Your Honor, we are asking for admission. We are asking for publication within the courtroom, but not publication electronically on to the electronic coverage in the courtroom or of these proceedings. We do want to make clear that once the exhibit is admitted, that the witness will be reading from portions of the exhibit, but again, we're not asking that that be displayed in any way so that those outside the courtroom could capture that and reproduce it.
Thank you. The court just wants to. And just for clarification, 16.1 is the text messages, 16.2 is Discord chats, and 16.3 is photograph of notes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And finally, and this hasn't really been addressed by any party, but it is a factor the court's weighing, how much of 16.1 has been published to the public prior to these proceedings? And this is open to all if you wish to weigh in. I just want to make sure that that's clear, because that wasn't really addressed in the briefing, and it's a factor. So I want to make sure that issue has been presented by the parties, if you choose to.
Your Honor, with respect to Exhibit 16.1, some of those text messages do appear on pages 8 and 9. Pages 8 and 9 of the information that is public.
Could you give me a rough estimate or percentage of how much of the total amount of 16.1 appears not in the information? Again, I'm just trying to create a record of what is out there from your perspective, so the court can consider that in its analysis.
Your Honor, State's Exhibit 16.1 is 18 pages total of photographs of text messages. It's approximately 5.5 pages of those 18 pages that are reproduced in the information. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. I appreciate you doing that on the fly. Anything further from any party? To defense?
No, thank you.
To the prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Media?
I'll just point out for the court that in addition to the text messages, I believe, I haven't seen the other exhibits, but I believe that at least the note itself, which is another one of the exhibits, is also described in the information.
Thank you. Ms. Kirk's victim representative attorney.
This has not been easy, as you can imagine. And I think the family deserves to see the evidence that's been gathered in this investigation. They deserve to know what happened to Charlie. So we urge the court to please, again, display the evidence here in the courtroom.
Thank you. Thank you to all parties. I appreciate the diligence and hard work that you've put in briefing, argument. These are important exhibits as it relates to what should be considered for, again, to be clear, these exhibits are being admitted to the court in its entirety. The question before the court is publication within the courtroom and beyond the courtroom. And so this is the ruling as it relates to the briefing, and I know it wasn't a formal motion, but I'm just trying to be thorough in my approach. This matter comes before the court on the state's request to publish Exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing and defendant's objection to that request. The exhibits consist of text messages between Mr. Robinson and a witness, Discord messages between Mr. Robinson and others, and a written note the state attributes to Mr. Robinson. Attorneys for Mr. Robinson argue the publication of the exhibits during the proceedings subject to electronic media coverage would create a substantial risk of prejudice and impair his rights to due process under the 14th Amendment. The defendant relies on Rizzo versus Louisiana, Estes, and Skilling, and ask the court to consider any admissible exhibit for the purposes of the preliminary hearing while limiting their public display or broadcast. The state responds that Rideau and Estes do not require a categorical restriction here. The state argues that the exhibits are materially different from the televised custodial interrogation at issue in Rideau because they are written communications allegedly made outside law enforcement custody. The state also argues that the potential prejudice can be addressed through trial management measures, including voir dire, and that the victim representative has an interest in being present for and able to follow important criminal proceedings. The court has considered the parties' arguments, the nature of the exhibits, and the procedural posture of this preliminary hearing, the defendant's due process interests, the public nature of the criminal proceedings, and the interests asserted by the state and victim representative. On the present record, the court is not persuaded that the publication of Exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3 during the preliminary hearing creates the type of inherent or presumed prejudice that requires categorical restrictions under Rideau, Estes, and Skilling. Unlike the broadcast interrogation in Rideau, the exhibits at issue are written communications allegedly made outside police custody and are being offered in the ordinary course of a judicial proceeding. That distinction does not eliminate the possibility of prejudice, but it weighs against treating publication of the exhibits as presumptively unconstitutional. The court further finds that any potential prejudice arising from media coverage may be addressed, if necessary, through the appropriate trial procedures, including voir dire and any other measures warranted before trial. This ruling is limited to publication of the exhibits during the preliminary hearing and does not determine their admissibility at trial, and I insert, if one occurs, or foreclose any later request for relief based on a more developed record. Accordingly, the defendant's objection is overruled. As it relates to this preliminary hearing, the state may publish Exhibits 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3, and the court is authorizing, with the exception of the third to last page on Exhibit 16.1, because it contains information including a phone number and address to be redacted before publication in the courtroom. But as it relates to 16.1, because it was publicly distributed by the state, that 16.1 in its entirety may be broadcast through electronic media. That is the ruling of the court. Counsel, how would we like to proceed?
Your Honor, just to clarify the record, the state has redacted that portion. We anticipated that needed to be redacted in 16.1, so we have redacted that portion. We believe that the best way to proceed now is we have the edited video ready that comports with the additional edits that the court has ordered. We propose that we take a break so that we can show that to the defense, make sure we're on the same page, and then we anticipate coming back and playing Exhibit 16.
All right. Okay. All right. I appreciate the caution being exercised by all parties. We'll take a 15-minute break, come back at 10:50. Court is in a brief recess.
Thank you. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record and we continue the state's case in chief. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCauley, I just have a few more questions for you, all right? Earlier, you described Isaac Apodaca and Kiara's relationship as rocky. Was one of them dominant in the relationship?
Yes.
Can we approach that?
Yes.
Ms. McCauley, are you afraid of Isaac Apodaca?
I was only afraid of him once.
And do you remember the date?
April 4th, 2022.
I pass the witness.
Can you approach again, Your Honor?
Come on up. Cross-examination.
Yes, 1 second, Judge. right, good. I think it's still good morning,
Morning.
Macaulay. Now, if we go back to that day that you were discussing with Mr. Long on the 29th of October 2022, you were not sure whether the door was locked or unlocked on that particular day, correct?
What day?
On the date of the incident, or the alleged incident, the morning of during the day on October 29th, 2022?
It was morning. And are you talking about the garage door or my back door?
The garage door.
I have no idea. I never went out there.
Okay. You say something about Mr. Apodaca being kicked out of his house. You didn't personally observe him ever being kicked out of a house, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You stated that there was an incident with a broken thumb that Kiara had, right, with Mr. Apodaca?
April 4th, 2022.
Okay. In that incident, so there was a broken thumb. Was there a tussle of some sort? You know, what exactly happened?
My understanding was that there was
Well, so, but without going into what you, I mean, all you know of is a broken thumb that was suffered by Mr., or I'm sorry, by Miss McCauley, correct?
I was there for the aftermath.
Okay. And that case was actually dismissed by the state of New Mexico, correct? By the First Judicial District Attorney's Office, the
That is what I understand.
district attorney prosecuting this case? Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to approach what's going to be marked as Defense Exhibit A.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Mr. Nyer, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach?
That's not what we said. That's not what we talked about. You have to ask her.
Oh, have you ever seen the actual notice of dismissal by the state of New Mexico?
No, I have not.
You have not? Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
Oh. All right. Now, on that particular day, in regards to you were discussing something about dinner that Isaac was cooking, possibly?
Could you clarify what day you're in reference to?
On October 28th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't really know or actually have any personal knowledge of remembering whether Isaac, in fact, was cooking dinner that night, correct?
Yes, he was. He made dinner for them.
Okay. Were you there present when he was making dinner?
Yes, we were both in the kitchen at the same time.
Okay. And the relationship between Grace, I mean, you would say that the relationship between Grace and Kiara was pretty toxic, correct?
I did not use that term, no.
Okay. It was not a good relationship between Grace and Kiara, correct?
It ended poorly. It was a great relationship prior to that.
Okay. But there was a lot of tension between the two leading up to October of 2022, correct?
I don't believe they were even in conversation before October 29th
Okay.
of 2022.
So so it's safe to say that the relationship had deteriorated.
Their relationship ended when Kiara was in 8th grade.
Okay. Now, do you say that the relationship had deteriorated to the point that Grace could easily provoke Kiara?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that there was a 20 to 30 minute shower by Kiara on the day, and when I'm talking about the day, I'm talking about the day in question that you've been discussing. So on October 28th, there was a 20 to 30 minute shower by Kiara that day, correct?
You mean October 29th?
29th, excuse me, yes.
October 29th, yes, she took a shower in the morning.
Okay. And you said that was early to, or I mean, that was around mid-morning, or could have been later than mid-morning? You just don't remember, correct?
I don't know the exact time.
Okay, so it's kind of easy to lose track of the day?
It's been 4 years.
Okay, so you just don't remember, and it was a Saturday, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you were just doing household chores around the home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that Kiara ran into your house when officers arrived, correct?
I did not see the officers until she was in the house.
Okay, but
I do not know that she was running from the officers, if that's what you're asking.
but she was running into your house, you had testified to, correct?
Yes, she ran into the house to talk to me.
Okay. And you stated that the sword purchased by Kiara was purchased before October of 2022?
No.
Okay. When was the sword purchased?
The sword, I do not know who purchased it. It was on her Amazon account.
Okay. And you said that Kiara opened the sword on
The
October.
package came in on the 27th of October, which would have meant that it was probably ordered the week prior.
Ma'am, can you, I understand this is a,
You asked for clarification. I'm trying to give it.
You interrupted me, ma'am. So I understand this is, so let me ask a question and then we can go back and forth, and I'll try not to interrupt you if you can do the same. But what I'd like to ask is, so I'll ask a follow-up. Kiara opened the sword on October 27th of 2022, according to your direct examination testimony with Mr. Long, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I was going to get to next, because you've already answered. It was on Kiara's Amazon account, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now tell me about this medieval reenactment group that you're a part of.
I am no longer a part of it. I was in the SCA for 12 years in my 20s.
Okay, and Kiara was involved in this society?
No.
Okay, but Kiara knew a lot about how to interact with swords through you and your involvement in.
It's not a discussion we had, no.
Okay. Now, you had stated that on direct that you didn't know of, you never saw Kiara ever accessing Isaac's phones. You were never with Kiara all the time when she was with Isaac, correct?
No, I was not with them all the time.
Okay. And you really didn't know a lot about your daughter, correct?
I knew my daughter very well, thank you.
Okay. But you had said that you didn't think that this sweet person that you knew would stab someone to death, correct?
I didn't say that. That's from your mouth.
Yeah, but.
I said she was a sweet person.
Okay, but you didn't know that she would stab somebody to death. That was my question.
No, I would not have suspected that.
Okay. And you do know of Grace threatening Kiara with knives previously?
I heard that, yes.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you also observed Kiara role-playing with armor and middle-age style Dungeons and Dragons, correct?
No.
No?
No. We had one session of D&D, and Isaac was present at the time.
Okay. Can we admonish a witness to just answer my questions and not go into tangents, Your Honor?
You can direct the
Okay.
witness by the way you ask the question.
Okay,
Counsel.
yeah. So can you please just answer the question as I ask it?
Then no.
Okay. So Kiara never role-played with armor and middle-age style Dungeons and Dragons, you're saying?
No.
Okay. 1 second, Your Honor. Did Kiara ever express an interest in middle-aged armor?
Armor, no.
Okay. Do you remember doing an interview with police in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Would it help if I refresh your memory with what you told officers in this case?
No.
It would not.
I do not want to hear it. I can't relive that day again.
Okay. Would you have said something differently to officers on that particular day?
I have no idea. That was 4 years ago.
Okay. And would you have said that Kiara was interested in middle-age armor?
Armor? No. She was interested in Amp Guard. There is a difference.
What is AMP Guard?
Amp Guard is a different reenactment group.
Okay. And you would have said that, you wouldn't have said that Kiara was described as an artist interested in middle-age armor?
Asked and answered.
I'll allow the question. If you, do you recall making that statement?
I would not have said armor. She was interested in the Middle Ages and in reenactment.
Okay.
Armor is too specific.
Yana, can I play this audio to impeach?
Yes,
Objection.
come on up. Yep, come on up.
Okay, these people during this whole day have been just not doing anything. They're just sitting there and just hanging out. Even if they start talking, we're going to give a little overview about what this trial is about, because I think I need to clear the air about it. So, hey, here we go. Isaac Apodaca is in New Mexico criminal trial involving the brutal October 2022 slaying of 21-year-old Grace Jennings, who was stabbed multiple times and nearly decapitated with a 3-foot sword in Santa Fe garage. This now about the slaying. On October 29, 2022, Grace Jennings spent the night at a detached garage where Apodaca and his girlfriend Kira McCauley lived. The morning, Apodaca's mother called the police to report that her son witnessed McCauley delete Jennings with the sword and do murder. Responding officers found Jennings' heavily mutilated body on a mattress, a bloody sword on a dresser, and McCauley at the residence with bandaged hands while the washing machine ran nearby. The prosecution's narrative. The architect. The state contends that Apodaca did not physically wield the weapon, but acted as the architect and mastermind behind the murder. Manipulative coercion. Prosecutors allege Apodaca exploited McCauley's mental health vulnerabilities and triggers to aggressively pursue her into coming to the position of committing the murder. Read that again. Prosecutors allege Apodaca exploited McCauley's mental health vulnerabilities and triggers to aggressively pressure her into committing the murder. Text message evidence. The state presented the text messages recovery from Apodaca's phone, where he explicitly commanded McCauley to execute the act, sending lines such as, "I'm not playing games, I want to see you do this, I'm waiting for you to delete her." Bizarre motives. According to prosecutors, Apodaca manipulated McCauley with a mix of false narratives claiming Jennings had distributed an illicit video and bizarre delusions telling her she would level up in a dark fantasy world or secret organized organization by carrying out the deletion. It probably was, because he does have followers that are inspired by him. Defense argument. No direct physical role, and Apodaca's legal team argues that this is straightforward case because there is no physical evidence that Apodaca assisted in carrying out the murder or wielding the sword. Gullible defense. The defense rejects the manipulation narrative, asserting that Macaulay acted entirely alone on her own jealousy and Apodaca was gullible bystander rather than a criminal mastermind. Again, in Wisconsin, yeah. Grace, I remember the first time I heard about that case in Wisconsin, the Slenderman. I read it on the show a few years ago during my late night live era, which, I mean, to explain to you, Grace, what that means is that I used to do these live streams around 11:15 Central, and sometimes then I started doing them a little bit earlier for other audiences, and now we just do this like 24/7 marathon of a stream. So yeah, I used to just do them at night sometimes, and on Thursdays and Fridays, and I would read spooky things that happened, and that was one of the cases we read about, and I also saw it live as well. So that was a very spooky case. God bless Wisconsin. There's really something's not right there. No offense, of course. You know, it has nice snowy weather. It's cooler up there than it is where I am, but you know, depends what kind of weather people like. Anyway, but yeah, some of these crimes go very far out. Yeah. And Kira Macaulay's plea. In February 2025, Macaulay pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and conspiracy. She accepted a 30-year prison sentence on the strict condition that she provides truthful testimony against Apodaca. Apodaca's current trial, Apodaca pleaded not guilty on charges of first-degree willful and deliberate murder and conspiracy. His trial officially commenced with opening statements on July 8, 2026, and he faces a sentence of life in prison if convicted. Yes, definitely, Grace. And we'll absolutely be continuing to look at this case. And yeah, so that, Grace, do you understand the case better now, Grace? Because I have now read to you exactly and explained to you what it's about. It's very complicated, you know, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Okay.
So you stated also that Grace had previously threatened Kiara.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, she answered that, Judge, I mean, previously.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. So you did previously say that Grace had threatened Kiara with a knife. Had that happened multiple times?
I was told that Grace had threatened her with a knife, yes,
Okay,
but only one instance that I'm aware of.
okay. Thank you. Now, Kiara had been living in your house for
Her entire
Carla?
life.
okay, and then she had moved into the detached garage. You said in 2022 with
2021.
2021. Okay, and And you stated that the garage did not have a bathroom or a kitchen, so Kiara would have to go into the house, correct?
Correct.
And she would have to go into the house to wash clothes and do different things.
Yes.
Okay. And she was washing her clothes on that particular day, on October 29th, 2022, correct?
No, she was not doing laundry.
The washer was on, correct?
I was doing laundry. I was washing a rug.
Okay. And you stated Isaac and Kiara were engaged at one point?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's safe to say that Kiara had very strong feelings for Isaac, correct?
I would presume so, yes.
Okay. And Kiara also had very strong jealousy towards Grace, correct?
Jealousy?
Objection, Your Honor.
I wouldn't.
Foundation.
Yep.
Okay.
Re-ask the question.
Do you know of any relationship that, or anything that Grace may have had with Isaac?
I understood that they were friends previously.
Do you know of do you have any personal knowledge of any sort of jealousy that Kiara may have had towards any sort of friendship that Isaac and Grace had?
No.
Okay. Now, on the 29th, you did not know anything that was going on in your compound, in that detached garage that was close to your house?
No, I did not.
You did not hear any screaming?
No.
You did not hear any sort of moaning or any other noises from that detached garage?
There are 27 feet between the garage and the house. Both doors were closed.
Okay. But if somebody were to be,
You could scream on the top of your lungs in the garage and I would not hear it.
even if you're stabbed 17 times or more than a dozen times by a sword?
You could scream on the top of your lungs and I would not hear it.
Okay. And you said it was how many feet?
27.
Okay. And you didn't see any blood or anything else?
No, I did not.
Okay. At what point did you approach the detached garage on that particular day?
When I gave the key to the officer to unlock it.
Okay. And that was the first time you saw any blood?
I did not see any blood.
You still did not see any blood?
I did not go in the garage. I was not allowed to go in the garage.
Okay. Now, you were talking about whether Isaac was sick or not. You don't personally know whether Isaac was actually sick or not. You're not a doctor, are you?
No, I am not a doctor, but I do have common sense.
Okay. And you are Kiara McCauley's mother, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You want what's best for Miss McCauley, correct?
I want what's best for me right now. Thank you.
Okay. So you're stating that you did not witness what happened in the garage, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And you did not see Isaac harm anyone, correct? On October 29th, 2022?
No, I talked to him
Okay.
for less than
That's all
15 minutes.
That's all I asked, yeah, okay. So you have really no personal knowledge of what happened in the garage that particular day, correct? According to you?
No, I don't.
Okay. 1 second, Judge. Now, Kiara never told you why she ordered the sword?
I was never told she ordered the sword.
Okay. And You didn't actually witness the April 4th, 2022 argument, correct?
I was there for the aftermath.
Okay,
So no, I did not.
okay. And you don't know whether Kiara had hit Isaac, correct? Yes or no?
No,
Okay. And you don't know who the first aggressor was? Yes.
no.
Okay. Kiara could have called Santa Fe PD back, correct, on that particular day?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you talked about a John in your yard. Can you describe this John?
There was a person walking from my front to the back gate. I think for his privacy, it's unimportant
Okay.
to give you his description.
Do you know how Kiara, you don't know how Kiara advertised her services, correct?
My understanding was it was on some app.
Okay. Now, are you sure about this John in his yard, or could this possibly be made up?
Well, since I physically saw him,
Okay. And you said, I think I heard you say around $50 to $2,500 per model?
that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And did Kira tell you that Grace was involved in this whole business model?
What are you talking about?
Did Kira ever told you who was actually involved in this whole situation with the models?
Objection.
The models are a
Hold on. If there's an objection, stop
Sorry.
talking until the court rules.
I can rephrase it, Your Honor.
Hang on, I don't know what the objection is.
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Yeah, I can rephrase it. Do you have a personal knowledge of Grace's involvement in all of this?
In all of what?
In everything involving the models?
The models was a hobby from Isaac. There was no business involved.
Okay,
in
but
that.
do you know if Grace was involved in this whole?
In his hobby, no.
Okay. Now, you'd also discussed, thinking about not evicting Kiara and how Kiara was threatening to move out, correct?
She threatened to move out when I tried to evict Isaac.
Okay. Did Kiara often threaten you to get what you wanted?
No,
Okay, but was that something she was kind of threatening you at that particular time, correct?
she said she would go live on the street with him. It wasn't a threat.
Okay. Now, did Kiara ever tell you some of the disorders or illnesses that she may have,
Objection. Hearsay.
I can rephrase that, I'm sorry. You know of any sort of illnesses or disorders that plagued Kiara?
Objection, foundation.
Okay,
Objection sustained.
all right. You know if she actually dropped out of high school or you withdrew her from high school?
She dropped out of high school.
Okay, and that would have been Capitol High School?
No,
Which high school would that have been?
it was an online school.
Okay. It's safe to say, Ms. McCauley, with all due respect, you don't know a lot about your daughter, correct?
I know a lot about her, but it's been 4 years.
I understand. But early on in the direct examination, you kind of hesitated in answering even what her age was. You were kind of,
I was making sure I got it correct.
okay,
I am allowed to think.
okay. And now in regards to her schooling, you don't really remember, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll move on, Judge. You stated 27 feet from the house to the garage. Did you actually measured this?
Yes, I'm working on putting in a pergola.
Pergola?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Ms. McCullough, you mentioned that the model building was a hobby.
Yes.
And was that a hobby of Isaac's, a hobby of Kiara's, or a hobby of Isaac and Kiara's?
It was Isaac's hobby.
Okay. And do you know where Mr. Isaac Apodaca got the money to buy the models?
I do not.
Nothing further.
This witness released or retained?
The state would reserve her for rebuttal.
So you'll be able to step down now. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back and testify again. So in the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information about the case. You may step down.
Thank you.
Judge, maybe we publish the exhibit.
You can offer it.
Your Honor, would like to introduce Defense Exhibit A, the Jolee prosecuted by the State of New Mexico First Judicial District Attorney's Office.
Any additional objections?
I don't think that's what the document's called, Judge.
It was a Jolee, Judge. We can approach.
It's not a Jolee.
Oh, or
Look at the document. You have a physical copy.
yeah, I have it. I'm sorry. Notice of dismissal, Judge. I apologize.
Where's the document?
That's what we call later. I have it marked as Defense Exhibit A, Your Honor.
Any other objection? Counsel, Mr. Long, any other objection?
Just the initial objections, Your Honor.
Okay. Over objection, the document identified as Defendant's Exhibit A is admitted into evidence. Counsel, approach for a second. Let's do some housekeeping.
Indeed.
We're going to try and go through this witness in his entirety, so we may go into the lunch hour a little bit, but we'll go ahead and take our lunch break started whenever we're done with this. Maybe have you come back from lunch a little bit later. Morning, sir. I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat. If you begin by introducing yourself to the jury by stating your name for our record and spelling your name, please.
Brandon, Brandon, Dietz, Deets.
Mr. Long.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi there.
Hello,
What do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Santa Fe Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe Police Department?
I've been with the department since July 2016.
Okay. Oh, 10 years.
Yes, sir.
Any prior law enforcement experience?
No, sir.
Were you on duty on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what was your assignment that day?
My assignment that day was just to take photographs and hang out at the police department with prisoners.
Okay. Were you doing any training at that time with another officer?
I was
Do you know who that other officer was?
Hunter Coons.
Okay. And on that day, were you detective or an officer?
I was an officer.
All right. Do you typically wear a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And on that day, did you have a body-worn camera on?
Yes.
Was your camera working?
Yes.
And you're under permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 24. Would you please take a look at that? Please tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I have my signature and date.
And what is on it?
It says body worn camera for Brandon Dietz.
And did you review that body-worn camera footage?
I did.
And absent sound being removed, is that a fair and accurate representation of what you observed on that day in question?
That is.
All right. At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 24.
Any objection to 24?
No objection, Your Honor.
24 without objection is admitted.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
And who is the officer that's taking those photographs?
That is Hunter Coons.
Now, Detective Dietz, why are photographs of hands, body parts, of people in custody sometimes taken?
It's just standard protocol for any time there's some kind of physical altercation between people. I have to document that.
Now, Detective Dietz, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 25 through 39, and then I'm going to go ahead and take 24 back from you. Permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Would you just do me a favor, take a look at those, make sure that you're not showing those to the jury, though, while you're looking at it. Thank you. Have you reviewed those?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize them?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
Because those are the photographs that were taken by Officer Kuntz.
Okay, and are those a fair and accurate representation of those photographs that were taken on that day?
Yes.
At this point, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 25 through, is it 37?
39 is what you said.
39,
What's
thank
the
you.
last number there?
No objection, Judge.
39.
25 through 39.
25 through 39 inclusive are admitted.
And permission to publish?
You may.
All right. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
And why is this first photograph taken like this?
Just how he was standing. They have them with their hands down. Just a profile picture.
All right. And the next photograph with the hands up, why is the photograph taken that way?
To document if there's any kind of injuries on the person.
All right. And do you see any injuries on the hands or on the forearms?
I see scratches on each forearm.
All right. And based on your training and experience, do those scratches appear to be brand new or some other time?
Maybe approach him.
Come on up. Objection sustained. Mr. Long, you may continue.
Thank you. And officer, if you could point out for the jury where you see these scratch marks.
Sure. I could see on the middle of the forearm, on the right forearm here. Also, the defendant pointed in the body camera to an abrasion by his right elbow. Also, there's another scratch I could see on his left forearm, like right here on the kind of middle towards the wrist.
Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome.
And in this photograph, do you see any injuries in this photograph?
Just the side of the right forearm, looks like where the scratches are.
All right. In this photograph, do you see any injuries?
No.
How about this photograph?
And right there is the red abrasion where he pointed at earlier in the body camera footage, right by his elbow on the forearm, right forearm.
And what about in this photograph? Do you see any injuries there?
Honestly, I can't tell if that's a stretch mark or a scratch on his right back.
And would you, I think, Judge, is he able to draw on that
Yes.
screen?
The bailiff will show you. It's a touch screen. He'll show you how to use it.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So if you could draw where you
Sure.
were indicating.
Yeah, just this area right here. And then I see a red, some kind of red abrasion right here.
Okay. And then if you could go ahead and clear that. Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome.
Do you see any injuries in this photograph?
Again, red abrasion.
Oh, actually, sorry, go ahead and clear
That's
that.
fine.
How about this photograph?
Again, that red abrasion.
This looks like it's a profile picture. Do you see any injuries there?
No, I don't see anything.
Any injuries indicated on this in this photograph?
No.
I'm sorry, I skipped past that one too fast.
It's okay.
Were there any injuries indicated in this photograph?
No, not that I can see.
How about this photograph?
No.
Did you see any injuries in this photograph?
No.
Anything in this one?
No.
And do you see any injuries on this photograph?
No.
Now, Detective, were you also present for photographs taken of Kiara McCulley?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 40 through 53. would you follow that exact same procedure that you followed with the first set of photographs?
Yes.
Take those back from you.
You're welcome.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of the photographs of Kiara McCauley on October 22nd, or I'm sorry, October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
At this point, I would move States Exhibit 40 through 53 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
40 through 53 inclusive are admitted.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries or anything of note in this photograph?
I'm not sure what that is on her finger. That's possibly a Band-Aid.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and move forward. Are you able to see that now?
Oh, yeah, much better.
And what do you see?
Yeah, Band-Aid
And then which hand is the Band-Aid on?
on her right hand.
And what do you see in this photograph?
The Band-Aid, another Band-Aid on her, looks like her left hand by her thumb.
Okay. And is the Band-Aid covering something, or is the Band-Aid lifted up?
Yeah, it's like lifted up, looks like it's falling off.
Okay. And where the Band-Aid might actually cover, do you see anything?
No.
You see anything in this photograph?
No.
Do you see anything in this photograph, Detective?
No.
And the next photograph, anything?
No.
You see any wounds, scars, anything in this next photograph?
No.
This next photograph is going to be last numbers indicating it are going to be 446. Do you see anything there?
No.
A little bit of a close-up with 451. Do you see anything there?
No.
I'm sorry, Counselor, where are you reading?
And I'm sorry?
You're reading 451?
Right up at the top of the photograph.
Okay, but what does that relate to in the exhibits that were admitted? What number?
I can actually, if I can get those exhibits back, I can.
Yes.
Thank you.
The jury won't have the download, they'll have the actual photographs.
And I was just referring to State's Exhibit number 50. Thank you, Judge. And now looking at State's Exhibit 51. You see any injuries there?
No.
State's Exhibit number 52, do you see any injuries there?
No.
And State's Exhibit number 53, do you see any injuries there?
No.
All right, Detective, I do want to go back very briefly and want to bring up what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 43. Okay, I want you to take a much closer and careful look at this. And tell me if you see any injuries or scratches, marks, anything on the, near the thumb.
No. It's honestly a bad photo.
And when you say that it's a bad photo, do you mean,
Yeah.
what do you mean by
No,
that?
there's just a bunch of light and it's kind of out of focus.
Okay.
So it's kind of hard to see. I apologize.
Do you remember seeing any injuries or having Ms. McCauley point out any injuries?
No.
I pass the witness.
Cross-examination. Did you put 40 through 53 up here?
Did not. I took them back to the table. Thank you, Judge. All right, good. Still morning.
Morning.
Morning, Officer Deeds.
If you're going to use those, the bailiff will set it up for you.
Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you setting it up.
Switch over.
All right. Detective, this photo, which was marked as State's Exhibit 25, in this, you said there were doesn't appear to be any visible scratching or anything, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And this, which is marked State's Exhibit 26, no visible scratching here, correct?
I can see the abrasion on his right forearm that he pointed to in the body camera. I can also see the scratches on both his arms.
Okay, so there's minor scratching, you would say, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay. And in regards to scratching, so there were scratches on forearms, you'd say?
Yes.
Okay. And what normally causes scratches?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Do you, I can lay some foundation. Do you have, experience in doing investigations, involving situations where there could be scratching?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience with scratches, could blood be a result of scratching?
Yes.
Okay. And could DNA transfer?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Okay. I'll move on. And in this photo, do you see any significant scratching in this photo?
Can you move the picture up a little bit? It's like out of, there you go. Thank you. And I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, do you see any significant scratching in this photo?
No, just that blemish, again, where I've been pointing to by the elbow.
Okay. And on the elbow, correct?
Excuse me?
On the elbow, you said?
Yeah, like elbow forearm area.
Okay. This was State's Exhibit 28 that I'm about to show you. Let me zoom this out so it's an accurate description of the entire photo. Any scratching on this one?
Is the photo, it doesn't look like it's fully in frame on my end. I can't see.
Okay, but at least from your observation of this photo and your observation, there was no significant scratching in this exhibit, correct?
From what's visible, I can't see any scratching.
Okay. Any significant scratching on this one?
There was that red mark that he pointed to earlier.
There's a red mark, I mean,
Yeah, like a blemish.
you
or
don't bite
something.
or anything, correct?
Not sure what that is.
Right, okay. Nothing significant in the way of scratching here, correct?
No.
Okay. Could be the result of playing basketball or,
Yeah, or like I said earlier, the stretch marks on the side.
nothing in the way of significant scratching here, correct? Or really any scratching, correct?
No.
Nothing in the way of any scratching here except maybe that little mark that could be anything on this photo, correct?
Correct.
No scratching here?
No.
No scratching here?
No. Far away shot. It's hard to tell on that one.
Okay. No scratching here?
No.
No scratching here?
No.
No scratching here?
No.
No scratching here?
No.
And finally, no scratching here?
No.
Okay, and these are all the photos that you authenticated with Mr. Long in direct examination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in regards to Ms. Kiera McCulley, there was bandaging and significant bruising on both of her hands, correct?
I didn't see the bruising. Like I said, that one photo, the close-up, it was kind of a poor photo. I don't recall seeing that.
But there were Band-Aids, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't, during your photography, there were no utterances from Isaac when you were taking photos?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And he didn't complain about being in any pain, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And he was fully cooperative, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge of anything else in this case, correct?
No.
Okay, one second. Just to kind of go into the investigation and the protocol, how come, why did Coons use his cell phone for the photos and not use a CSS, a crime scene specialist?
Well, we're issued department cell phones, and sometimes we take photographs on those phones.
Okay, so is that standard protocol not to use a crime scene specialist?
Correct. Yeah, the crime scene specialists are used for other things as well, but we take, it's normal to take photographs like that in the field.
Okay, but would it be better protocol or best practices, so to speak, to use a crime scene specialist?
Objection calls for speculation and foundation.
I think he would know based on his approach.
Foundation.
Do you have knowledge of situations where a crime scene specialist is utilized?
No, not really.
Okay. So Officer Coons used his cell phone for all of these photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect to this witness?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Detective, I just want to go over some of the words that you used in cross-examination.
Okay.
You used the term stretch mark, is that correct?
Yes.
And you used the term red mark, is that correct?
Yes.
And then you also used the term blemish, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is this witness released?
The state will reserve him for rebuttal, Your Honor.
Okay. You're being kept in reserve, which means you may be recalled. The attorneys will stay in touch with you to let you know if you need to come back. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Don't seek out any information about the case or the testimony of anyone else. But you're free to go and step down at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to go ahead and take our noon break, ladies and gentlemen. I'll ask you to come back at 20 after 1, about an hour and 15 minutes, and we'll get started hopefully as close to 1:30 as possible. I do need a juror, Mr. Tiba, if you would just remain in the courtroom for a couple of minutes while the others depart, and then I'll let you go for lunch as well. Okay. Would you go with the bailiff, please?
All rise.
And sir, I'm going to ask you to come down to the front row where this microphone is, and everyone, you may have a seat in the courtroom, please. Just go ahead and take your seat and kind of pull that down so that we can get your voice on the recording.
Right here.
Perfect.
Yeah, right here.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, sir. The reason I asked you to say, as I was informed by my bailiff, that you think you might know Lonnie McCulley that testified this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
How do you know her, or how did you recognize her?
She looks familiar, and attitude kind of is the same as well, sort of headstrong. Reason I say that I may know her is back in 2017, 2018, I attended New Mexico Tech, and during that time I had attended the SCA club for a number of months. She shares a somewhat resemblance to a woman I did know there. I'm not sure if it was Lonnie.
let me ask you, assuming for the sake of conversation, for argument, that it was her, anything about that experience affect your ability to evaluate her testimony the way you would any other witness that comes before you in this trial?
No.
Does either side have an advantage or a disadvantage because you may know this person?
No.
Those are the court's questions. Do counsel have any questions?
I don't, thank you, though.
I don't, Judge.
Okay, thank you, sir. Don't discuss this with the other jurors, but I'll just go ahead and have you come back with everybody else at about 20 after 1.
Very well done.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just leave your notes locked up with the bailiff at the lunch hour.
Very well.
Go ahead, push the button behind you there. Perfect. May be seated, counsel. On the issue with respect to Mr. Tiba, any concerns or input from the state?
No, Your Honor, I actually don't think he knows her. As she stated in direct examination, and I believe, actually, it might have been cross-examination, she did it for, about a 12-year period in her 20s. And so I think even if we were to put that over into her 30s, in my conversation with her, this was very early on in her life. This was, I think, something that occurred with him. The individual that he's thinking is about 10 years ago. She would have been, I believe, I don't want to do the math, but I think she would have been in her 40s at that point. And so this is well past any time that she was doing any of the SCA stuff.
On behalf of Mr. Apodaca, any concerns?
Defense has no objection, Judge.
Okay. She'll remain on the panel. She didn't say anything, he didn't say anything debilitating. He's not sure he actually knows that the individual he met was the witness, and he also indicated that whatever contact there might have been wouldn't affect his ability to evaluate the testimony of the witness. So we'll go ahead and break for lunch. You all, we're going to go over the snippets from the 11 recordings. I don't know if we need to have that conversation when we come back from lunch. We may have that at the end of the day, have the conversation about what's on those redacted sound bites. And I did indicate that if there's a further objection as to the forum, whether or not you can hear things in the back room that may be problematic, that I wanted to hear those. So you should have a playable copy by the end of the day.
Understood, Judge. And I can tell the court and defense, I believe those were emailed to defense at 9:14 this morning. You got them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And
I'm pretty sure you haven't had a chance to listen to them. You've been in here with us.
Definitely
So take a look at it again. I'll bring it back up at the end of the day, and we'll discuss that again.
thank you.
All right. Thank you all. We're in recess and off the record. So you should have.
you, what people have told me so far.
Car for today.
No criminal history at all? Well, it's not really like the movies. It's, it's a lot more just talking, and I'm just trying to gather the facts of the case I can from different people's perspectives. Yours obviously is a very, very important one, right? I don't know anything about you. I just know kind of what people have told me so far. From what I've heard from other statements and officers and their observations and stuff, you're potentially a suspect in this case. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because you're a suspect in this case, I want to make sure that you are very clear on your constitutional rights. So this is the first form that we're going to go over, okay? These are your Santa Fe Police advise/waiver of constitutional rights, okay? Before answering any questions asked by Detective Javier Vigil, that's me, of the Santa Fe Police Department, I fully understand the following. Sorry about that. I understand that I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, I have the right to be quiet about whatever it is.
If you understand that, please initial there.
Of the challenge. These are an interesting challenge. Also, nickname her. Okay.
I understand that anything I say during this interview can be used as evidence against me in a court of law. Do you understand that? Okay, initial there. These are all initially that you want.
Yes. Band-Aid.
Yeah. I understand that I have the right to an attorney before and during questioning and at all times. Do you understand that?
I think so.
I can read it again if you want.
Yeah. I'm able to get an attorney at any time.
Yeah. Before, during, and after questioning. At any time you have the right to an attorney. If you understand that, please initial there.
I just don't know how to get an attorney.
I understand that if I cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for me without cost to me or to my family. Do you understand what that means?
Yes. I think so. So I'm still half asleep.
It's okay. Take your time. We don't have to rush through these at all. I understand that if I cannot afford an attorney, so if you don't have the money to pay for one, one will be provided to you without cost to you or to your family.
Yeah, I'll end up having one provided.
Number 5, I understand that if I decide to answer any questions or make any statements, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand that?
Yes. Lopsided.
It's okay. I have been advised of the above-mentioned constitutional rights and acknowledge that I fully understand them and have had them explained to me to my satisfaction. Furthermore, I consent to answer questions pertaining to, this is the case number for this incident we're investigating, 2022-011401, which occurred on 10/29/2022, and I do not wish to have an attorney present. I also understand that even though I consent to this interview, I can stop answering questions anytime I wish to do so. Do you understand all that?
Yes.
Okay. You understand? Please sign here, date, and time.
Ow! I have a cut like that. Right here. Really hurting.
The date is 10/29/2022, and the time right now, oh Where did the day go? It's 7:15 p.m.
Around 7 hours, 7. You know what? I'm feeling so cranky right now.
Did you ask anyone for a cigarette?
I didn't ask anybody.
Some of the cops sometimes have some.
Well, all my smokes are in my room, and that's now a crime scene.
How old are you? Oh yeah. When's your birthday? Okay. Well, let's start with some of the basic information, okay? Spell out your name for me. What's your first name?
Kiara.
Spell it for me.
K-I-A-R-A.
Okay. Your last name?
McCulley.
Spell, please.
M-C-C-U-L-L-E-Y.
Your date of birth again? I know you just told. What's a good phone number for you?
If I can ever figure out where my phone is. I lost it in my room, and then people showed up, and I got very confused. My number is 971-381-0111, and if you can't get a hold of me, my mother's number also works.
Okay.
Do you have that already?
No, but hopefully someone else got it, but why don't you give it to me anyway? Mother's number. What's your mother's number? Well, any idea why you're here today?
I believe it's because somebody was found dead in my room,
Where's your room at?
in the garage.
The garage?
Yes. I was trying to make sure this wasn't a freaking dream again. It feels so weird.
You believe someone was found dead in your room. Do you have any idea who that might be?
Well, so I'm really tired, but last night Isaac invited my ex-girlfriend, Grace Jennings, who now is going by Yamko. I don't know anymore. She's gone through so many name changes, it's confusing me. I always knew her as Grace, or Rose. I was really upset, so I just went on a walk and spent most of the night in the house. This morning, I was trying to sleep, but if you were blocking memories for me again, God damn it. Sorry.
Who are you talking to?
My best guess is that I have DID, but I'm not 100% certain.
What's DID?
Dissociative identity disorder. I haven't had it actually diagnosed, but that's my best guess from my research. There are different personalities that come out.
Do you have names for them?
Some of them, yeah.
What are their names?
There's Abby, and then there's, we call her Jinx because she hates people saying her real name.
Jinx.
Yeah. If you say her real name, she gets mad.
I see.
Then there's one personality that I haven't seen in a long time. Like, I haven't communicated with her. Wow, I'm tired. Her name was Jess.
Jess.
Jessica, but we always called her Jess.
Any other personalities?
There's the little version of me, which actually responds to my biological name, my government name, which is very dangerous for her, and I don't want her to get hurt. None of us do.
She responds to Kiara?
Yeah.
That's the little version of you?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that, little version of you?
It's like a little kid before bad shit started happening in my life.
bad stuff happen in your life?
I've had a bad relationship with my mom. Reason why I never wanted to see Grace, but it pissed me off by bringing her to my house. She did something really stupid, and I wanted to see her change, and I wanted to see something happen where she would admit it, but she just... Is she alive or dead?
Grace?
Yeah,
You don't know?
I'm not sure.
What do you think?
Well, I'm partially hopeful for her to be dead, but I'm also, like, confused. I'm, like...
Why would you hope that she's dead?
I'm still angry at her, but I also have hope that she'd be better, but it's like this frustrating emotion that I can't seem to pinpoint.
Well, tell me why you're angry at her.
When I need to keep my shit together because I get very upset very easily. Back in 2016, there was a video floating around of a 14-year-old girl getting art and another girl standing there collecting money from them. There were 16 or 17 guys involved.
Well,
The girl getting money was Grace. The other one was me.
I'm sorry. That sounds like a difficult memory.
I'm so a virgin, so I never got to...
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's hard. Thank you for sharing that. I know it's probably something difficult to share, especially with a stranger.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I have a little bit of background of...
Why am I at her?
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
She kept trying to push it, and I finally started getting those memories back from that situation, and found out that somebody, not quite certain who it was, put me... Calm. Sorry.
It's okay. Do what you gotta do.
My cigarette's on top. There was a car crash, and that's the only reason why I'm still here. So I'm like playing with this because it's like I need to calm myself down,
Yeah.
and I will not stay down. She was the first person I ever loved,
Grace was...
and the first person to completely destroy me. So part of me hates her guts. It wants to see her dead. The other part wants to see her get better and see if she'd admit it. Just fix it. It's like I'm split. I don't know what's the better emotion. Fighting between them is really challenging.
Sure.
That's why I didn't want her in my home. It's just like, this is too much.
Yeah, a lot of emotion there. How long did you guys date for?
I don't really remember how long it was.
Years? Months?
Probably months.
Months? Less than a year?
I think so.
How long ago was this? What year did you guys date?
It was 2015, 2016-ish. 2016 was when the video was rolling around.
Have you kept in contact with her since then?
I've contacted her once in a while just to like check on her.
Sure.
Usually she tells me to leave me alone and I just disappear. Last night it really frustrated me because about a week ago I messaged her. She told me to leave her alone, and I did. Isaac decided to invite her to stay with us.
Why would you do that?
Because she's suddenly homeless. She suddenly needed somebody. He's done this with so many people. It's very frustrating.
Tell me about Isaac.
He's an idiot.
Yeah. Who is Isaac?
He's my ex-fiance / friend, confusing as hell.
Ex-fiance?
Yeah.
How so?
We were engaged for 3 years. And we broke up in April this year, and it was because he was a f***ing idiot. And then I forgive his ass and let him move back in with me. brain keeps thinking of cigarettes. Calm me down. Sorry. Did I just kick you?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
So where do you live at?
I live in the garage with Isaac at my mom's house.
What's the address to your mom's house?
5941 Jaguar Drive.
Okay. So from what I understand, and tell me if this is accurate, there is a primary residence, 5941 Jaguar Drive. There's a bit of a backyard, and then there's a garage.
Yes.
So you and Isaac live in that garage?
Yes.
Currently, as of last night, you guys lived in that garage?
Yes. I really hope my cats are okay.
But he's your ex, but you guys live together in that garage?
Yeah. Trying to stay friends, and it's like still acting like we're together, and I felt bad because I made him homeless for like 2 weeks. Gotta stop feeling bad for people.
You guys still have sex with each other?
Yeah.
Yeah. That must get confusing, right? That's your ex, but you guys are still being intimate.
Yeah. He wants to fix everything, and it's just gotten so complicated. Relationship problems.
Yeah. Everyone has those. Who else lives there? 5941 Jaguar Drive.
It's just me, Isaac, and my mom,
What's your mom's name?
Lanny McCulley,
Does she live in the garage, or does she live in the main structure?
the main house.
Tell me about last night. What did you do last night?
Oh. So, a little more detailed than prior.
Yeah.
So, Isaac tells me that Grace is coming over. Without asking me if it's okay. Is it okay if she comes over? It's like, she's coming over.
Yeah. It's your house, your mom's house. Yeah.
Yeah. The garage is supposed to be my space. I immediately get angry. I go in the house, get dressed, go on a walk.
Where do you walk to?
The park across the way. I point as if you could see it. Wow.
What did you get dressed in? What were you wearing?
That was a black medieval piece and some black pants.
Sounds cool. Sounds interesting. Okay, so you go to the park, and then what?
Just kind of sat there listening to some music and had a couple cigarettes. Trying to calm myself down because I'm just like, let me come back. It's just gonna be an hour, don't worry. Bullshit. Go back. They start talking about phones and Marvel and stuff that I don't really understand as much. I have nothing to have in the conversation.
Sure.
He left me alone with her for like half an hour. And she was going through like this breakup thing. There's always something wrong in her life. Always just something.
How was that, being alone with her after all that time?
I was trying to be a good friend, and it just... She ignored me.
Yeah. So around what time would you say she came over at?
It was midnight-ish. I could check my text messages, but I don't have my phone.
Yeah, I get you.
Like,
So you guys were alone for half an hour, and then what happened?
and then Isaac came back, and I started feeling frustrated because she wasn't listening to me at all. So I got up and I left for a while. Ow.
Your ex? What's your cut from?
I dropped a knife last night, which was what I was just about to mention.
That's a tough spot to get a cut at.
Yeah, it's
Your skin moves a lot.
actually where I was about to go. I left and went in the house for a bit and decided to try and make something. I dropped the stupid knife and grabbed it wrong. Got mad and I just walked out of the house for a few minutes. Just like, f***. I went back, cleaned it out, Cleaned it this morning after my shower.
So did Grace spend the night?
Fortunately, yes.
Fortunately or unfortunately?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
I was starting to get really frustrated and I couldn't fall asleep.
So she stayed in the garage.
Yeah.
And you slept in the garage, and so did Isaac.
While she and Isaac were sleeping, I was just staring at the ceiling and trying to find a comfortable spot where I could actually fall asleep.
Yeah. How were those sleeping arrangements? Like, who slept where or what?
It was like, here's Grace taking over like 50% of the bed. Me on the edge, Isaac on the edge here.
Okay.
Not very comfortable.
So you didn't get sleep last night?
No.
Oh.
I also didn't get to sleep yesterday.
Okay. Then, anything else happened throughout the night?
I stared at the ceiling angrily and just like tried to calm down. So she walked over me for so long.
Who, Grace?
Yeah. Isaac's walking over me. Tired of it.
Yeah. What'd the morning look like?
I was like, I woke up as I sat up around 9 or 10. Woke up Isaac, and her alarms kept going off really annoyingly.
Grace's did?
Yeah. She just would not turn them off.
Mm-hmm.
Her cats kept growling. She has 2 cats of her own.
Oh, she brought them to the garage too?
Yeah. She kept them in a bag all night. Just not nice. Next thing I remember is going to go take a shower.
Do you remember
There's
anything
a
else?
chunk missing. I don't understand. I'm confused.
So you have a whole chunk of memory missing?
Yeah.
But you remember the whole night clearly?
I don't remember most of it. It's like a little foggy because I'm like obviously exhausted. And there's this chunk just missing that I just... I'm so confused.
Tell me about these other personalities. What's Abby like?
She's very protective.
Protective of what?
Kind of protective. Mostly of Kiara.
Of little Kiara?
Yes. I'm Froggy, by the way. That's what everyone calls me. Froggy.
Froggy?
Yeah.
Like Froggy? Froggy?
I.E. technically.
I.E. Froggy.
And there's 3 G's because that's also my stage name.
Can you spell that for me?
Froggy.
That's interesting. Froggy.
Yep.
Froggy, Abby, Jinx, Jess, Jessica, and then little Kiara.
Yeah. Like, Abby's very protective.
Mm-hmm.
She takes control when I'm in a very dangerous situation and just says, okay, I'm here now. I am going to face this for you.
Mm-hmm.
She does that to me and Kiara.
Mm-hmm.
Jinx is a troublemaker. She doesn't like people.
Mm-hmm. More of an introvert.
Yeah. And she likes playing games. Like, sometimes when I can see what she's doing, it's very confusing.
Mm-hmm.
She's like texting people and just messing with their heads, and I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? Jess, I haven't seen in forever.
So how does it work? Is Froggy kind of at the top of all of it and she can kind of see who's doing what? Or
Pretty much, it's like, Froggy's in charge most of the time. Froggy also had a previous name, which was Sage for a long time, but like, I'm here, and I have my hands. So imagine you're in a house, and there's this big TV with the PS4 or Xbox or whatever your preference is. And there's a whole group of people who are wandering throughout the house and all wanting to play the game.
I see.
So whoever's playing the game is in charge, and sometimes you can peek over and kind of see what's going on.
Yeah, everyone can kind of watch the game, but only one person can play.
Yeah. And then sometimes this personality decides, oh, I'm going to go to this room that can't see the TV. Or gets literally shoved in there. Sometimes it feels like it's getting shoved.
Yeah.
Like you get randomly locked in a room or something and you don't know what the hell's going on.
It's good.
And then you're playing your game and you don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I could see that. That's a really good analogy you gave there. That really helps me understand it.
And like each, let's see, round or each memory kind of gets stored away, and whoever was playing gets to hold that. Like, I don't want anyone else to see. Isn't like, yeah.
Yeah, for me, yeah.
But if they feel, okay, you need to know this happened, they'll
Share it.
Yeah, they'll share it.
So who was playing the game last night?
I felt like I was in control for a little while, and then it just kept getting really foggy, like I was being thrown in a wall. God damn, words.
You're in control, meaning foggy, right? That's what we're talking to now,
Yes.
foggy. Okay.
It felt like I got like this shoved into a room.
At what point?
It was like, it was just before I went to take my shower.
That was today.
Yeah,
What time did you take a shower?
I don't remember. So I was looking at the clock.
After morning?
I think so.
Were people awake?
Yeah.
But before that, you remember everything?
More or less, I'm just like, I felt a lot of anger.
Towards,
More so than
towards Grace.
Jinx has ever had, or Abby's ever had. And I don't remember Jess being like that. But she was also the one who was out more when she was with Grace.
You said something interesting earlier. You said, you asked about Grace. You asked if she was okay, and you said that part of you would be okay if she was dead, right?
Yeah.
It's honest. I like honest people.
I don't want to lie.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about hurting her or killing her?
I've had a couple dreams like that.
You had a couple dreams like that?
Yeah.
How'd those dreams go?
They were mostly right after we broke up, and then there were triggers and stuff. But
Did you kill her in those dreams, or what happened in those dreams?
sometimes I would kill her, sometimes I would torture her, sometimes it was just me screaming at her.
How would you torture her in your dreams?
Basically reenacting what she did to me to herself.
Oh, okay. So you're the one kind of taking the money, and she's the one.
Yeah.
I see.
But making it worse.
I see. And how would you kill her in your dreams?
Depending on the dream.
So there's several dreams.
Yes.
How many?
I've had like a bunch of murder dreams, if you could call that. About a lot of different people.
Not
I
just
think
Grace.
Yeah. Grace is like the number one, I'm pissed at you. And I'm just like my ex-Aussie, which, okay, I'm gonna not talk about that because that's gonna...
Go focus on Grace.
Yeah.
We don't have to make you upset.
It's just gonna start a whole tangent and I'm gonna get like slightly angry.
That's fine. So you thought about killing Grace a number of times.
Yeah. I have dreams about it all the time and I'm like, I wonder what this will look like in my brain.
Do you use weapons, or what do you do?
I create torture devices out of sex toys.
What kind of sex toys?
Usually a dildo and then put razor blades on it and cover it in lemon juice. And
Sounds
let her
good.
like her in the ass. I also thought about doing that to Ozzy.
Razor blade dildo with lime juice. That sounds painful.
Yes. The whole point is torture.
That's true. True. Okay. Have you ever talked with Isaac about this?
Yeah, we know for certain he has DID. I was doing research about it, and this is my guess about what's going on with me. He thinks I have BPD, which is like borderline personality disorder. Because we're very similar, but there's...
Is Isaac diagnosed?
Yes. As far as he's told me, he's diagnosed and he's not just lying. I'm starting to question him. Like a lot.
What does DID mean again? I'm sorry.
Dissociative identity disorder.
Dissociative identity disorder.
Previously, almost like previously known as multiple personality disorder.
Multiple personality. That's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, that's
This
what
sounds more
previously known.
professional.
I'm only guessing because I'm not actually diagnosed. This is just what I've noticed personally.
Oh, Isaac takes any medication?
I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't. And like I was asking, I think we got sidetracked, but have you ever talked to Isaac about kind of your feelings towards Grace and you wanting or dreaming about killing her and stuff?
I've talked to him about my dreams a million times. He always has this hope that she'll be better than she was. And he was the one who found the video in the first place. He found me and he tried to help me.
Yeah.
Now I'm just... I don't know who to trust.
Yeah.
Stay down.
Away from, aside from, have you ever planned to hurt Grace or kill Grace?
Not really planned it, more like wrote a short story about it. But then I also changed all the names and genders and stuff, so.
You wrote it like on paper or typed it or what?
It was on Google Docs.
Google what?
Google Docs.
Oh, Google Docs. I see.
Yeah.
On the computer or on your phone or what?
I think it was more on my phone originally when I wrote it. I like writing and it helps me like get out those feelings.
What was the story about?
It was about this older brother who was trying to protect his little brother from a pedophile that then turned into a mass murderer. It's literally called I Hate Guns because he never uses guns. I actually agree, I don't like guns that much. Not when one's shot next to your head. Okay.
Were you talking to Isaac last night? Were you guys messaging each other and?
I was trying to tell him to get her to leave.
Do you guys say anything else?
I just wanted her gone.
So I was talking to Isaac for a long time earlier before you, and we were going through his phone. He had his phone on it. There was a lot of messages between you two.
Yeah.
What were all those about? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. It's like in this kind of foggy area that I kind of remember.
Yeah.
This might sound really weird. So, there's an organization that Isaac is in charge of. I probably shouldn't be saying this to a cop.
I saw the messages about it. I'm just trying to understand it more, you know?
Well, it's called Ghost. They're like an underground version of cops in a way, but a little more intense and deadly. And they get rid of people who are in charge of sex trafficking, in charge of anything that has to deal with hurting kids.
I see.
And like, he kept trying to tell me, just do it, and you're gonna just kill her. Then you'll get ranked up.
Yeah.
He had me join. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, and I kept hesitating. It's like...
What's that thing there?
It's the mark for, honestly, I'm very confused because he hasn't told me jack shit, just gave this to me. It's like, you're a part of it. Like, okay.
Sounds like an initiation tattoo kind of.
Yeah.
How do you do that? How do you make it?
Oh, I have a tattoo machine.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Is it?
That's how I did all these.
I was gonna ask. Yeah, you got some work there.
Yep, I also have one on my leg here.
Are you like aspiring to learn? Like you
Somewhat. But I've just been wanting to cover this up, and I can't find an artist that's cheap.
I like tattoos. You can tell.
I can obviously tell.
Let me see the one that no, this one. Here, you're telling me about.
Yeah.
What is it exactly?
It's for the platoon that I'm in that I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
what kind of shape is that?
Sure. It's like a mix of a diamond or something. My skin is reacting really weird to these handcuffs.
So, some ghosts, an underground society of people that kind of their own version of cops and justice. They kind of kill bad people. And so, and this is kind of me trying to piece together kind of like what you're saying, like the messages I saw too. Was Isaac trying to push you to kill Grace?
Yeah. I had my dagger in my hand, and I kept going, and then just stopped. Like, I felt a little kid's hand hold me back. Like it was Kiara telling me, don't. Because that was also her best friend's sister growing up.
Yeah.
And God, things got so messy. That movie sucked.
Do you think you killed Grace?
I'm not sure.
She is dead. That's the dead person found in the garage. Do you have any memory of that?
Give me a second. I'm just like, what
Yeah.
I'm trying to process this properly. This is like computer. I don't know. Like, Isaac disappeared for a while. I don't. Like, after I took my shower, I couldn't find him. I just assumed he went on a walk. I'm very confused. I'm like trying to think. What the fuck?
Do you remember when police arrived on scene?
I just remember my heart going like crazy.
Okay.
I don't know. It's like I'm not used to cops just showing up at my house.
They told me you ran inside. How come you ran inside?
I'm pretty certain that I was gonna grab something. I forgot. Sorry.
You saw cops and then you ran inside to get something you forgot.
Well, I thought I heard something, but I didn't know it was from my house.
Oh. When was the last time you saw Grace alive?
Some point this morning.
Do you remember what time at all?
I'm not sure exactly what time it was.
You think it's possible you killed her?
I'm guessing myself right now, like second guessing, trying to figure out if it was one of them or someone I haven't met yet.
Is there any way to ask them?
They're very picky on when they talk.
I see.
It's like, come on. It took Jess and Abby like 3, almost 4 years to tell me what the happened.
From that one incident, yeah.
Isaac also showed me the videos.
Yeah.
Okay, that was loud and very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible Isaac did something?
It's possible, but I have like mixed emotions. If he did something, I'm slightly happy, partially because he hasn't stood up for me in a long time, and at the same time, he hasn't stood up for me in a long time, so I don't know.
Damn. Was anyone else in the garage with you guys last night or this morning?
It was just the three of us.
Just three of you guys?
Isaac lied to my mom and told her that Christian, one of our friends, was there. I'm just like, okay, it's not like I'm talking to him.
Yeah.
I'm so confused right now.
You think you'll remember more what happened as time goes on, or?
Probably.
Probably.
Just like, I get the memories back. Like, if I feel like I'm unsafe, then it's gone until I'm in a safe place where I feel like I'm okay. So I'm getting like weird images in my dream while I was sleeping earlier, and I'm like, what the
So you were telling me that Grace is kind of at the top of your list of people you thought about killing, right?
Yeah. Automatic suspect, I know.
Well, yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but
It's not
what's the
ideal.
point in lying about it?
There's really not, and it's interesting that you have that kind of wisdom, because most people come in here and
Try to lie their way out of it.
yeah, and it's very irritating. Isaac tried to do a lot of that, and you know, this is our time, and especially when there's messages and stuff. It's very transparent when someone is lying. You know what I mean?
Now I'm intrigued what he tried to lie about. Because I'm trying to figure out if he's been lying to me.
Yeah.
Talking about the black market and ghost and Bitcoin and the end of the world in 24 days.
Has Isaac ever killed anyone?
Well, he said he did, but I don't know if it's true.
Who do you say he killed?
I don't know who, but there was a number he said, but I don't know if it's true or if it was stupid teenagers who were always saying, oh, I killed this baby, oh, I killed this baby, well, that's so cool. Grace did that a lot.
There was a number he said, like a number of people he killed?
Yeah.
How many?
40.
40 people.
Supposedly.
It's a big claim.
Yeah.
In Santa Fe? Or just all over?
Probably partially in Roswell. He wasn't a gang. Or is, but he no longer lives in Roswell. It's confusing.
What gang was he in?
I don't remember the name of it. It was like something with Roswell's name in it.
So how many other people aside from Grace have you thought about killing? Or on your list?
Well, there's Ozzy. At least I know he's living in a dump, so that makes me a little happy.
Who else?
This guy Brady. I'm trying to be friends with him, I promise. It's just pissing me off to a point. He said 3 words I never wanted to hear from him, considering what he did when we were younger. I love you.
Yeah. Who else?
Let's see. Brady, Ozzy. And there were thoughts, but on the lower hand, about people I used to go to school with. Like, those are made like sick of their shit.
Yeah.
Oh, there was one other. It was Jeffrey Flock. He keeps stalking me. I had to prank him by using Isaac's phone to tell him that I went missing so he would leave me the fuck alone. Right. Calm down. Calm down.
So you said there's a possibility that you might have killed Grace. Also a possibility that Isaac might have done it, right? There's kind of that gap
Yeah.
time missing in your memory?
It's confusing.
Do you ever remember blood being on you?
I remember when I cut myself, but I don't know much more than that.
And how did you cut yourself again?
I tried to catch a knife in the
Catch a
kitchen.
knife?
Yes.
What kind of
I
knife?
dropped it and I tried to catch it. It was, what do I describe that knife? It was, I'd show you.
Cooking knife.
Well, it is a cooking knife, technically.
It is.
It's just,
Isaac was telling me about a few knives. He was telling me about a dagger, a butterfly knife.
yeah, one of my butterfly knives got stolen, so I got a new one.
And then he was talking about a sword. Remember anything having to do with any of those?
Well, I know I bought a sword not too long ago.
What kind of sword is it?
It was like, it's a two-handed sword. I don't really know much else. Other than it was perfect for the apocalypse if it does come.
There you go.
That's the main reason for the buy. It's like, I want to learn.
Do you remember anything regarding the sword, the dagger, the butterfly knife, and last night?
I remember the dagger. It's
about the dagger?
really dull. Like, I kept playing with it, and like, when I did try, when I kept telling me to just do it, and then just, it literally feels like somebody's holding me. Felt like somebody was holding me.
So when you're kind of demonstrating right now, was that you about to stab Grace?
Yeah.
Was she asleep?
Yeah, at least I think she was. She looked pissed at it. Then it just kept stopping me. So
Were you
I
guys
gave up.
consuming alcohol last night, or drugs, or anything?
I had a couple sips of Jack Daniels, I think that's what it's called.
Last night?
Yeah.
What about this morning?
Not this morning. I just had a couple last night because I was getting like frustrated.
What about Isaac? Did you drink last night?
I don't think so.
No. What about Grace?
I don't think so. She said something about just getting her teeth done.
No. You think there's potential you'll ever try and hurt or kill anyone else that's on your list? You're a very honest
Stay
person.
the f*** away from me. I sure as hell hope not.
Yeah. What if, like, you were near them and stuff, kind of like a situation like last night? There's potential for that.
If they're invading my space, then it's I think it's a possibility, but I highly doubt it ever again. Because Ozzy hates me, and Brady's to the point that I'm just like, no. And Geoff is still thinks I'm missing.
Okay. Anything else you could think of regarding last night and what happened? Anything else you can remember?
I'm trying to figure out if this one vision was from my actual dream I was having because I was falling asleep, or if it was a memory.
What was the vision?
I'm not sure. It looked like an ear on my wall.
Or what?
An ear on my wall. It was really confusing.
There's an ear on your wall?
Yeah. I think that was part of the dream, though.
Like a human ear?
Yeah. It's like, what the f***?
What did it look like?
It looked like one of Grace's, but it had like dagger in it, and the dagger's not that sharp.
Yeah.
Like, what the f***? I'm very confused.
Yeah. Well, still an active investigation. We're gathering statements from everyone. I think you've been very honest with me. I don't have any, I respect the hell out of that. I'd like to return that to you. There's probably a good potential that both you and Isaac go to jail tonight. You understand that?
Yeah. I've never been to jail. I've never done anything. Now, going to jail for murder.
Yeah.
That was a leap. From innocent to murder.
Yeah.
That is so dumb.
No criminal history.
Yeah.
That's a huge leap.
Like, I didn't do drugs growing up, except for Grace, and I hate her for it. Sorry. I have some scars on me that you can see from.
Well, you suspect you have, DID, multiple personality disorder, so.
I'm guessing. I'm not 100% certain.
I don't know. I have no training in, psychology or anything like that. Diagnosis you've made for yourself kind of makes sense, but, maybe this is kind of an opportunity to, start getting help for that kind of stuff, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was seeing a therapist for a while. She found I have CPTSD. And what else was it? There's something else I can't remember now. I am really tired.
Yeah.
Sounded fun for a second. But there's suspicion that I have ADHD or ADD. But there's a lot of suspicion.
Yeah.
Frank Christian thinks I'm bipolar. I don't think that's true. My research says no.
Yeah.
And even when I'm questioning who to trust at this point, it's like Isaac's like the only person I've ever trusted, and he did something really stupid. Broke my thumb and my leg is all got all f***ed up.
When did that happen?
That was in April.
In April.
It was the 4th. There was a police report and stuff about it, but then I just told him, don't bother.
Do you remember threatening Isaac last night at all?
I told him I was mad at him.
Did you threaten him with a dagger or anything like that? Do you recall anything like that?
I remember stabbing my bed.
Stabbing your bed?
It didn't even go through the blanket.
How come?
It's dull.
But how come you stabbed the bed?
Because I was mad and I wanted to stab something, but I didn't want to hurt someone.
Why were you mad?
Because Isaac invited somebody I hate to my house. And it wasn't just for a talk, as he said. Why repeat this line? I'm sorry. Turned from an hour to overnight to 2 nights. And I'm like, hell no, she ain't staying another night.
Yeah. So why did Isaac want Grace there?
I have no clue what he wanted. But it was to her, which, gross. Just hate gross. I've seen the kind of people she's been with.
Did he her or no?
I don't think so. I'm guessing he didn't, because he said the worst 12 hours of my life. 12 hours in my house.
He didn't say anything about a threesome or anything like that.
Usually when there's people in my house, it was 3-way, and I'm just like, I'm not touching her.
Yeah. You guys have had 3-ways before?
Yeah. They tried. He's polyamorous, and I'm just kind of there, trying and seeing if I like it. And
Sure.
it has not worked.
No.
The first time, she did not like girls at all.
Mm.
And took all of my nicknames. Okay, I'm gonna end up getting really.
Yeah, sorry. Wasn't a big
He
game.
took all my nicknames and he started treating me like shit. And then tragedy hits him. Then he suddenly cares again. The last one, that was interesting.
Yeah.
The last girl we were with, her name was Brittany, I think. She had like 5 different names that she went by, which is confusing. And she was fun at first, but she started trying to get me onto cocaine, and I was just like, I'll try it once, okay. This was fun, but that's enough. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing.
Yeah.
And it was like, okay, she's definitely got an issue, and I cannot help her with that. And I'm not gonna be another person's freaking, what's the word I'm looking for? Rehab?
Yeah.
Sometimes I have to say, what's the word I'm looking for? and then I remember it.
So again, from what you can remember, you don't know who killed Grace?
I'm not 100% certain. I'm only guessing. I've seen Isaac get violent before, but I know how angry I am at her. But of course, he's hulked out before.
What does that mean to me? So,
Well, he seems to. It feels like he's grown. I feel like he grows. And his smash. A little bit further apart, but you know what I mean. And then I turned into a rag doll, and I'm still mad about it, but at the same time trying to forgive him.
so the sword you said you bought, right?
Yeah.
How long ago did you buy that?
So I got it maybe 2 weeks ago-ish.
What about the dagger?
The dagger was a couple days before that.
That's yours as well.
Yes.
Okay. The butterfly knife?
The butterfly knife was I think a couple days before the dagger.
Any other weapons that are inside the garage?
I know I have my karambits somewhere. There's 2 sets of karambits. They're really pretty. I like knives.
Are they fixed blade or are they folders? What are they?
They're fixed blade.
Fixed blade. How big are they?
Ish. That's such a curved blade. It's really not good for cutting anything.
Yeah.
I tried cutting a piece of fruit with it, it did not work.
Too much curve. Well, what we do know, when the officers went through and kind of did a security sweep of the garage and everything, I've been told by a few different people is the sword, which I'm assuming is the sword you're describing, was bloody.
Barely pick it up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm confused. I was already having a hard time picking it up, so it's like, okay, now I'm very confused.
Hard time picking it up? How come?
I'm not exactly sure.
Oh, it's heavy.
Yeah,
How much does it weigh?
I'm not 100% certain how much it weighs, I just know. My left hand can kind of pick it up, but my right hand can't.
Can you pick it up with 2 hands?
I have to. Even then, it's all wobbly, and
Yeah.
I was gonna take a piece of PVC pipe. Thank you. And kind of weigh it the same way so I could practice. So I could do like some, fake sword fighting.
That makes sense.
Maybe make a video. I'm guessing I'm not getting it back.
Why not? We have to collect it as evidence.
It was $200.
Damn, where'd you get it from?
Amazon.
Amazon.
That felt like I just got stabbed.
Sorry. Well, we gotta do some paperwork. I wanna see you get some rest. Anything else you can think of that might be important to us?
My brain's too tired to function.
I get it. Let me get one of the officers. We'll move you somewhere else, and then as soon as we get all the paperwork done, it's what it is. You guys are more likely going to get booked tonight. All I can do is really gather all the facts and look at all the statements and evidence, and we have to do something about this stuff. If things are the way you're saying, I mean, you kind of want to get this stuff looked at and figured out. I mean, I don't think no one intentionally wants to have that inside of them where they just want to kill people,
Yeah.
Maybe some people do. I don't know.
I gotta talk to her. I'm guessing it's just at this point, because James and Abby are chill at this point.
You gotta talk to some of these girls and figure out what's messing around. But, alright. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your honesty. It is what it is. Okay. Alright. Same time here, alright?
pretty rough.
Or somehow?
No, this is a crime scene at this point.
How's my house a fucking crime scene?
There's a deceased
There's a
person
dead
in your
body in the
garage.
garage.
That's why it's a crime
There's
scene.
a body in there?
Yes.
A dead body in your
Stand
garage.
up for me. Let's walk this way.
What the fuck?
You wanna come here with me now?
Detective Gonzalez.
Detective Cherry. So,
How's that? So you're letting me go.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice to meet you. Can you?
I want to meet you guys.
Yeah. How do you spell your first name?
Lami.
L-E-Y?
Yes.
And your date of birth? Okay. So before we get started, you do that one. So just advertisements of rights. Hey, wearing glasses.
No, these are driving glasses. My reading glasses are in the house.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go over it. It's just letting you know before answering any questions asked by me or Detective Gonzalez at the Santa Fe Police Department. You understand your following rights. You understand that you have the right to remain silent. You understand that anything said during the interview can be used as evidence against you in a court of law. You understand that you have the right to an attorney before and during any questioning at all times. You understand that if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you without any cost to you or your family. You understand that if you decide to answer any questions or make any statements, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand each of those rights?
Yes.
So I'm just going to write our names right here at the top. Easy? L easy?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I knew it. What's your name, the case was?
Yeah, 11401.
So all it is just that you're understanding each of those rights, and then you could just initial them. So if you can read it, you can. If you want to go over to verify.
Yeah, I read it with you. I split really well.
All right. And the bottom of it just says you have been advised of your constitutional rights. You acknowledge and you fully understand them, and you've been explained to them to your satisfaction. And you furthermore consent to answer any questions involving this case after today. And then, yes.
And I don't know the time. 6:41.
So do you know why you're about here today? Can you explain to me?
Well, kind of. It's kind of, apparently someone was killed in my garage.
Okay.
And my daughter is suspect. I don't know if Isaac is as well. I presume he is because they both live in the garage. And the police just kind of showed up and it scared the crap out of me. That's what I thought.
Okay. So yeah, just go ahead and start. Just talk about what happened, like when, as far as you know, what happened today. Or you can just talk about since the beginning of the day, how everything went, who was there.
Well, the kids both sleep in the garage. They're like the whole privacy. Mom's not around. Don't have to listen to me or get up early in the morning. I let the dogs out at like 7 o'clock this morning. I came back in. I did chores. And it's hard to tell within my house, but I did. Mostly laundry, and cleaned up the back bedroom, put away the laundry. Breakfast, lunch, not necessarily all in that order. At some point, I think it was about, I want to say between 1 and 1:30, Isaac came into the house. He used the bathroom. and I asked him for help. I was trying to get this rug into the washing machine. It was kind of heavy, so he helped me get it in there. He said something about his boss had found a replacement for him at work for this evening. Which didn't make sense to me because today was supposed to be his first day at work. So unless he called in, it didn't make sense. He was saying something about he just found it because he thought maybe I would be sick or something. It didn't make any sense because usually you call in and then the boss finds a replacement. It didn't make sense to me what he was saying. But we got right in the machine, and then I took a shower, and then I sat down. I think that's when I actually had lunch. I'm sorry. I don't pay attention to what I do. I just do it. Because I was watching Picard and eating and playing a game on my phone. My daughter came in, and she's always the last one to get out of bed, so I always give her that time. Oh, she's alive!
Yeah.
It's so crazy. She just said, I'm going to go ahead and take a shower. She got in the shower. She came out of the shower, she went to the garage, she came right back, and she said, Mom, I think something happened in the garage. And that's about as far as I got when I saw the police officers trying to come through the door. And I was like, stop breaking my door. I guess that's kind of what they do. But it freaked me out. I didn't understand what was going on. The people were yelling, get out of the way, clear you, come over here, go over there. It was overwhelming.
Okay, yeah. A lot of things will happen at once.
And I had no idea what was going on. But they're saying that Kiara got as far as explaining to me that Grace Jennings had come over to the house last night. She and Grace have a background that is not pleasant. They had actually met, my daughter was like in 3rd grade, I think, and Grace's younger sister Marjorie was my daughter's best friend. So they hung out a lot. They came over and stayed the night at our house. My daughter went to their house. It was just kind of, kid things. And my daughter was about 14, I want to say, this is all just off the top of my head. She decided that she had more in common with Grace than she did with Marjorie. So she quit hanging out with Marjorie, which caused some conflict between her and Marjorie. She hung out with Grace maybe a year and a half. And that ended because Grace threatened her. I wasn't present, so I don't know for a fact how it happened, but apparently they were at a park. Grace pulled a knife, put a knife to my daughter's throat, and told her she wasn't allowed to flirt with this guy named Brady. I don't know. Anyway, so my daughter decided that Grace was dangerous. She didn't want to hang around. So she started making excuses not to hang out with her, things like that. And Grace started threatening her on Facebook and whatever, I don't know, all those. Some social media, thank you. That's where I was looking for. And, I just told her, well, let's block her, but my daughter still kept talking to her. So I finally changed my daughter's phone number. I told her to change your phone number. You're changing all your social media IDs. I mean, we went through a lot. And it stopped. And it was just weird that a couple of days ago, Kara showed me this Facebook, and she goes, it was Grace's face, but she was using some, Oriental name, Yakima, or something. Anyway, and Marjorie was using some name, Arlo, or something. She was being some guy online, and it was like, that's Facebook. Yeah, like a Facebook.
Had their pictures with different names?
Yeah. Okay. And a whole history of who they were and everything, which was not truth. At all, it was weird. But my understanding is that Isaac also knew Grace previously, because Grace is how Isaac and Kiara met.
Okay.
If I'm remembering everything correctly. So, and Isaac didn't get along with Grace. And Isaac is very familiar with the whole incident with Kiara. So, when Kiara said he invited her over yesterday, he knows Grace is not allowed on my property. That's just been the rule Grace is aware of it, they're aware of it, and everybody's aware of it. So why Grace would have come over to our property is beyond my understanding. And if she was there, I have to question why and what happened in that room.
Right. Well, when did they let you know that Grace was staying there?
While the police were there. That's actually when I found out.
Okay.
And
were Grace and Dario back then, were they dating?
That's my understanding. Like, they tried that whole relationship thing, and I don't think it worked. And that made that part of the problem. I don't actually know.
Okay.
But Kiara was trying to figure out her sexuality at that point, so it's very likely.
Okay. Alright. And last night, or did they have more than anyone else invited over that you know about? Or
I didn't even know about anyone being invited over. I did go to bed, I want to say probably about 10:30 or so in the evening, because I stayed up late to wash dishes. But I took cold medicine, because I think I have a respiratory infection. So I took Walgreens version of Theraflu, which makes me feel pretty good.
Okay.
But I was up at 7 o'clock this morning. There was no indication there was anybody there. That's not true. The dog went to the catio, which is right outside of the garage, and it was like sniffing like there was something weird going on. And there's this kid, Christian, who's like the homeless kid in the middle. And sometimes he comes and he sleeps in my backyard, which kind of freaks me out.
Okay.
So I thought maybe he was in there. So I went and I peeked into the patio. And there was this box of stuff, I don't know what paper, I don't know what it was. I was like, okay, well there's no human there, so we'll get people to go back into the house. But that was really the only indication that there was possibly anybody here at the house.
Do you know Christian listening?
I don't.
Do you know approximate age or anything like that?
Oh, he's not like that. He's maybe in his early 20s. He's a homeless kid. They met him at the mall, while working at the mall. And he has like his bike is in my backyard. He rode his bike over the woods and then he left the bike. I don't know where he put somebody else.
And then earlier today, before the cops and all that came out, at any time this morning till the cops showed up, did you hear anything unusual?
I didn't, but I will say I'm half deaf. I'm hard of hearing in my left ear, and I had the radio on. So when I have the TV radio on, I really don't hear much.
Okay. So the only reason I'm asking is because, yes, Grace is deceased in your house. It looks like it's a very violent homicide. She was cut several times with a sword. So I don't believe she would be quiet. I don't think it was a quiet death.
I can't imagine it would have been. That's what I mean. It's like,
did you see them
just got it 2 days ago.
earlier today? Like before before
No?
Kevin came in the shower or anything?
No, I saw Isaac first, and he didn't seem to indicate that anyone was at the house, and he didn't say anything,
So was that behavior kind of usual? Was that normal when you saw them?
He seemed distracted, but I don't know, he does that a lot. I mean, I don't have an expert for this, but I don't trust half of what comes out of his mouth. He's kind of a, storyteller. So, when he's talking, it's like something as simple as I called in to sick on my first day of work, rather than, the boss just thought I might be sick, so he went and filled my position for the day. It's like, it doesn't make sense, a lot of it.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying something about the sword.
Yeah, she got a sword. She ordered it, I guess, on Amazon.
Carried?
Yeah. And I presume it was her. Anyway, it came in her name, but I think he's got her credit card all the time. That's how official. But it came in Thursday or Friday. So we got it.
Okay.
And she showed it to me, and it was cute, and I'm like, okay, hang it on the wall, and I say, fuck. It's as far as that conversation, yeah.
Where did you guys hang it out? Again,
I didn't, she took it in the garage. Yeah, she took it in the garage.
since that day that she showed it to you, have you seen it, them using it, messing with it at all? No, okay.
Then it was in the garage, I don't in the garage.
Okay.
It's upstairs.
Why did you think it would, you said something you knew it was gonna be an issue, or it was gonna be a problem with that sword?
Swords are just dangerous to have around anyway, and my daughter is not a safe person. I don't know how to put that, like she half-assed puts things away, broken glass she leaves on the ground, she would pick it up, so.
She just kind of careless.
Yeah, so I was thinking, the sword would open, would be left open, a cat or a dog would get cut. I'm so sorry.
No, you're okay.
No, I'm really not.
No. All right. Take your time. You gonna go to the bathroom?
I was hacking up fun, so it's like, nasty stuff.
Do you know how long Kara and Isaac have been together?
Oh, people ask me that question. Well, it was before COVID, so at least 3 years.
How long has he been living with her?
He's been in our house, I think March will make 4 years.
Okay,
So about 3.5 years.
Okay. And have they always been in the garage?
Initially, they were actually in the front bedroom.
You could take that way too. You just grabbed it too.
It gives me a reason to get up.
Oh, okay.
Need my exercise. They spent quite a bit of time initially. They were in that front bedroom. They moved out a couple of times for like a month at a time. And then I want to say was last summer. I was cleaning out the garage. I had like 10 people in the family die, like real close secession, that's the word. So I had like a bunch of crap in there, just from the family, So I finally forced myself to pull it all out and put it in the house, which made them mad. Because there's stuff everywhere. Yeah. So there's your room. But that's beside the point. So they decided they were going to take the garage because it was bigger, there was more room. Cost me a fortune in air conditioning, in case you guys don't know. The garage, yeah. We started insulating it, which was the point, I cleared it out so we could insulate it. And then they were going to decorate it with the decorating elements. Anybody who's moving their garage knows it's a death trap.
Is that normal for it to look like that?
That's
stuff
everywhere. Yeah. Which is why I was okay with them moving out there, because I just got tired of cleaning it after the house. The house still hasn't recuperated. I'm very slow moving. I'm getting there. The big stuff is done. But, I started working on the stuff that was still in the yard yesterday. I just got the yard cleaned up, so. It was safer for the officers when they were in my backyard, at least. Sorry. My whole house is it's very embarrassing to do.
Are you able to describe their relationships?
Well, it's unending. They were engaged to get married at one point. And they seemed very happy together. They had an incident that I know for a fact was a problem on April 3rd, earlier this year, where they got into an argument and Isaac hit her. He threw her around the room. I'm the one that took her to the ER. She chose not to press charges. She decided, she didn't want to ruin his whole life and put him in jail. But the state is charging him. And then she's not good with people. She tends to follow what other people are doing. So I think she's been kind of learning some bad habits from him.
What do you mean by that?
Isaac has been fired from every job he's had for theft. And I believe that that is the reason that daughter got fired from her, even though she was working every 21 up until 2 weeks ago. They swear that it was just boss being weird. But there's usually a reason you get fired.
Right.
And it's her first job. So I suspect she was probably stealing from there too. Because there were a lot of tags on the floor that I just cleaned this morning. Which tells me, she was spending money that she made. I know she made a paycheck or two, but she didn't make that much, I don't think.
Was there any other domestic issues that happened that you know about that just wasn't documented?
Well, I know that they fight. He claims at one point she stabbed him in the arm, I think it was, with like a fork or something. But I know that she's also come in and said that he's hit her, so in a fight. I did actually kick him out in April.
After that incident?
Yeah. But she kept sneaking him back in the house, which, in the middle of the night, I wake up and there's some guy standing there scared the crap out of me. So I was like, look, if you're going to sneak him in the house, don't sneak. Tell me he's here. Freaks me out. So he knew that it was that he was staying. That's what he's doing. Even though he's supposed to be living with his parents.
What's your relationship with your daughter? Are you guys pretty close? Or does she just keep to herself in the garage?
Well, that's become an increasing issue actually. We used to be really, really close. And then there was this period where mom could do nothing right. Teenage girl. And then we got close again, and kind of the past year or so, it's been kind of difficult. And I think it's from living in the garage. Mm-hmm. It's that's her hang, so she doesn't have to socialize with me. Which kind of bothers me. But I'm coming to, because she's, she wants to now, she wants to, live on her own. But I think the living in the garage is good.
Other than the domestic with Isaac, have you ever known her to be have outbursts or be violent?
When she was 14, I think the one was, 14, we had a different neighbor than the one we currently have. And they used to throw bottles and rocks at our dogs in the backyard. We had a different dog than the ones that are there now, but the woman came out one day and said the dog was breaking the fence, and I needed to buy it. I said, I'll get the dog down off the fence, I'll fix the fence, not to do. But she decided to say, well, if you don't get that fucking dog taken care of, I'm gonna kill the fucking dog. You know, like she like threatened the dog. And 14-year-old went off. She was like, you touch my dog and I'll fucking kill you. And I'm like, whoa, stop, child. So the police were called to our house. And I sat her down and I explained to her, we don't say shit like that. We just don't. We don't threaten to kill people. And that was the only time that I really heard her ever say something.
Do you know of her to ever be in fights or?
Arguments, yelling, absolutely.
Just not physical?
Not usually.
Do you know of either of them having drug issues or alcohol issues?
Well, I know they drink on occasion, and I know that they do pot on occasion. Other drugs, no.
When did, has she always been interested in like swords? Or was that like a recent thing?
No, she's always liked swords and knives. We have quite a collection of them now. Mostly pocket knives and things.
Is she interested in like other things?
She's like interested in the Middle Ages, you know, and the armor and that kind of stuff. She's trying to figure out how to make armor. Okay. Yeah. And you know, why is you know, like, how would you swing a mace, you know, that kind of stuff. Just kind of like how it works in general.
Yeah.
You know, we were discussing her possibly doing like the SCA,
Yeah, there's like
anyway, one of those role playing type groups, so that she could get more into the history and stuff like that.
That was something that you guys were trying to work.
Yeah, I was in the SCA for like 25 years. But she's, you know, we've got the garb and stuff, so she can start going to the events, but we haven't nailed down their schedule and my schedule to cross so that I can take her, because she doesn't drive yet, so I have to drive her.
Is she into like gaming as well, or just mostly like the?
She does some D&D gaming. Yeah, that's more of a little
That's pretty often. Does she have like a group of friends that come?
She doesn't, actually. It's just like her, me, and Isaac.
Is there any issues we need to take up before we
We've
continue?
played it a couple of times.
To the state,
Nothing from the state judge.
to the defense.
Judge, I listened to some of the jail calls. I know we can address that afterwards, after today, but I mean, you can hear echo, you can hear people in the background. Sounds like a jail. And I mean, also, you know, and I thought, I mean, I don't know if I brought this up on the record, is like, why would his mom be recording him? I mean, there's another question. I mean, who's recording him other than the jail calls? But just those calls themselves sound very much like jail calls. I mean, just the background, you can hear people, might even be able to hear bars or something, or, you know, those.
We'll listen to them either the first thing in the morning or at the end of the day today when we get done.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anything else?
Not from the state judge.
Okay, let's have our jury. We'll be off the record until they come in.
Oh, God. She gets all the fun ones in her.
What number are we on? 54.
You may be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back on the record. We reconvene with the jury, counsel, and Mr. Apodaca present. Counsel, who's your next witness?
Maria Tenna, Your Honor.
Ms. Tenna, if you would please stand and face me, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do, Your Honor.
Please have a seat. And if you begin by stating your name for the record and spelling your name for us, please.
Maria Tenna, Maria, Tenna, Tena.
Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Can you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
So I'm an officer with the City of Santa Fe Police Department, and I'm currently assigned to the crime scene unit.
Crime scene unit. How long have you been in law enforcement?
It's going to be 16 years now at the end of the month.
16?
16 years, yes, ma'am.
And you said you're in the crime scene unit. What's your role within the crime scene unit?
So our main job is to document, collect, and preserve evidence.
Okay. What training did you undergo to become a crime scene technician?
There's several trainings, including crime scene investigation, forensic photography, shooting reconstruction, blood pattern analysis, the death investigation, fingerprint collection, DNA collection. There's several.
And the skills that you've learned from processing crime scene trainings, you said did you say blood splatter analysis?
Yeah, blood spatter analysis, yes,
Blood
ma'am.
splatter analysis, death investigations, you said fingerprint collection?
Yes.
Have you regularly used those skills throughout your 16 years in law enforcement?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you participate in any sort of ongoing trainings?
Yes, we're allowed to put in for trainings as they come, and then they'll let us know if there's the budget to cover the training, so, yeah.
And you mentioned forensic photography. What's that?
Meaning there's sometimes you have to do night photography. There's times that there's, let's say, blood at the scene, so you have to use like Blue Start to make the blood glow in the dark. So you have to know how to use the camera in order to show that effect on the blood.
Okay. When you're photographing a crime scene, or have you received training specifically for photography of crime scenes?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and can you just kind of explain what sort of devices you use in your or tools of your job? So if you respond to a crime scene, what do you wear?
So we have to wear gloves to make sure or to prevent cross-contamination. If it's a bloody scene, we always have to wear booties on our shoes just to prevent our shoes from getting contaminated with the blood or stained. There's other protective clothing that we can wear or gear that we can wear.
Okay. Are there standardized protocols for crime scene technicians in your department to follow?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you follow those protocols?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And do those procedures include how evidence is documented, collected, and tracked once it's in custody of Santa Fe Police Department?
Yes, ma'am. We all follow the same process.
Okay. When you identify an item of potential evidence, say at a scene, what do you do first?
So at the first, when it's identified, we try to photograph the item without a marker. After that, we place a yellow marker with either a letter or a number to identify the item of evidence. Then we photograph again with the marker, and then the item is collected.
Okay. How do you document where an item is located?
So the way we take photographs, we always do overall photographs to show the whole picture. Then we do a mid-range photograph, and then the close-up photograph of the item.
And you mentioned that you wear gloves and booties. What other steps do you take to avoid contamination between items or between yourself and items that you're collecting or processing?
It depends. We do change our gloves often. Every time we pick up an item, we have to change our gloves just to make sure we don't cross-contaminate that with the other item.
Sure. And my next question, I think it'll probably depend on the type of evidence, but generally, how do you package items that you collect?
It depends on the item. So we have paper bags or envelopes. It could be a box if it's a large item, a weapon. We use boxes.
What does it mean to seal an item?
We place seal evidence on the box or the paper bag. By sealing, meaning we also place our initials and the date
And why do you
on that seal.
Sorry, why do you seal an item of evidence?
Just to make sure it wasn't tampered with, that no one opened that item.
If you have to open an item of evidence again after you've sealed it for any reason, what do you do?
So we would probably photograph it before we open it, after we open it, and then reseal it. And then again, we put our initials and the date.
Would you open an old seal or would you create a new cut to open the item?
We try to avoid cutting that same seal, so we open it in a different spot.
Once you've collected or processed and collected an item and then sealed it, what do you do with the item?
After everything's processed, photographed, packaged, and sealed, we submit it into evidence.
And what does that mean to submit something into evidence?
So for us, we have a locker room with, like I said, lockers. So we place the evidence into lockers.
Who has access to the locker room at Santa Fe Police Department or the evidence room?
So after the item is submitted into evidence, only the evidence unit has access to those lockers.
So it's a locked area?
Yes.
After an item has been packaged, sealed, and tagged into evidence, how do you track that item within the department?
So we have a system that is called File on Queue. So every time we place an item in evidence, we create a label with a barcode. So every time that item gets moved from one place to another, it gets scanned.
And are records kept of that movement using
Yes.
that system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to have you define a few terms for me. You talked about evidence markers, and you said those are yellow stands or tags that you would put on scene as you're photographing items?
Yes, there's different colors, but mainly the ones we use are yellow markers. They have a small scale on the bottom, and then they have the big, like, let's say the letter A or the number 1. So they could go 1 to 100, and then the A through Z, or they could be double letters, AA up to AZ.
As you're processing a scene and placing evidence markers, do you try and go in the alphabetical or numerical order of the items you collect? For example, A first, then B, then C, and so on?
Correct.
Okay. What is the evidence or agency number on an item, and how is that different than an evidence marker?
So the agency number is the number that the system File on Queue gives that item number that I'm entering into the system. So for me, it could be item A, but the system is going to give it, if there was other items already entered, it's going to give it a different item number.
Okay, so if the first item of evidence that you personally collect is item number, or you label as item A, but there's 2 other pieces of evidence that have already been tagged in a case, that would get then logged as item 3, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. What are blood swabs?
So blood swabs, we have what we call a cotton swab. If there is any blood at the scene, we try to swab that area where the stain is, and that's what we call the blood swab, or swab of a red stain.
Sure. Have you been trained to identify potential blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you collect items on scene that are wet, whether it's blood or urine or water, what would you do with those items prior to tagging them into evidence?
Since we know how to preserve evidence, we try not to package the item if it's wet. So what we have is what we call the evidence dryer, and it's inside our locker room, our evidence locker room. So we hang those items in the evidence dryer until it's dried, and then we package that item.
If you take pictures of an item on scene and then collect it, do you sometimes take additional pictures of that item at your department before you tag it into evidence?
Yeah, it's our process that any item that it's collected at the scene, when we bring it back to our processing room, we do close-up photographs of that item.
And how do you make sure that those items don't get cross-contaminated as you process different items in the processing room?
So we follow the same process. We always wear gloves every time we process a different item.
What about the surface that you set items down on as you take pictures of them?
We have a brown paper that we lay on the tables that we have. So every time we replace the item, we change that paper.
Kind of like when you go to the doctor's office and they roll out the sheet of paper on the exam table and then they rip it for the next patient?
Yes, ma'am.
It's the same concept, okay.
Yes, and you can see it on the close-up photographs.
I won't ask you for an exact number, but can you estimate how many crime scenes you've processed in your 16 years?
Let's just say more than 200.
More than 200?
A lot of cases, yeah.
Okay.
That I worked.
And any idea how many of them involve blood or blood evidence?
I would say 50% of those cases, yeah.
Thank you. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in crime scene reconstruction?
Not in crime scene reconstruction.
What have you been qualified as an expert in?
Crime scene processing.
Crime scene processing. Thank you. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you would like the jury to know about the process of evidence collection and processing in general before we move to this case?
No, just that we keep the integrity of every item of evidence that we collect.
Okay. That's important to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thanks. So let's turn now to October 29th of 2022. Were you on shift or on duty that day?
I was on duty because I got called out. I was on call that day.
You were on call?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your role in this case?
Excuse me, may we approach real quick, Your Honor?
Yes, come on up.
So you said you were on call on October 29th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is your role in this case?
So I was asked as a crime scene tech to go process the scene.
Okay. And where was the scene that you responded to?
So it was located at 5491 Jawar Drive.
5491?
Yes.
Could it be 5941?
Yes, I switched the numbers. Yes, sorry about that.
It's okay. It is that location here in Santa Fe, New Mexico?
Yes, it is.
All right. And do you recall roughly what time you arrived on the scene?
I arrived at 1900 hours, so 7 p.m.
And when you arrived on the scene, what was the state of the scene? What had happened so far?
So when I arrived, there was an officer at the scene, but there was several dogs that were loose in the property. So we had to ask for animal control to respond to the scene. And it took about an hour for them to get all the dogs secured in an area.
Okay. So once the dogs that were on scene were secured, well, let me back up. Were any of those dogs inside the garage?
No.
Okay.
No,
Where were the dogs?
They were in the backyard.
Okay. And so after the dogs were secured, what else was the state of the scene?
So it was secured. So I just began taking overall photographs of the outside of the residence.
What does it mean for the scene to have been secured?
Meaning there were officers placed on the outside of the residence, making sure no one got in or out of the area.
Okay. So you said you began photographing the outside of the property?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do next?
So usually when we start processing a scene, we do overall photographs of the exterior and then interior of the area. In this case, the search warrant was for the main house and then the small garage in the backyard. So we started with the main house. So I took overall photographs of the interior of the residence. Detective Jolee was there with me. After I completed the overall photographs, he began searching for items of evidence, and that's when we started marking potential items of evidence.
Do you often work in conjunction with a detective or another officer who's investigating the crime alongside you?
Yes, that would be most of the time, if not an officer, a detective.
Okay.
Yes.
And who decides what pieces of evidence to collect or photograph?
For the most part, the handling detective, whoever's there, if I see something that I think might be good, good item of evidence, then I will bring it up to them, and then they'll decide, yeah, let's mark that item as an evidence.
But you are the actual individual who then collects, processes, photographs those items?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So after you took photos of the exterior of the residence, what did you do?
So after I took photographs of the exterior, we moved into the residence, and then I went around the whole residence and took interior photographs. And then he started identifying items of evidence, which I started marking.
Okay. And we've seen some body cam footage of the layout of the home. Where was the first kind of evidentiary items that you collected or photographed within the home? Where were those located?
So the first items were items A, B, C, and D, which were inside a laundry basket. The laundry basket was located inside the laundry room, or it's called the laundry closet, because it wasn't an actual room. So we moved the laundry basket into one of the other rooms that was more clean. I guess we can say there was more space to process those items. So we started marking those items as evidence.
And for all items, but including these, were you wearing gloves and following your standard operating procedures for the collection of evidence?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Once you identified the items that were in the laundry area and you moved them into one of the bedrooms to photograph them, what did you do with those photos?
With the photos?
With the photos.
So the photos were later uploaded into our Axon system that we have.
Fair to say you took a lot of photos in this case?
There was plenty.
Okay, so I won't ask you this question for all of the photos you took, but were all of the photos that you took preserved and uploaded into your internal system?
Yes, ma'am. We upload them from our SD card onto the system or our computers.
Okay. And do you alter or edit or change the photos in any way before you upload them after you take them?
We do not, no.
Right. So you mentioned that you found some clothing items. What were those item evidence tag letters?
So the first item that we located was a blue sweater that was in the laundry basket that was marked with the letter A.
Okay. And was there another item of clothing from that laundry basket?
So item B, which was a pair of black pants with some red stains. Then the letter C was a red T-shirt that was also in the laundry basket. This one appeared to be wet. So like I said, it was marked with the letter C. There was a small red towel, which was marked with the letter D.
Were those all of the items contained within the laundry basket?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you took photos of those?
I did, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Tinna, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. I'll ask that you examine 54 and then we'll talk about it. Do you recognize what's contained within State's 54?
I do.
What is State's 54?
So it's a CD with several photos. I initial that disc and put the date on it as well.
What particular photos are on State's 54?
So they're clothing items. So those items A, B, C, and D.
Are the photographs located on State's 54 a fair and accurate depiction of the items as you viewed them and photographed them on October 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's 54.
Any objection to 54?
It's my understanding that we're going to introduce a number of photographs under one exhibit number. Is that what we're saying?
How many photos are in 54?
5. And then there's some subsequent discs from different locations on the scene that will be on different exhibits.
Any identifiers to which photos are on 54?
Yes.
What location or what marker numbers or what?
Yes.
Some reference.
So 54 contains, Your Honor, the items from within the house, as she just stated, evidentiary tags A, B, C, and D.
Any objection, counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
The underlying DSC numbers for those images would be 571, 1052, 1221, 1232, and 1181.
Thank you.
Without objection, 54 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes. You still have a legacy image from the last presentation.
Yes.
You need to.
You just clean up this desktop.
Yep. And if you need to move the court monitor around so that you can see what's there, you're welcome to do that.
Right now, I think I can track. Okay, so we have image number 571 on the disk within States 54. Can you see that on your screen, Officer Tenner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this image?
So that's an overall photograph of the laundry closet.
And the white laundry hamper that we can see, is that where you located it?
Yes,
Okay.
it's right there by the wall.
And the items that you just spoke about, A, B, C, and D, were located in that hamper?
Yes, right there, they're still inside the laundry basket.
Thank you. Let's go to image. Actually, Your Honor, I'm just going to ask for a little technical assistance from my staff for just a sec. So we're going to come back to this image in just a moment. Let's go to 1181. Okay. What's depicted in 1181?
So that's the red t-shirt that was located inside the laundry basket. Like I said, it looked like it's still wet.
I'm at image number 1221. Okay. What can we see in 1221?
So that's item A. So it's more of a mid-range photograph of the blue sweater that was located inside the laundry basket.
And did you collect this item?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you bring that item to court with you today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a moment. Did you notice any staining or any defects to this sweater when you collected it or later processed it?
Not at first, but when we took it to the processing room and I did the close-up photographs, I could see there was some red stains on the right sleeve.
Okay.
And there was a tear on the right topper area of the sweater.
Let's go to image 1232. visible in 1232 on this exhibit?
So that's the mid-range photograph of the black pants, item B, that was collected from the laundry basket.
Now, going back to image 1152, was there anything that you noticed and photographed as it relates to this image 1152 on those black pants?
Yes, so that's more of a close-up photograph of one of the legs of the pants, and you can see some red staining.
Being a little glitchy. Let's see if it'll let me. Whoa. Can you see that red staining in a little more detail now that I've zoomed in?
Yes, I can.
You said that those were evidence items A and B, the shirt and the pants, respectively. Do you remember the SFPD agency item numbers for those?
I do not know, ma'am.
It's all right, I think I can help.
Oh, correction, I do remember. So I know what you're talking about.
Do you remember the agency numbers for those two items?
Yes, since I started with the letter A, that gave it the number 4. So that's going to be the blue sweater. So the pants is going to be item 5, and the red t-shirt will be item 7.
Sure. Let me ask you this, Officer Tena. Would it be easier to go through all of the photos and then talk about all the physical items that way, or would it be easier as we go from location to location to do photos and then the physical items, respectively, from each location?
It's up to you, however.
Dealer's choice? All right. At this time. I guess I should ask, when you handle the outside packaging of items, are you required to wear gloves for that?
I usually do, just in case.
Okay.
Yeah, I think because I'm just used to it.
Okay. Well, then I will mirror that practice.
Take this.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Officer Tena, I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States 55 and States 56. Can you please examine these items and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, I do.
What is States 55?
So that would be the blue sweater?
Okay. And that corresponded to marker A?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you just hold that up for the jury and explain the identifying marks and features to that packaging?
So like I said, we always enter our evidence into the file and queue system, so it gives it this barcode right here. We always try to identify the item here. It says blue sweater, and that's my writing. It was collected by me, the time it was collected, and it has the case number right here in the corner. So this is the case number.
And other than your agency's seals, are there any other seals located on that item?
Yes, this item went to the lab, so it has their own barcode that was created for this item. And then, as you can see, there's a different color of evidence tape that was, this item was resealed by them afterwards, after it was analyzed.
Okay, so other than the addition of seals from the outside agency, and you called them the lab, what lab do you mean?
It's the New Mexico DPS lab, the forensic lab.
So this item was sent on for forensic testing?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Other than that, other than the addition of that seal, does this item appear to have been tampered with or altered in any way?
No, it hasn't.
Okay. And who brought that item and all of these items that we'll discuss today to court?
I did.
Okay. And did you maintain custody of control of these items at all times that they were outside the presence of the courtroom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you tamper or alter any of these items in any way while they've been in your custody and control?
I did not, no.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I'd move to admit States 55
Any objection to 55?
No objection, Your Honor.
55 is admitted.
Okay. And Your Honor, I don't intend to publish these items by opening them as they contain biological material. We'll just ask that they be sent back to the jury and that the court explain the process for viewing them if they wish to do so.
Okay.
Let's turn to item 56. What's item 56? Or, sorry, State's Exhibit 56.
So item 56 is item B, which is the black pair of pants.
Okay. And can you just look at item Exhibit 56 and explain what seals you see and whether or not you have altered any or see any evidence of alteration to those items?
So just like the other item, it has our barcode right here. It has our case number, has SFPD. It has black pants, the time it was collected by me, antenna, and then again it has the DPS lab barcode right here and their own evidence tape that was placed by them, by the lab.
And other than the addition of evidence tape from an outside agency that conducted forensic testing, does that item appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit States 56, the black pants with red stains.
Any objection to 56?
No objection, Your Honor.
56 is admitted.
Thank you. Just going to move States 54 over to the monitor. Okay, so after you processed the inside of the home, well, and actually, let me back up one moment. Was there anything in the washing machine?
There was.
What was in the washing machine?
It was like a piece of carpet that was inside the washing machine. Detective Jerry took it out so we could check, make sure there was no staining.
Okay. Did you see anything that looked like blood or did you see any red-brown staining on that item?
We did not, no.
Okay. And was there any clothing in the washing machine at all?
There was none.
Okay. So after collecting those items from the interior of the home and documenting the home, where did you go next?
So after we collected all the items, there was a few other items that were collected from the house as well. We moved onto the small room or garage, like we want to call it, that was located in the back of the yard, or the backyard of the house.
When you began processing the garage, was the body of Grace Jennings still present on scene?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Was she present on scene the entire time that you processed the scene?
She was there until OMI arrived on scene.
And who's OMI?
So OMI is the Office of the Medical Investigator. In this case, a field investigator arrived on scene, and that was Mr. Ben Barros.
Okay. Did you take some pictures of the scene prior to, and when I say scene at this point, I mean the garage. Did you take pictures of the garage while Grace's body was still located in the garage?
I did, and I did overall photographs of the interior of the garage, and then I marked a few items before he arrived on scene.
Okay. Did you move or alter Grace's body in any way?
I did not.
Okay. After Grace's body was removed by the Office of the Medical Investigator's investigator, did you continue to process that scene?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Tinna, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. Can you please take a look at State's 57 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is State's 57?
So it's a CD with photos that I had reviewed before. I have my initials or my signature and the date.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict the items that you photographed on scene that day and the state of the scene as you processed it?
Yes,
Okay. Have these photographs been altered, edited, or tampered with since you took them?
they have not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's 57, and then we probably should have a quick talk about it before.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed, I need to excuse you for a few minutes. Don't discuss anything about the case while you're in the back. We're kind of early for our first afternoon break, but we probably will go for an hour and a half or so after we come back from this break. So if you need a bathroom break or anything, let the bailiff know. Would you please go with Angel, please?
All rise.
Okay, we'll be in recess. Do you have 57 with you?
I do.
Okay. Counsel, if you'd pick one of the two attorney-client rooms in the back, make sure you have whatever you need to be able to review what's on the discs. Also, make sure you have the item numbers from the discovery list that have been provided to you to compare with what is on the disc.
Will do, Your Honor, thank you.
We'll be in recess for a few minutes until you have a chance to do that.
Okay.
Off the record.
This is the list that she sent you, and it mentioned.
Honor, it's 2:30. I probably have 10 more minutes. Would you like to take a recess now or after I finish?
Let's just do the 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, Exhibit 32 is in front of you. And what was being analyzed in this test?
What was being analyzed would have been the cartridge case as well as the bullet fragment and the lead fragments that were recovered from Mr. Kirk at autopsy.
Right. Same question on structure of the exhibit. The lab numbers and agency numbers are listed here on the first page, right?
Yes.
And if you want to know what the report is talking about, you have to refer back to there, right?
Yes.
All right. I want to have you read, if you can scroll down to the bottom of page 1. Thank you. I would ask you to read the second line under results of examination.
Yes. The Exhibit 1 rifle was test fired and found to be in operable condition. The test fires were designated as Exhibit 1.11.
And again, Exhibit 1 rifle is what?
Is the one that we found on campus.
Okay. Exhibit 2, if you'll look at the next, skip the next line and then go to the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, will you read that sentence?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case was identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay, now I want to jump back up to the top where it lists the exhibits. 2 through 5, will you explain what those are and where they came from?
Yes. That would be the items we found in the gun on scene, and this was the gun that was found in the wooded area.
And so the cartridge case is the round that had been, is the case that had been fired?
Yes.
Okay, so that's number 2. All right. I can't remember. Did we already read that line? Exhibit 2 cartridge case?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Will you also look at or read the last paragraph on this page?
Yes. The Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges were examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Tool marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 2 cartridge case and Exhibit 3 cartridges, in parentheses scribe marks, that are consistent with being produced by engravings and or rotary cutting tips commonly found.
Let's scroll down, please, Kimberly.
Installed in handheld rotary tools, such as a Dremel tool. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison if a suspect tool is located.
Okay. I'd ask to scroll back up to show the exhibit list. Number 6. What is Exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6 is the bullet fragment, the bullet jacket fragment, as well as some other fragments.
And if you'll look at the line starting with the Exhibit 6B through 6E, will you read that sentence as well?
The Exhibit 6B through 6E lead fragments are not suitable for microscopic comparison.
Thank you. We can take Exhibit 32 down. Exhibit 33, if we can show that just to the witness, please. Thank you. We can take Exhibit 33 down. The final report is 34, if we can publish that just to the witness. What is State's Exhibit 34?
This is an ATF report I received that was comparing tool marks.
And is this, I move the admission of Plaintiff's Exhibit 34 and publication at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt?
No further objections.
All right. And, all right, so State's Exhibit 34 is admitted. The objections, the standing objections by defense are overruled. They may be published in the courtroom and captured by the media camera.
Okay, looking at the exhibits, might have to go back and forth here, but let's go to page 2. And will you read the paragraph that starts with Exhibit 18 consists?
Yes. Exhibit 18 consists of 5 30-06 Springfield caliber fired cartridge cases, designated Exhibits 18A through 18E, and 15 45 auto caliber unfired cartridges, designated Exhibits 18F through 18T.
Okay. 18A, do you know what 18A is?
Yes, this would have been the 30-06 cartridge case with the engravings test shot on it.
Okay. Will you read the paragraph beginning with the Exhibit 18A?
The Exhibit 18A cartridge case was examined for the presence of comparable tool marks. Numerous sets of tool marks were located on the exterior of the Exhibit 18A cartridge case that are consistent with being produced by engravings and or rotary cutting tips commonly found installed in handheld rotary tools such as a Dremel tool. These tool marks contain marks of value for comparison.
Okay. The next paragraph I'd asked you to read is the one that starts with Exhibit 16. But first I want to ask you, do you know what Exhibit 16 is?
I do not, off the top of my head.
Okay. 18, it also says Exhibit 18A through 18E. Do you know what those are?
18A through 18E would be the cartridge cases that were found on top of the safe.
Okay. If you'll read paragraph, or that paragraph.
Which one again, sorry?
The one starting in Exhibit 16 and.
Yes. The Exhibit 16 and Exhibit 18A through 18E cartridge cases were identified as having been fired in the Exhibit 1 rifle.
Okay. Let's now jump to the paragraph beginning the test tool marks. Kimberly, if you could scroll down. Will you please, well, first off, 15A and 15B, do you know what those are?
Yes, those would be the longest metal bit and then the shortest metal bit.
Okay. If you would read, okay, and then also Exhibits 2, the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, what is that?
This would have been the cartridge case that was found in the gun.
And Exhibits 3, 4, and 5 cartridges?
They were the ones also found in the gun.
And Exhibit 18A?
Is the one that was found on the safe.
Okay. If you'll read the first bullet point there, the Exhibit 15A.
Yes. The Exhibit 15A engraving cutter was identified as having made tool marks located on the Exhibit 2 cartridge case, Exhibit 3 through 5 cartridges, and Exhibit 18A cartridge case.
And will you, let's see. Okay. We can go ahead and take that down. Your Honor, I want to, before I ask to enter my final line of questioning, I would like to show the witness Exhibit 12.1, and this is the video, the UVU surveillance video. Let's see, I think it's 12.4 was the surveillance video actually that was approved for publication.
That's correct. That's the unmarked, non-zoomed version, correct?
Is that correct? Yes.
Yes, that's the one that, yes.
And just for now, let's do this on the witness's screen. .4, and I'll ask you to jump to the 804 mark. Okay. I'd move to publish. We intend to play about 10 seconds of this video. I'd move to publish that at all 3 levels.
Mr. Burt?
I'm not sure what the relevance is at this point, so it's hard to object or not. I would ask for a proffer as to what it's showing, because it's not apparent from the exhibit.
Understood. Proffer is, there's been testimony about about prints being found on the glass window of this building. This exhibit demonstrates the suspect's behavior in that area.
All right. Anything further?
With that, I don't have any further objections.
All right. So it may be published. This is already admitted, and it may be published at all levels.
Okay, before you pause, before you hit play here, Sergeant Falmuina, do you see what's on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you see the suspect in this image?
Yes.
Will you describe where that suspect is?
He's on the rooftop, let's say on the gravel part, and this would have been close to the northeast side of that building.
Timestamp is 12:23:47 p.m., is that right?
Yes.
And that portion of the image that we see there, the video, is the top portion of the image slightly to the left of center, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we're at 8:01. Kimberly, will you please hit play there? Let's go ahead and pause it. Pausing it at 8:20. Were you able to determine if the suspect touched the glass when he dropped from the roof?
Not at the time when we first saw the video, no.
Okay. Were you later able to make any determination on that?
Yes, because the video we had was pretty grainy at the time at the command post, and it wasn't until we're actually able to get the footage directly from UVU.
And when you actually got that footage, could you zoom in and get a better picture?
Yes.
And were you able to determine at that time whether the suspect touched the window?
Yes.
What was your determination?
We determined that he was not, or he did not touch it.
Thank you. Nothing else.
All right. Let's go to a break. To defense, I realize that you began talking about your concerns. You have a witness that needs to leave today. 10, 15 minutes, what's your request? I want to maximize your ability to have time with your witnesses as well as cross if you choose to.
Thank you. Just 10 minutes would be fine.
All right, let's break for 10 minutes and then come back and cross-examination. Court is in recess.
Where you can see Grace Jennings' body, and while she's still in the garage, then after a while we move out. After the body has been removed, I just think while her body is still present in those early photos, it might be better if we only publish to counsel tables and the jury. I understand that obviously the gallery might still be able to see from counsel table, but just to preserve some privacy and dignity for the victim, I'd ask that those early ones just be cast to the interior monitors.
defense's position?
Yeah, but we don't have a problem. We don't even need it here if we can respect that decision completely. We don't have a problem with not looking at those at all.
Okay. When we have graphic photos, generally what I do is give an advisement to the people that are in the gallery that these are graphic, and then they have the opportunity to sit out and then come back into the courtroom when we're through that portion of the photos. So that is what I'm going to do. I don't know if there are family members in here that, I don't know if they're in the hall or if they're coming back in. There's folks out there, they have been here and come and gone. But we will publish to the courtroom. And if anyone feels they might be overcome by the images, now is fair warning that they should leave the courtroom, and then they can come back in after those images are, after we review those images. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's have our jury in. You'll have to offer the exhibit again, and
yes,
and then I'll admit it on the record in front of the jury.
All right.
Okay. May be seated in the courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record, and we continue the state's case in chief. Ms. Worth?
Your Honor, I move to admit State's Exhibit 57, the photos of the, primarily the exterior and interior of the garage and the items contained within it.
Any additional discussion?
No, sir.
57 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
So, Officer Tena, let me begin by discussing one image that made it onto this disc versus a previous exhibit disc, and ask you this. When you were in the main house, did you enter the bathroom?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when you were in the bathroom in the main house, did you notice anything on the counter, the bathroom counter?
From what I remember, there was only maybe a wrapper from a Band-Aid.
Okay, and did
in
you
the box. I'm sorry.
Did you photograph the wrapper of the Band-Aid and the box of Band-Aids?
Yes, I did more of a mid-range photograph.
Okay, and is that image contained on State's 57,
Yes.
along with the exterior and interior garage photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll just start with that image before we move back to the others. I'm going to open image 431. Okay, and what can you see in image 431?
So you can see the box of Band-Aids. You want me to circle it, or you can
just orient the jury with your.
So you can see it on the bottom right. You can see the box on the counter, and then the wrapper is on to the other side, on the left side.
Okay. Is there another wrapper visible on the counter?
Farther up on the sink.
Thank you. Okay. So I'd like to go back now to our discussion about what I've been calling the scene, being the garage. I'm just going to move 57 report monitor and play off of the hard drive, or publish off the hard drive.
Before you go to those images, there are a number of people came in after we had our conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, the court has admitted an exhibit that has a number of photographs. Some of these photographs are images inside the garage, and my understanding is that the decedent's body is still present So these are graphic images. If you think you'll have any difficulty viewing those, now's the time to leave, and then we'll call you back in once we've gone through that sequence of photos. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Judge. All right, we're going to start with image 143 on States 57. And it seems that when I'm double clicking, it's opening all of them on my main screen, which leads to a little lag. Okay, what's visible in 143?
So that's an overall photograph of the exterior of the garage.
Let's go to 144.
So that's a partial overall photograph showing more of the ground of the entrance to the garage.
What can you see as it relates to the door?
There's a set of keys hanging from the doorknob.
Were those keys present when you arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go now to image 154. Where are you standing now as you took this photo?
So as I open the door to the garage, I take an overall just to see what I can see from the entrance of the door of the garage.
And what, generally speaking, I obviously understand that we're going to go further in through your photos. Just what are you able to see from where you're standing and when you took this photo?
So I can see, I guess we can say the left side of the counter. That's right to on the right side of the door. And I can see the victim's body still leaning back on the bed.
Now we'll go to image 155. What can you see in 155?
So again, that's another overall photograph. This time I probably took maybe 1 or 2 steps into the garage. So now you can see the counter and the items on the counter and Ms. Jennings' body still there.
Okay. As you're kind of moving into the crime scene, do you take your photos kind of sequentially? Do you kind of take the photos in a specific pattern?
Yes, I try to show like maybe all the corners of the room.
Okay. Can you see any weapons in this photo?
Yes, the sword is right there on top of the counter to the right.
And what's located next to the sword?
So 2 other items of evidence that we collected is that cell phone and a piece of tissue with some red stains.
Okay. 156?
So that's another overall, but this time I'm showing the corner of the room to the right.
Okay. And can you just walk the jury through kind of what's on the floor, not every item, but generally speaking, on the floor to the left of Grace's body between her and the refrigerator?
So there was a lot of trash in that room, so it was hard to identify items of evidence. There were several items that were collected from there, clothing, shoes, a dagger, cell phones, the blankets. All the blankets were collected because they were stained with blood.
Okay. So after we go through these photographs, will we then see images that have evidence markers on them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and will we also see items of evidentiary value as things are kind of removed and then the next layer of items is photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So going from 156 now to 157, what's different between 156 and 157?
So I moved the camera more to the left. It's still an overall photograph. You can still see Miss Jennings' body there. There's a pink bag on the bottom, on the ground. Since there was no room for us to walk around, that bag was moved and placed on the bed. Later you can see it on top of the bed by OMI, I believe, because he needed to move Miss Jennings' body out the door. So that's one item of evidence right there, that pink bag.
Can you describe the positioning of Miss Jennings' body?
So she was in a sitting position, crisscrossed. Her legs were crisscrossed. Her head was leaning on that blue bin that you can see there on the plastic bin. Her face, the right side of her face was leaning on the bin, and then her back against the bed.
What is the white long item that's across her body?
That's an EKG strip. It's left by EMS.
Thank you. Going from 157 to 159, what's different about the orientation in this photo?
So I'm taking a straight photograph. It's an overall photograph of the back of the garage.
Do you know roughly how large this garage was in terms of dimensions?
It wasn't that big. I couldn't tell you. Yeah.
So we've seen the items that are between Grace's body and the refrigerator. We can see the mattress that you've identified. What's visible aside from bedding on top of the mattress in this picture?
So besides all the blankets, pillows, there was a cat in that little, I don't know, what would you call that, a cage?
Okay.
You can see it right there, blue in color with brown.
At the time of you processing the scene, were there any other cats present in the garage?
Not in the garage, no.
And what can we see on the left-hand side of this picture?
So there was some shelves on the left side. There was a mask that was hanging off the wall on the left side of the garage.
Okay. Can you circle where that mask is, just for future reference? Thank you. And if you'll just clear that. And I see that you've, for purposes of the record, made a yellow circle on the electronic system at about the 9 o'clock, if the photo was a clock face, side of the photo. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
I'll just have you clear that. Okay. Now we'll go from 159 to 160.
So that's an overall photograph. Now I'm focusing on Mrs. Jennings' body.
And what else can you see other than obviously her body in this photo?
So again, you can still see that pink bag on the floor. Some other items that were collected. There's that brown belt, the blankets, the blue bin. There's a skateboard that's right behind her. You can see some of the injuries on her right leg, her knee, and then I could see some on her neck and her right hand.
Going from image 160 to 172. What is this image?
So that's an overall. Now I'm focusing on the back of that room.
Okay. And in that back side of the room, there's a number of items. Did you go through those items?
Not every item, but we did a walkthrough. It was hard to walk through that room since there was so much trash and items on the ground.
Is there a second cat visible in this photo? On the bed at about the 4 o'clock?
Oh, I see a black cat to the right.
Okay. Was that cat present then while you were processing the scene initially?
Yeah, obviously it was. I didn't notice that one, but yeah, it's there.
Okay. And you mentioned a mask earlier. Is that mask, just for purposes of orientation, also visible?
Yes.
Okay. Going from image 172 to 173, what have you kind of pivoted to photograph?
So those are like I said, the masks. You can see the mask and some other items that were collected later on.
Sticking with the overall photos and going to image 177.
That's an overall of what was located behind the door. So it's to the left of the door, behind.
And can you circle for the jury where the doorknob is in this case, or in this picture? And can you tell from the photo, or do you recall the inner type of lock on that doorknob?
I do not know.
Okay. Can you see anything sticking out from the tip of the doorknob?
I see some, I don't know what it is.
Thank you. Going from image 177 to 178, and I'll just have you clear that circle. Okay, so we've seen an image already from this angle, but there are some things that are different now. What's happened now that we're in image 178?
So now you can still see the items of evidence on the counter, but I place yellow markers to identify each item.
Okay, and these three yellow markers, what are they?
So I is going to be the cell phone. The piece of tissue with red stains, I gave it a letter. I believe it was IA. And then we have J for the sword. K, it's on top of a blanket. It was some hair on the blanket.
Can you describe the hair?
It was dark, and then there was some purple on it, on the tips.
So I, and then you assigned a secondary letter or number to the tissue.
The tissue, yes.
Okay, and J is the sword.
The sword, yes.
Okay. We'll talk about those items some more in a moment. Going now from image 178 to 179. What can we see here?
So that's more of a close-up photograph of the same items on the counter. In this case, I'm more focused on the cell phone and the tissue. You can still see the part of the sword, item J.
Okay. And can you just go ahead and clear the markup section, the thing? All right, thank you. And what else can you see in this photo? Aside from the items that you collected, if you could just describe this for the record.
So I can still see the pink bag on the ground, on the floor. There's some plates, I guess, to where they were feeding the cats, I'm assuming.
Okay. And that tissue, did you already say that you noted something on that tissue that's next to that cell phone?
There was red stains on the tissue.
Okay. Going from image 179 to 182.
So since I was focusing on the cell phone before, on this one I'm focusing on the sword, so the letter J, item J, and you can still see item K.
Just give me 1 minute. Okay, so that's item J was the sword.
Yes.
Do you recall the agency number for that item? The evidence tag number? I mean, I know that it's evidence. You used J, but when it was tagged into evidence, do you recall that number?
I would have to count
Okay, that's
through
okay.
the ABCs and see.
Sorry, I won't make you do that on the stand. We'll get there in a moment. Let's go to item 183, or I'm sorry, image 183.
So that's another close-up photograph of the sword, a different angle.
And it's not super easy to appreciate with the darkness on these monitors. But when you saw this in real life and when you see it up close in a different computer monitors, what can you observe in this image?
You can see the red stains.
Okay. On what?
On the sword.
Okay. What part of the sword?
The blade, on the blade of the sword.
Okay. So I'd like to turn now then to those three items that you have. We'll take a break from the photos for a moment and talk about those physical items, if that's okay?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the cell phone that you labeled as image I, the tissue, or as evidence tag I, the tissue that you said you either did as I1 or IA, and the sword, would those be agency number or SFPD evidence numbers 13, 14, and 15? Does that sound correct?
Yes.
And you collected all three of those items?
Yes, I did.
And you tagged all three of those items?
Yes.
Packaged all of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding that we may see some other photos of those in items processing or evidence processing.
Yes.
I'm going to start by approaching you. After I get permission from the court, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. Have you shown counsel what you're coming up with?
I did, I just showed him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Come on up.
I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 58 and State's Exhibit 59.
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 58?
58, it's item I, which is the cell phone that was on top of the counter inside the garage.
Okay. And what do you notice about 59 in terms of, or 58, the cell phone, in terms of seals?
Item 14 has the lab sealed, so it went to the lab.
I'm sorry, let's stick with the cell phone for a moment.
Okay.
I apologize. SFPD agency number 13, evidence tag I, which is State's Exhibit 58, the cell phone. What are you able to observe about the packaging on that item?
So it has a different seal on the bottom. It has the initials JJV 11-1 of 22.
Other than the addition of those seals, does the item appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you brought that item to court with you today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and have you personally altered or tampered with that?
No,
Okay, and did you check that out along with all of the other evidence in this case from the evidence room?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's 58.
Any objection to 58?
May we have just a moment?
Yes. $58 is admitted.
And if the jury would like to examine that device at their, or if we examine the item during deliberations, they may. We don't intend to open it at this time.
Okay.
Let's turn to item 50, Exhibit 59. Should be agency number 14, evidence tag I1.
Yes.
Okay. Can you please identify that?
So it has item number I1, it has our case number, and then description is tissue with red stains, collected by me, Mtena, and the time it was collected.
Labeled with evidence tag J, or evidence marker J?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how is the sword packaged?
So since it's
After you sealed it, did you tag it into evidence?
yes, I did.
And I apologize, prior to packaging and sealing it, did you take additional photographs of that during your evidence processing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, we might talk about those in a minute. Are there any other agency seals on that box?
So you can see the green seal here from DPS, or the forensic lab, and their barcode here on the side.
Okay. Are there any other new additional seals besides your original seal and the Department of Public Safety seal?
Yes, this one is newer here and it's dated 3/4 of a evidence review on this case.
Who was present for the evidence review on March 4th of 2026?
So the DA's office and the defense attorneys, our evidence team, and our crime scene team.
Okay. Other than the addition of those seals, from when you originally sealed it, You've opened the packet, the exhibit, the box, and I see that you've cut kind of your own lid into the box. How is the sword secured within the step off of the stand and publish to the jury?
Okay, hold on a second. Stay there for a second. Face the jury. Can you all see from that location? I have a couple heads shaking no. So, Ms. Tennant, what I'm going to have you do is walk down the ramp slowly, walk to the end of the jury box, and then walk back to where you are right now. And counsel, if you need to move to be able to view what's happening, you may.
Thank you, Judge.
And Officer Tennant, could you just lift that up a bit so that the full exhibit can be seen?
Ms. Murphy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Tennant, I'll ask that you reseal that item now according to your agency's standard operating procedures.
While she's doing that, ladies and gentlemen, all of the items that have been admitted into evidence are available for you to view. Anything that remains sealed, you can open. Would ask that you use the same protocols that you've been saying. As you see, the person is gloved, and if you go from one item to another, you have to change gloves so that you don't cross-contaminate anything. Would ask that you, if you decide you want to view this item, that you let us know if you're going to remove it from the box before you do that. As you can see, it's been physically mounted to the box with zip ties, and that's for everyone's safety.
Can we approach just on a scheduling question?
Come on up.
Let me just ask if In Your Honor, I believe that defense is willing to stipulate to foundation for the remaining physical items that are here today. I'd just like to get that on the record, and then I can move a little more efficiently.
Yes, Your Honor, the defense stipulates the foundation of all the items that the state intends to introduce.
Okay. We'll just have to keep track by number.
I still will. I will still have her identify as I move through. Okay. could just retain that near you for now, and I'll grab it when I switch out. Officer Tina, I'd now like to move to image 2591.
Okay.
Going back to the disc. Okay. What has changed in terms of who or what has been removed now that we're in image 2591?
So this is an overall photograph after Ms. Jennings' body was removed from the scene, and then that pink bag that was on the ground was moved to the bed by OMI.
And there appears to be an object next to that pink bed or pink bag that's also been moved onto the bed.
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury what that is?
It's a flower pot.
Okay. And those were both kind of at the foot of the dresser prior to Grace's body being removed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where Grace's body was previously located, what can you see?
You can still see the blanket that she was sitting on, and there was a lot of blood or red stains.
Okay. I will go to image 264. It's a little glitchy when I go to the second monitor. Okay, image 264. What can you see here?
So that's still an overall, but focusing on the area where she was located.
Okay. Image 265.
So that's markers M and L. There were pieces of hair that were, when they took her out of the garage, they fell off her body.
Did that hair appear to be the same or different as the hair that you noted with evidence tag K?
It's the same, dark in color and then some purple on it.
Okay. Image 268.
So that's more of a mid-range photograph of the sheath to the sword. It's right there marked with the letter N.
And did you process or take other photos of this in your evidence processing?
Yes, we did.
And did you collect the sword sheath?
Yes, I did.
So the sword sheath was evidence tag or marker N as in Nancy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. SFPD agency number 19, does that sound correct?
Yes.
May I approach the evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness and ask her to identify a place on this object where I can place an exhibit sticker that won't interfere with her opening the item if and when it's admitted? Actually, I just grabbed the wrong item. Your Honor, may I approach the witness to ask for a good location to place this exhibit sticker if and when it's admitted? I don't want her to have to cut into the state's exhibit sticker.
You can find a location, you can look where the seals already are, and she's not going to cut through those if she can, so you can put it next to one of those.
Sorry.
Come on up.
I'm handing you what's been marked as 61 and labeled as the sheath for the sword.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Understanding that defense has stipulated a foundation for this item, is that the same item that you collected and labeled as evidence tag N?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move to admit 61.
Objection.
61 is admitted.
And understanding that the jury can open that item should they wish to do so, I will. Are there any other agency tags on that item?
Yes, this item went to the lab, so you have the blue evidence tape on the bottom.
Okay, then I will go ahead and have you open that, please. And move to publish, Judge.
You may.
If the court would require if all members of the jury can see it from the witness stand.
Can you see what she's holding from where you're at? Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Officer Turner, will you go ahead and repackage that according to your agency's protocols?
All right, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to image 2721. So the jury's heard testimony about you collecting a cell phone from next to the sword. Did you also collect a cell phone from on top of a bedside table or a refrigerator?
Yes, there was, I believe, marker P.
Let's look at image 2721 quickly, and then we'll look at one more image of that. All right, it's so glitchy when I go to the second monitor. Okay. Where in image 2721 can you see the item that you designated as marker P? Okay.
It's right there.
Great. Now, going to image 273. Can you see that cell phone in a little more detail? Or in a little closer view?
Yes.
Okay, and can you just describe for the jury some of the other items that are on this bedside table or refrigerator?
There's some, like an ashtray, a cup, some Q-tips, cigarettes.
And I will move item P. We'll come back and talk about item P, and I'll do a batch of some physical items. But let's go to image 275. What can you see in image 275?
So that's more of a close-up photograph of, I called it a custom piece, like a harness, armor with the letter R and the EKG also, the letter, oh, it's for the belt, the letter O.
Okay, and I apologize that I didn't give you a good transition shot. Can you just orient the jury into where we are in the room when you placed markers R and O as in Oscar?
It's to the left side of the entrance to the garage.
Okay. Let's go to image 278. And did you collect R and O, the belt and the armor?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Going now to 278. What markers have you placed in item or in image 278?
So you have a marker T, U, and V, which are the blankets, 3 blankets, the pink blanket, the black and red, and the green blanket.
Okay. And you collected all 3 of those blankets?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you examine those in your evidence processing room?
Yes, I took close-up photographs, and I also placed scales next to the stains.
Okay. And can you describe to the jury the color of those stains?
Red stains.
Red stains. Does it appear that it could be blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those are located in the area around where Grace's body was located?
Yes, correct.
I have a question, Officer Tinna. When you examined these items as well as when you examined items T, U, and V in your evidence processing room, would you spread them open?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And you said you would then photograph and measure the stains or?
Yes.
Okay. At any point in any of this bedding, did you find feces or poop?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Going to, now that we've hit T, U, and V, let's go to image 2861. And do you sometimes place markers next to things that end up not necessarily having evidentiary value?
Sometimes, and then if I change my mind, then I'll note, yeah,
Sure.
not collected or photographed only.
Sure.
Yes.
So items, evidence tags X, Y, and Z as evidence into image 2861. What were those?
So I believe the X is for that black shoe.
Okay.
That's right there on the ground. Z is going to be, I believe there was some hair and then some dirty underwear or bloody underwear.
And Y?
It looks like hair.
And we can see some a pair of feet in the bottom right corner of that. Whose feet are those?
Those could be Jared Alita's feet. Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier that when you guys are in a crime scene, you place like booty covers on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can we see those in that picture?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Going now to image 290. What can you see in image 290?
So that's more of a close-up photograph. You can see the stained underwear, and then there's a cell phone that was underneath the victim's body.
And can you describe what that cell phone looks like in this image?
It was like a rainbow-colored case.
So is that right, kind of above your Z marker?
Yes.
Okay, and what's on top of that cell phone?
There's some hair.
And anything else of note in this image?
I mean, there's a lot of red stains on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Going to image 293.
So you can see markers AA and AB.
What was or is AA?
So AA was that cell phone. AB was the other shoe.
Okay, so when we saw Z as in Zulu, was that for the hair that was next to the phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and AA is for the phone itself?
For the cell phone, yes.
Okay, so since you've run through the entire alphabet, you then started on double letters for your markers?
Yes.
And did you collect AA, that rainbow cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And would that be agency number 38?
Yes.
Okay. And did you bring that to court with you today?
I did.
Okay. Go to that in a moment. Finish out the photos. 294?
So that's more of a mid-range photographs, still showing AA, the cell phone, and AB. You can see the shoe underneath the bed. By this time, I had already collected the hair that was near the cell phone.
295.
A close-up photograph of that cell phone, AA.
298.
So I gave that blue bin that she was leaning on, the letter AC. That's a marker AC. And then you can see the skateboard, AD. And there's a gray and black duffel bag on the other side with the letters AE.
Did you go through AC?
Yes, I did afterwards in the processing room. We were told that all these items belong to Miss Jennings, so that's why all the bags were collected.
Thank you. Let's go to image 303.
That's a mid-range photograph of a blanket with the letter AG.
All right. And so that red blanket was AG?
Yes, ma'am.
And same question, when you, as I asked earlier, when you took this for evidence processing, did you stretch it out?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you see any staining on it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph the staining?
Yes.
Did you observe feces, or also known as poop, on that bedding at all?
Not that I can recall, no. Okay. Just the red stains.
.306?
That's more of an overall photograph. You can still see item AG, AH, and AI.
What was AI?
So AI was not collected afterwards. It was intended to be for the fitted sheet. Later, I gave it a AS number.
Okay. What's that blue square kind of in the middle of the bed?
It's a heating pad.
A heating pad?
Yes.
Okay. And just above that blue square, the heating pad is a kind of a white item. Do you recall what that small white item was?
I believe it's a vape, maybe.
Okay.
I can't see it from here. Just
get there.
You probably have a close-up.
Sure. Go to image 307. Can you direct the jury where we are in this image?
So that's more of a close-up photograph of item AH. So you can see that small, it almost looks like a sword, but it's like a dagger.
And for AH, did you collect it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Does SFPD evidence number 66 sound correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the evidence?
Yes.
Going to place exhibit sticker 62 on this item. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Officer Tenna, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 62, labeled as AH dagger. Can you identify that item, or look at that item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I did put the AH and dagger, and then I have our file on queue evidence tag here, or barcode.
And is that the same dagger that we can see in image 307?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And understanding that defense is stipulated to the foundation for this item, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 62.
No objection, Your Honor.
62 is admitted.
Are there any other agency stickers other than yours?
Yes, ma'am. It has the blue seal from the forensic lab on the bottom.
All right, thank you. Move to publish this item, Your Honor, and allow the witness to open this one.
Go ahead.
If the court can inquire whether all members of the jury can see this item?
Can you see what she's holding from where you're at? Actually, the folks down on this end, let's go through the same procedure. If you'd just slowly walk down the ramp to the end of the jury box and then back.
Yes, Your Honor. And that item appears to have kind of some pink staining on the metal pieces. Does it appear to have kind of corroded?
It's the chemicals that the DNA unit probably utilize to do their testing.
Okay.
And it also has some writing here from the lab.
All right. Thank you. If you will receive that, what is that writing on there?
It has 12, it looks like 1Z or 12-2. It's hard to tell. And it has 22. It's their case number, the DPS case number. So it looks like 3858 DPS. And then some initials that I can't really read. Sorry.
Understood. It's okay.
It's in a marker.
If you could go ahead and repackage that item according to your agency's protocols.
May we approach real quick?
Yes, come on up. We're going to take about a 5-minute bathroom break, ladies and gentlemen. If you would go with the bailiff, please.
All right.
We're off the record.
One of the reasons you look at subclass characteristics because they can be confused with individual characteristics.
That is a concern, yes.
In fact, your manual says that, right? It's important to rule in or out subclass characteristics to avoid the danger of confusing them with individual characteristics.
I'm not sure if our manual says it verbatim. It says that we do need to assess every piece of evidence for possible subclass characteristics.
And what is the reason for that?
Subclass characteristics can be similar to individual characteristics. However, trained examiners are able to notice the difference between subclass and individual. Subclass characteristics are not always present on an item. It's possible, but not always present. And they tend to look a certain way. They're going to be uniform in their appearance. They're going to be spaced in a way that's more uniform. If you think of circles, those circles could be a distance between each other in the same distance every time, and they will look almost the exact same every time.
Now, does your laboratory have certain protocols for conducting these comparisons?
We have procedures for comparison, yes, like taking photographs, yes.
Well, but also procedures for instance, you have a document called Examination and Comparison of Unfired and Fired Ammunition and Components that deals specifically with the procedures to be followed for the kind of examination you did here, correct?
Yes, I believe that refers to the minimal documentation necessary for a piece of evidence.
And one of those standard operating procedure requirements is document observations and evaluate for the potential of subclass characteristics on the relevant tool working surface, right?
Correct, yes.
And you did that in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what conclusions did you reach?
Can I refer to my notes?
Yes, please.
My subclass assessment that's on page 13 of my report states, stria observed in the land and groove impressions contain starts and stops, are not coarse, and vary in their height, width, depth, and spatial arrangement. No apparent subclass influence.
Okay. And what page was that again?
Page 13.
Page 13. Let me ask you about that. The striae observed are not coarse, I think I understand that, and vary in their height, width, depth, and spatial arrangement. Did you measure the height, width, depth of the land and groove impressions?
The land and groove impression widths, yes, I did.
And how about the striae? That's different than the land and groove impression, right?
Correct, yes.
You didn't measure the height, width, and depth of those marks, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. And your protocol says, does it not, due to their similarity to and potential confusion with individual characteristics, it is essential that the evidence be evaluated for the potential of subclass characteristics.
It does, yes.
That's the whole purpose of why you're doing that part of the exam, right?
Correct, yes.
And anywhere in your protocols, does it specify what you're looking for, or is it just up to you to decide what is and what is not a subclass characteristic?
Subclass characteristics are a very large part of the training process to become a firearm and tool mark examiner. There are modules that are taught where you're trained to recognize what subclass characteristics look like, what manufacturing techniques might lend to more subclass characteristics. So I am trained to know what it looks like.
Okay, and my question though was, does your standard operating procedure set out, here are the things you should be looking for? For instance, does it say, if what the marks you're looking at are not coarse and vary in their height, weight, depth, and spatial arrangement, or if they're perpendicular on the barrel, that indicates that it's not a subclass characteristic? Is there anything like that in the manual?
No, there's not.
Okay. Did you inspect the interior of this barrel?
I did, yes.
And did you notice whether it had any debris or dust in it?
I believe my notes state that debris and dust was observed in the inside of the barrel, yes.
Okay, and could you further characterize what that was? Debris?
I think it says dust, so I would say dust.
What can cause dust to get inside of a barrel?
A plethora of things. I'm not sure why something is ever in a barrel.
Okay. So you determined here, you ruled out subclass characteristics, correct?
Yes.
Then the next part of the examination was determining whether you had any individual characteristics on the bullet, correct?
Yes.
And what did you conclude in that regard?
That there were microscopic marks of value worthy of comparison, or yes, individual characteristics in the landing groove impressions.
And does your standard operating procedure have any guidance in terms of how you go about determining that?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay. And then once you determine that you have items of value on the question bullet, do you then do something to produce test bullets?
Yes, part of the comparison process when there is a firearm that we receive is to test fire it to make pristine samples to see if reproducible individual marks of value is on the bullet or the cartridge cases.
How many test fires did you produce in this case?
I made 3 sets, so 6 total.
6, is that your standard number of test fires?
Our standard operating procedures state that you need at least 2. There is not a maximum number that we are allowed to do. It's the discretion of the examiner.
Were you informed by other investigators working on the case that this particular weapon was manufactured in Germany in 1938?
I was not, no.
You did not review a report from an ATF agent who investigated that issue?
No, I don't believe so, no.
In doing your examinations, is it important to know something about the manufacturing process of the weapon?
It is helpful to know how a barrel or any part of the firearm is manufactured, yes.
And why is that?
Certain manufacturing techniques will lend to that individual characteristics. So grinding is a method that is known to leave individual characteristics on a tool. So if a item that I receive, I can tell is finished or manufactured by grinding, it already gives me an indication that individual characteristics would be left from that tool to the tool mark.
Now, once you have your 6 test fires, then you did some comparison between the test fires, right?
That is correct, yes.
And why do you do that?
That establishes whether or not there are individual reproducible marks of value on the test fires. It's important to know that because if there's not reproducibility amongst the test fires, then there's a chance to say, oh, it's not going to reproduce on the evidence and I wouldn't have anything to compare it to.
And have you had cases where you fired the 6 test fires and you don't get reproducible marks?
Not that I can recall.
And when you do your comparisons, just looking at the test fires, do you get situations where there's some dissimilarities between those 2 fired bullets from your test fires?
Yes, there are at times there'll be there will be disagreement amongst the individual characteristics, even in test fires. You have to think of it as when a bullet travels down a barrel or a cartridge case interacts with a firearm, the marks aren't going to be left onto that item the same way 100% of the time. It's almost like a stamp. If you know you're using a stamp and you put it in ink and then you put it on two separate areas of an item, it might look a little different just from the way the stamp was placed. It's the same thing with a bullet traveling down a barrel or a cartridge case coming into contact with a firearm.
So even when you know a bullet is fired from the same weapon, you can have 6 bullets fired, and when you start comparing them, you will see differences between each bullet.
There is a possibility to see some areas of disagreement. However, if I'm rendering an identification and saying there is reproducible individual marks of value on these test fires, there will be an overwhelming amount of sufficient agreement of that individual characteristic.
Now, when you're doing these comparisons, you use something called the AFTE theory of identification, don't you?
Yes, the AFTE theory of identification.
All right, and take a look. And that's the standard that you used in this case to draw the conclusions that you made in the report that I showed you earlier, correct?
That is the theory stating how an examiner is able to come to a conclusion when examining 2 or more sets of tool marks. And yes, that is how I go through my examination and how I come up with my conclusion, yes.
Okay. And what is AFTE?
AFTE is the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. It's the governing body of the firearm and toolmark community, whose primary goal is to further research and continue to show information about manufacturing and the evolution of firearm and toolmark examination. They hold annual seminars, publish a glossary of terminologies used by the firearm community, and they also have a peer-reviewed published journal.
Peer-reviewed published journal. Can I join AFTE?
You can, most of the firearms community, members are firearm and toolmark examiners. There are also technical advisors and associate members. Those members are not usually firearm and toolmark examiners, but they still have a livelihood in firearm and toolmark examination, meaning they conduct research or they are involved in products or manufacturing. And anybody is allowed to come to the annual seminar or get the journal. You just have to pay the fee.
You just have to pay the fee. Okay. Could you display to the witness Exhibit 27, please? Do you recognize what's displayed here?
It appears to be the AFTE theory of identification, yes.
All right, I move that into evidence, Your Honor.
What is it?
This is the standard that she used to make the comparisons in this case, correct?
Would this be Carner 27
This would be Carner 27, Your Honor.
to the state?
Your Honor, if I may dial the witness on this exhibit, I've never seen it before, I don't think.
All right.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and do so. Mr. McBride.
When was the last time you reviewed this document?
I'm not sure off the top of my head.
Can you testify as to its accuracy by looking at it now?
Not verbatim, no.
Your Honor, no more questions. My objection is lack of foundation.
Mr. Byrd.
Does this document accurately state what the theory is?
May I take a moment to read through it?
Yeah, sure.
I believe something, I think the first statement is different than what I can recall, but overall, it is what the AFTE theory states.
Okay. And your ATF protocol refers specifically to the AFTE theory of identification, does it not?
It does, yes.
Okay. So is there any difference between what's in 27 and what's in your manual?
Again, don't remember without looking at them side by side.
Okay. Let me get that in front of you. Let's go to Exhibit 12. And go to theory of identification and range of conclusions. Page 1 of 3. I don't have a Bates on it. Toward the end. It's document FT 10. No, that's not it. Can I approach a witness, Sherman?
You may.
Page 1 of 3 of your protocol. I think it's
I recognize this as something that comes from our SOPs, yes.
okay. And it refers to the AFT theory of identification, right?
It does, yes.
Same theory that's displayed in 27?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd renew my offer on 27.
Your Honor, the objection stands. Language matters. Without knowing if this language is identical to what she's trained on, that can make a big difference. Whether the word sufficient or adequate is used, these are scientific principles, and we need to be precise in the language that's used. The witness cannot authenticate the exhibit that's been offered, so it should not be received into evidence.
Mr. Burke?
Goes to weight, not admissibility. You'd be free to question her about any differences, but I think she's laid a foundation that the theory's the same, so.
All right. Well, I remind the parties that this is a probable cause finding, and so as it relates to what's been presented, the witness has said that it looks familiar. Again, I don't want to quote you, I don't remember the exact phrase, but she recognized portions of it and then was given the opportunity to compare it to her standard operating procedure. I think she said SOP. For those reasons, Carner 27?
Yes.
Is admitted and may be
Okay.
published.
Looking at the language of this, the second part of it, according to AFT, says, currently the interpretation of individualization, identification is subjective in nature. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Why is it subjective in nature?
The conclusions that I author are of my opinion.
Of your opinion?
Correct.
Does your, you can take that down, thank you. And no, wait a minute, go back if you would. But while he's doing that, does your manual state what you're looking for under this theory is correspondence of individual characteristics?
Yes.
That the theory is that if you see a certain level of correspondence, you can make a source identification, but not to the exclusion of all other firearms in the world, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the standard, at least as it's articulated here, is the theory as it pertains to the comparison enables opinions of common origin to be made when the unique surface contours of two tool marks are, quote, in sufficient agreement. And is the subjective part of that, the quoted part, sufficient agreement?
The subjective part of the conclusion is saying, yes, it is my opinion that there is or is not sufficient agreement or sufficient disagreement amongst two or more tool marks.
And what may constitute sufficient for you may be completely different from the next examiner. Fair?
Yes and no. I would expect any trained, competent examiner to come to the same conclusion. So the threshold of sufficient agreement might be different from one examiner, but the conclusion I would expect to be the same.
Does your manual state, your ATF manual, section 431, state that correspondence or lack thereof of individual characteristics is not easily communicated? An observation such as significant agreement can mean different things to each examiner. This does not serve as interpretable descriptions of what was observed because the individual performing the review will likely have his or her own concept of the phrase based upon their training, experience, and knowledge.
Objection, Your Honor. This question goes to weight. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want to, may I be heard?
If you're objecting, I will hear the objection.
It's just speaking objection. That's why I stopped myself. This goes to weight. This goes to credibility. And the witness's report has already been admitted as is appropriate under the Utah Constitution, Rule 7B and Rule 1102 of the Rules of Evidence. This is beyond the scope of preliminary hearing for those reasons.
Mr. Burns.
Number one, that's a general objection, which I think has been waived. The state was privy to the interview with this, pre-hearing interview with this witness where these same questions were asked. We had a scheduled hearing where the court was going to rule on objections. The state indicated in advance of that hearing that it had no objections to the testimony, reserving the right to make particular objections. But the objection being made is a global one. And it's relevant because the state offered, the evidence I'm offering here is relevant because the state offered through a hearsay declarant the meaning of this report that this examiner authored. And I'm trying to inform the court on what the limitations are of the opinions expressed in the report that the state offered. And it's certainly relevant to the reliability issue to know that the opinion is based on a subjective standard that the witness herself admits is subjective. So I think it helps the court understand what weight, if any, to give to this report that the state offers.
All right. Mr. McBride, final thought.
That's all fine, but it's inviting the court to weigh the evidence. That's the whole point. And at this point, the inferences are drawn in the state's favor, and the court is not to weigh even contrary evidence.
Okay. Well, in regards to whether objections have been waived or not, the court as the magistrate bears the ultimate responsibility to ensuring that this hearing is a probable cause standard. And so that's a responsibility that as a magistrate I take seriously. I understand the arguments from the parties. I'm going to overrule the objection, but Mr. Burt, this is, we don't need to go 100 miles down a path where 1 mile is where probable cause may be. And so I invite you to refocus, to bring it to the probable cause. I'm not trying to limit what your theories or such, but I need to hold to probable cause.
Absolutely, and I don't even need a quarter of a mile. This is my last question, and I'm going to move to another topic.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Is that what your manual states?
I don't remember it verbatim, but it does sound accurate.
Well, could you pull up Exhibit 12, page? Just to... Can I approach again?
You may.
I'll give you the 2 pages quicker. Bottom of the page, highlight.
I see where you were reading from, yes.
You see?
Yes.
Did I accurately read it?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Can I approach again?
You may.
Now let's return to the report, the People's, or State 32. And if you would go to the second page, please. You concluded here, did you not, that the Exhibit 6A bullet jacket fragment could not be identified or excluded as having been fired from the Exhibit 1A based on an agreement of all discernible class characteristics and neither sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement of individual characteristics? The result of the comparison was inconclusive.
Yes.
That was your ultimate conclusion, right?
Yes.
And on the next page, if you would go to 2 pages in, you have an appendix, do you not, where you explain what inconclusive means? Next page, one more. There we go. I want to ask you, because I'm unclear on what inconclusive mean. You say reasons for an inconclusive or include the presence of microscopic similarity that is insufficient to form the conclusion of source identification, a lack of any observed microscopic similarity, or a microscopic similarity that is insufficient to form the conclusion of source exclusion. Could you specify which of those possibilities exists in this case? Was this a case where you had microscopic dissimilarity, but in your opinion, it was insufficient to form a conclusion of source exclusion?
No, my conclusion is inconclusive, just as it says in the appendix. There's a lack of sufficient agreement and sufficient disagreement, so I'm unable to say one way or another.
Okay, but I guess my question is, were there points of dissimilarity between the question and the known bullets?
Again, there was sufficient agreement and there was not sufficient agreement or sufficient disagreement. So yes, there was times that I saw agreement in the striations and the land and group impressions, also seeing disagreement, but there was also a lot of lack of microscopic marks of value to see it all. So because of this lack of quality and quantity of marks to be able to see, it never reached the threshold of sufficient agreement nor sufficient disagreement. So an identification or exclusion could not be rendered.
Okay. I think you and I met before today, correct?
Yes.
Where we talked about what that term inconclusive meant, correct?
Yes.
And I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but did I read to you from a do you recall me asking you whether you agreed with this statement, that an inconclusive conclusion indicates that the microscopic marks in question may or may not have originated from the same or known source?
I do remember you asking, yes.
And you agreed that that was a correct definition of what you concluded in this case, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So I want to, if I could, return to 10, Exhibit 10. And in Exhibit 10, not 10, I'm sorry, your case file again. This is the 47-page document. There we go. What's the tab? 6. Okay. In your case file, you have produced for us some nice comparison photos of your comparisons, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would go to page 37. Is the top photo depicting one test fire on the left and another test fire from the same gun on the right?
Yes, it is.
So do you see areas of agreement and areas of disagreement in these two bullets fired from the same rifle?
I see sufficient agreement amongst the striations that are in this land impression.
Okay, and tell us where they are. When you draw that conclusion, using this subjective theory of identification, show us what you're looking at.
Is it touchscreen?
Probably,
No, it's not.
No.
I'm sorry.
but we can, if you direct us, we can get there with a pointer.
Sure. So you can see towards maybe the last third of the bullet or the land impression that, yes, right where your cursor is below there, that's an area of agreement with that striation. It looks like it's going from the left to the right, so that mark is appearing on the test fire on the left and the test fire on the right. Then if you look towards the top of that land impression, there's going to be some more lighter colored striations or lines that are moving from left to right. Those areas are in agreement as well.
Where is that? Not as far up as where he is, correct? It's down?
Yes, and I believe the PowerPoint that I provided does have some areas and circles of some of these marks, if that would help as well. But if you move your cursor up, continually up, keep going. There you go. You have a line that was right there, and you have several others underneath of it that looks like it's going just straight across from left to right, and that shows an observed area of agreement.
So that one he's got circled on the right, I see a line there. Are you saying you see a line on the left that it's identical to the one on the right?
I'm saying I see agreement amongst those striations, yes.
Okay, anything other than those two areas?
You can really go down the entirety almost of that line looking at those striations. So under the top red circle, there's another area there. Yep, if you start right there and you draw your circle over, like I said, at the top of the circle, there's a highlighted line on the left that goes all the way to the right. If you go a little bit farther down, maybe still in the top third of that circle, you can see another line going from one side to the other, another area of agreement as well. And then under the final third circle, in a little darker area down there, there's still some lines, again, in sufficient agreement.
Okay, and again, these are comparisons between test fires. So you know the rifle that you're test firing fired these two bullets, right?
Yes, and the
Okay.
purpose of those test fires is to ensure that though it was fired from the same firearm, you want to make sure that those individual characteristics are reproducing.
All right, so go to the photo on the bottom of that page. This is the first of several comparisons between the test fire on the left and 6A on the right, correct?
Yes.
And what does the writing on the top mean, blue index GIMP?
So that will be, the first number there is the case number, the laboratory case number. Then next 1.11B is going to refer to the specific test fire that's on the picture. And then V versus 6A, so that's the evidence that's also pictured. GIMP stands for groove impression, so I'm looking at a groove impression in this photo. Blue index means I'm specifically looking at the groove impression that I have put a blue indexing mark on so that I know where I am during the comparison process.
Okay.
30X refers to the magnification that the photo was taken at, and then INC refers to inconclusive, the final conclusion.
So I'm interested in the areas of disagreement. Are there areas of disagreement between the known and the unknown here that you could point us to?
So for this photo, to me, I see areas of agreement in the top. And then on the way down from the 6A, right after you see those two highlighted lines near the top, there is a lot of damage that is observed, and almost no microscopic marks of value can be observed at all. So again, that lends to the lack of quality and quantity of marks even to do a comparison. It's almost like missing data points.
Okay, missing is not the same thing as dissimilar though, right?
It just means there's nothing there to call agreement or disagreement.
So do you see areas of disagreement here or no?
On the striations that are available to me on this groove impression, I see areas of agreement, and specifically talking about those two highlighted lines at the top on the right.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. Top photo on the next page. It's B38. do you see areas of disagreement in this photo?
So this is the same photograph that we looked at before, just at a different magnification. It's zoomed in a little bit more from 30 to 40x. So again, I'm looking at those two highlighted lines near the top, and then if you look down, you can almost see that damage a little bit better, and there's none of those striated lines that you see on the test fire, which you would expect to see in a land or groove impression on the right at all. So again, no microscopic marks of value to compare whatsoever.
All right, how about the bottom photo? And again, the question, areas of disagreement.
The possibility of an area of disagreement maybe in the middle. There on the 6A is a line that does not look like it carries over, but just from this snapshot, I cannot say if I had moved the photo a little bit different or the specimens together, that area would be agreement. In this photo, it does not look like it does, though.
Okay. And could you go to the next photo, please? Same question here, areas of disagreement.
The way this photo was taken is highlighting more of the lack of microscopic marks of value. If I had pulled the specimen that's on the left, the test fire over, there might be some agreement that could be observed, but the way the photograph is now, you don't see the line on the right going all the way over. But again, this is just a snapshot of one particular area.
Doesn't show areas of agreement or disagreement?
There is an area of agreement at the very bottom of the photo.
Okay.
Correct, yes.
Next photo, please. How about this one?
This is another zoomed in of the previous photo, focusing in on that bottom area of agreement. So we went from 30x to 40x and just highlighting one specific area, and this is showing you agreement.
Next photo.
So again, this area that is highlighted, the bottom portion that's in focus, is showing an area of agreement. As you go up, the lines are a little bit blurred on the 6A bullet jacket fragment, so it's hard to say if that area was an agreement or disagreement. That's not what my photo was focusing on.
All right. Next one.
So again, this is going to show you part of the groove impression at the white index. On the top, you can see some striated lines, or excuse me, more of the middle of the photo. The top of the groove impression from the 6A, you see some lines that do not appear to be on the right side either, but this photo is also trying to show the lack of microscopic marks at all towards the bottom of that groove impression.
Okay. But there are in these photos areas of disagreement as well as areas of agreement, correct?
In the photo that we just looked at, it could be possible areas of disagreement. Again, it's just one area that I'm looking at. It's hard to tell when you can't look at the entirety of the land in this moment.
Now this, you can take that down, please. Do you keep up with the literature relevant, scientific literature relevant to your field?
I do, yes.
And are you aware of certain criticisms that have been leveled against this AFTE theory of identification?
I have heard, yes, I've heard recommendations on how to improve the AFTE theory of identification, yes.
Well, the criticism have gone beyond that, right?
Specifically, what are you referring to?
Well, you're aware that the National Resource Council?
The National Academy of Science?
National Academy of Science?
Yes.
Is that a pretty preeminent scientific organization in this country?
Yes.
Did they conclude in 2009 that, quote, "A fundamental problem with tool mark and firearm analysis is the lack of a precisely defined process. As noted above, AFTI has adopted a theory of identification, but it does not provide a specific protocol. It says that an examiner may offer an opinion that a specific tool or firearm was the source of a specific set of tool marks or a bullet striation pattern when, quote, sufficient agreement exists in the pattern of two sets of marks. It defines agreement as significant when it exceeds the best agreement demonstrated between tool marks known to have been produced by different tools and is consistent with the agreement demonstrated by tool marks known to have been produced by the same tool. The meaning of exceeds the best agreement and consistent with are not specified, and the examiner is expected to draw on his or her own experience. This AFTI document, which is the best guidance available for the field of tool mark identification, does not even consider, let alone address, questions regarding variability, reliability, repeatability, or the number of correlations needed to achieve a given degree of confidence."
I do remember
Objection,
there's.
objection. We're now firmly into 702 territory. I object on grounds of relevance to the probable cause hearing and beyond the scope of the PC hearing, as I previously objected.
I think it goes directly to reliability. That a scientific group studied this exact process that she used in this case and reached that conclusion.
If you would, so again, I'm trying to keep us on the probable cause standard. This is going a bit deep in regards to it. This is citing to 2009, and so we're in 2026. And again, I don't want to have to dive deep into areas trying to determine, because I feel that we are exiting the orbit of probable cause. If I'm having to make that analysis and trying to see, like, how is this relevant? How does this apply? How does this go to probable cause? So if you wish to ask this question and then move on, we certainly could do that, but
Sure. The only thing I wanted to do was establish that this was the foundation criticism in 2009. And I know when we had raised this issue with respect to one of the other experts, the comeback was, oh, well, this was in 2009 and the PCAST report was in 2016. In this particular field, these criticisms have started in 2009, but they have continued up to the present day and have gotten more strident. So I think that's the take-home here, is that this is not some past criticism that has been set aside. This is a criticism that this expert is aware of and that has continued in the literature up to the present time.
But I don't have that second portion of what you just said in front of me. So I can't agree with you, because what I have is what's before me. I can't go searching myself as a magistrate for probable cause. I have to take what you say as it is. And if I have to start searching, I've left the universe of probable cause.
I agree, and I was offering that to the court as a proffer in terms of where this line of questioning is going, so the court can understand the context.
Okay.
It isn't just an isolated criticism, and I'll establish with a couple of questions that it's continued up to the present time.
So I will overrule the objection, but I will limit you to this question. We're going to more and more and more. I see your point. You're looking at whether this science is challenged or not. The point's been received, but anything further goes outside of probable cause. So we have to get back on the path.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
You're aware of that criticism, right?
Yes, I am.
And you're also aware of the criticism leveled in 2016?
Counsel, I just said that we're focused solely on, I've accepted what you've said, but I said that it's limited to this question, and then we're moving on, because anything further is going outside of probable cause.
I misunderstood. I apologize to the court.
I apologize if I wasn't clear on that, so maybe it was my error not communicating. I've accepted that coming in. I've overruled the objection, but I said we're gonna leave that where it is and then move forward.
And that's where I'm unclear. When the court says move forward, no more questions about any further criticisms beyond that one? If that's,
On this line of question, that's correct. Because
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Burt.
and I think I've made the proffer in terms of the relevancy of it. And the
And
court is-
I accept that, so thank you, Mr. Burt.
All right, then the last area is, in the years that you've been doing this testing, is it true that you've only taken one proficiency test that involves bullet comparisons?
Yes, I've only had the opportunity to take one bullet proficiency test so far.
And is it true that that was in 2023?
I don't remember the exact year, but that sounds correct, yes.
All right, and is it true that that proficiency test involved a test where you had question bullets, and then you had two sets of bullets, one that was fired from one gun, not the suspect gun, and then a second gun that was fired from another gun?
I don't remember the exact final ground truth answers that were there. No, I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I think when you and I talked about this, you said you're aware of a controversy about that particular test, correct?
I was aware, yes, of the results of the proficiency test, yes.
That there was a very high error rate in that particular proficiency test, right?
There was a higher error rate, yes. However, my answers were satisfactory along with the 5 other examiners at my specific laboratory that took it as well.
Your conclusion in that case was, as in this case, that it was inconclusive, correct?
Correct.
Even though the correct answer was that the bullets did not come from the question, the two did not match, the known in the question should have been an elimination.
The ground truth answer was yes, they were excluded. However, an inconclusive result in this comparison was extremely appropriate. The lack of quality and quantity of those individual characteristics never reached sufficient agreement, nor did it ever reach sufficient disagreement. So saying anything but inconclusive was not appropriate.
I see. And can you have bullets fired from different weapons that can have individual characteristics that look pretty similar?
There is occasions, yes, that tool marks that are made by 2 separate tools are similar, yes.
Could you go, and this is my last area, question Exhibit 19, page 26.
Your Honor, I'm requesting
Page
20 minutes
26.
for cross-examination. We're coming up on 4:37. That would be my request, Your Honor.
This is my last question. So,
All right, Mr. Burt. Thank you, Mr. McBride. I appreciate the heads up.
in your opinion, does this, the one on the left and the right, show matching individual characteristics?
Counsel, has this been admitted? Because I see it displayed. I just want to make sure, is this?
It has not been admitted, and
Okay.
I'm asking this question and as a foundation for admitting it.
Okay, that's fine. So I just
Yeah.
want, it was on another screen. I wanted clarification, so it's not on any screens because it hasn't been admitted, but clearly it can be on her screen.
Thank you.
So only to the witness and counsel table screens.
Page, Exhibit 19, page 26. Does this comparison show individual characteristics indicating that it was fired from the same weapon?
There are individual characteristics present, but without examining it in person, I don't feel comfortable making a conclusion.
Okay, how about the next page? Watch, 27. How about that one?
Again, I see individual characteristics. On a very first glance, I can see maybe one striation that is an agreement, but without seeing it physically in person and having an accurate representation of the entirety, I can't conclude in any answer.
And the last one, the third photo, page 28. Page 28. Exhibit 19, page 28. Same question.
I do see individual characteristics. I do see some areas of agreement without looking at it further. I wouldn't make a conclusion. It's a holistic approach when you're examining items.
Would it surprise you if I told you that all three of those were fired from different weapons?
Again, I don't know any context to these photos other than what you showed, so I don't feel comfortable saying one way or another.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. McBride.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Those last three photos that you were shown, had you seen those before?
I have looked at them probably back in 2024 when it was published.
Okay, that's a study. Is that what that is? Of some sort?
Yes. It was a look from the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners. It was a volunteer of photographs of people that did have an incorrect answer in that proficiency test.
Okay. And when you do an examination or a comparison, are you limited to one photograph?
No.
You actually have the item in front of you, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you can manipulate it, you can turn it, you can look at every angle and every side of that item as you do the comparison. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as you're doing that process, you're looking for as many characteristics that match or agree or disagree as you can possibly find, correct?
Yes, it's a holistic approach. If I have a bullet like this case, I'm looking at every single land, every single groove impression, and doing an evaluation of each one of those, looking for areas of agreement and disagreement before rendering a conclusion.
Would it be responsible for you to reach a conclusion based on a single photograph of a very limited area of two bullets?
I would not feel comfortable doing that, no.
Okay, I want to back up. How long have you, first of all, where do you work?
I work at the Forensic Science Laboratory in Washington for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
How long have you been there?
A little over 6.5 years.
Where did you come from? Where did you work before that?
Prior to working for ATF, I was a latent fingerprint technician, recovering latent fingerprints from improvised explosive devices, and I also worked as a crime scene investigator in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Anne Arundel County, Maryland.
How long did you have that position?
I think cumulatively it was about 5 to 6 years.
And before that?
Those are the only ones. I think it was about 6 months as a latent fingerprint technician, 2 years as a crime scene in Winston-Salem, and 3 in Anne Arundel County.
Do you have education and training before that position?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic and Investigative Science from West Virginia University and have attended and graduated the National Firearms Examiner Academy, as well as done specific training at my laboratory.
At each of the positions you've held, have you had on-the-job training at the laboratories where you've worked?
I have, yes.
And will you describe what that training is like at the ATF where you are now?
Yes. So part of becoming a firearm and toolmark examiner for ATF was attending the NFEA, the National Firearms Examiner Academy, which is a year-long intensive comprehensive training program. I learned about historical cases, figures, and the evolution of firearms, fired ammunition components, and manufacturing. In phase 2, I worked 16 weeks of hands-on experience assembling and disassembling firearms using a comparison microscope comparing fired ammunition components and tool marks, going on manufacturing tours, and participating in moot court. I worked on an independent research project and 4 practical exercises, and then presented that independent research project to a panel of experts and participated in 2 moot court sessions on 2 of those 4 practical exercises. Then specifically for ATF, I still work on my training, going through practical exercises and competency tests, working under trained firearms examiners at my laboratory, and also continue learning about any manufacturing evolutions or going on manufacturing tours. And I also participate in moot court for every single competency test that I work. Once all of that is complete, then I work on supervised case before moving on to unsupervised casework.
And supervised casework means what?
It means that the author of the final report will be a different examiner, but I am working on all of the work side by side and going through all the steps that are needed for that examination.
And in that process, you're having discussions and discussions about your work with a more experienced examiner.
Yes, it's an opportunity to work a case that has come into the laboratory, but still have someone there making sure I feel comfortable with everything and following every step necessary.
How long ago was that you had that you graduated from that supervised work?
I believe that was in 2022 or 2023. I'm not sure.
Do you supervise now others?
I do not have a supervisor capacity, but I have had the opportunity to now teach at the NFEA. I've been fortunate enough to participate as an instructor in the test firing module, the mini moot court module, and the comparison of bullets and cartridge cases.
Are you required to undergo continuing education in your position?
There is not a specific continuing education program. However, when the opportunity to go on AFTI's annual conferences and it allows it, I will go to those, as well as continually go to manufacturing tours.
Is this an area of science and forensics that is continuing to develop new techniques and advance in research?
Yes, it is.
And how do you stay up on those advances?
Part of the way to do that is to continue my membership with AFTI. Again, they do an annual training seminar recently, just in May of 2026 here in Baltimore, where there's case searches and studies that are presented, different manufacturing techniques, just new and upcoming research that is throughout the community, not just firearms practitioners, but also standard and technology researchers like those from the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST.
And I think Defense Counsel has asked you a little bit about some of the publications that have given criticism is how he's phrased it, but given recommendations on how to improve the science in your field. Are you aware of that?
I am, yes.
And is there an effort to adopt those suggested improvements where they have merit?
Yes, AFTI especially takes those recommendations very seriously. If the PCAST asked for more specific design test studies, they said, yes, we will do that. I can think of just a few right off the top of my head that has satisfied those asks that they wanted.
Is your laboratory accredited?
It is, yes.
What does that mean to be accredited as a laboratory?
And accreditation means that my laboratory is held to an international standard of reporting, testimony, training, and proficiency tested. We have a large audit every 4 years through ANAB, or the American National Standard Institute, National Accreditation Board, but we also do internal audits, and we make sure there is some type of audit that we are staying in within those accreditation limits every single year.
There is a mention of proficiency testing. Are you required to do proficiency testing?
Yes, I am.
And are those specific as to what type of proficiency testing that you do?
Yes.
What are some examples?
We are required to take proficiency tests in all discipline that our scope enables, so serial number restoration and the comparison of tool marks, bullets, and cartridge cases.
Are there similarities and principles that apply to all aspects of tool mark analysis and comparison?
Can you elaborate on the question, please?
Well, let's say you're comparing what we've been talking about here, rifling on a bullet. Are there principles that apply to that area versus that also apply in tool marks analysis, say of impressions of a handheld tool?
Yes, all of those comparisons are a product of a tool mark comparison. A firearm is nothing but a tool. So when you are talking about a cartridge case comparison, it's still looking at a tool and a tool mark. The tool in this case is the firearm. The tool mark is being left on a cartridge case or a bullet.
want to draw your attention to Plaintiff's Exhibit 32. Thank you. Well, that's pulling up. And this has been published, this has been approved for publication at all 3 levels already, so we can put that on the screens. Well, that's pulling up. Thank you. I want to ask you first about an entry here. The second sentence under results of examination. Exhibit 1's rifle was test fired and found to be in operable condition. Did you perform that test fire?
I did, yes.
How did you receive this firearm?
I received it from another physical scientist in our laboratory.
Okay. And did it have a scope on it?
Yes, it did.
What did you do to determine if it was in operable condition?
In order to determine if the firearm is in operable condition, I will find ammunition that it is calibrated for. In this place, it was 30-06 Springfield. Load that into the firearm, and then I fired any test fires into our water recovery tank.
Okay. And why did you choose a water recovery tank?
The water recovery tank is what is used to obtain bullet specimens. The water is going to slow down the bullet from its movement so that we can actually obtain the bullet, and it is supposed to cause minimal damage.
Why does it matter if there's minimal damage or more damage?
You would like minimal damage because that means that there's going to be less damage on the areas that you need to compare.
In the evidence rounds that you, or in the bullets that you often receive in your cases, are there cases where there's a lot of damage to those bullets?
I have received cases with lots of damage to bullets, yes.
In this circumstance, the Exhibit 1 rifle, this Mauser 98 30-06, was it an auto-loading rifle or a bolt action?
This was a bolt action rifle.
Exhibit 2 cartridge case, let's see here. If you'll turn to page 2, and we've already read this line, I think defense counsel read this line to you, the Exhibit 6A paragraph there. The result of the comparison was inconclusive. Could further testing be done to try and see if there is any, if you come to a conclusion on this round?
There was no further testing that I could do, no.
Is there further testing that could be done in the field?
There is the possibility of using a 3D system to visualize the individual characteristics on the bullet.
Do you have the capability of doing that at your lab?
My laboratory currently does not have that capability.
Do you know if the FBI lab does have that capability?
I believe they do.
Defense counsel put up a list of potential firearms that could have fired this round, or this bullet. Is that list comprehensive?
It's not an all-inclusive list.
And does it mean that this round, I'll leave it at that actually. There's been some discussion about a bullet, the 6A bullet jacket fragment. Will you describe what a bullet jacket is?
Yes, I do have a demonstrative. May I use that?
Do you have that with you? Yes. Yes, please, go ahead.
So this is a demonstrative of a bullet. So a bullet jacket, it would refer to the outside of the bullet, Inside the bullet would be the lead core. So when I'm referring to the jacket, it means that I've only received that outer portion. I did not receive any of the lead core intact with it.
In this circumstance, you received a bullet jacket fragment. What does that mean that it's a fragment?
Fragment means that I don't have the entirety of that jacket.
And can you testify as to why you don't have that entirety?
No, I cannot.
And it also, your report also says that there are 4 lead fragments. What is this? Why would you have lead fragments?
So the lead fragments, the lead would be from the inside of the bullet, that core. Occasionally when the bullet reaches its final destination, it can split, and some of that core might be pulled off of the jacket and be found where it landed.
And would you be able to gather information from those lead fragments that could identify them as coming from this particular firearm? Would you expect to be able to make that comparison?
I would not expect to see any characteristics that would help me reach a conclusion, no.
Why not?
Because the lead core is on the inside of the bullet, the landing grooves are going to be imparted onto the jacket or the exterior. So when it's moving down the barrel, the inside is not coming into contact with rifling whatsoever.
In this case, do you have a verification step where your work is reviewed by another analyst?
We do, yes.
And were your conclusions in this case verified by another analyst?
Yes, they were.
Is there a potential that the testing you do can destroy the evidence that you're reviewing?
What do you mean?
Well, prevent it from being tested in the future.
No, I would not expect anything that I've done to prohibit more examination in the future, no.
But in general, you say you peeled back the petals, I think you said, of the bullet jacket because it was so crumpled.
Yes. I think, if anything, that lends to a better comparison process. It is a very well-known practice amongst firearm and tool mark examiners. Without doing a examination like that in preparation, no one's able to see the marks that are needed for the comparison process.
Okay. In reaching the conclusions that you did in this case, did you follow the protocols and practices that are required by your position?
I did, yes.
Nothing else?
Mr. Burke.
You said a couple of things of interest to me. One was that your work is peer-reviewed, right? There's a peer reviewer, a second reviewer?
It is a verification process.
Verification process. And you know, in this case, we requested to produce the case file from your reviewers so we could see whether it was accurate or not. You're aware of that, right?
I am not, and the verification process does not require that the verifier has case notes. Their case notes would be within mine, and it's just an author verification chart.
Well, you wrote a memo to Mr. McBride dated May 19th, did you not, in which you said in answer to our request for the reviewer's work product that ATF laboratories do not release materials concerning technical reviewers or verifiers. And you went on to state, did you not, that we don't even release the CVs of who the reviewers are.
So that is not authored by me. That is our ATF procedures and protocols. If that was an email that came from me, I am just verbatim what our quality assurance manager has said.
Do you think science works best when it works in secret?
Objection. Objection, argumentative.
Counsel?
It goes to the issue that was raised on cross-examination, which is my work was peer-reviewed. So how do we evaluate the strength of that assertion when they refuse to hand over to us the work product of the reviewers, or even identify what their credentials are. That's relevant.
Well, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with that, but the question itself was argumentative. Because we can look at the question, working in secret.
Let me rephrase.
Okay, so I am going to sustain the objection. Because of the phrasing, it is inherently argumentative. It wouldn't be a question that would be able to proceed into prelim.
Do you have an opinion on whether it is scientifically defensible to rely on a peer reviewer and not reveal that peer reviewer's work product?
I believe I understand what you're asking. However, in this case, the verifier does not have any work product to show. If you'd like to see their CV, I cannot testify to anything about the procedures of giving their information out. All I can say is that they are employed at my laboratory, are under the same scrutiny of proficiency testing, went through the same training with competency and practical exercises, so they are a trained and competent examiner.
They don't have any work product to show, but your protocol calls for, does it not, documentation of whatever it is they did.
And that is included in my case file.
Right, but not the reviewer's work product.
The reviewer's work product is a verification sheet. If you'd like, I can refer to my case notes and find that specific page number, but that would be the only work product that they would have in this case.
I see. Now, you said two things about the PCAS report on cross-examination. One was that, if I understood it, that the PCAS findings have been addressed in subsequent studies. Did I hear that correctly?
Because one of the recommendations was to further, actually, I think the recommendation was one more black box study to show the foundational validity of firearm tool mark examination, and since 2016, several have been published.
All right, let's look at that for a second. First of all, they didn't recommend, they found, did they not? Quote, PCAS finds that firearms analysis currently falls short of the criteria for foundational validity because there is only a single appropriately designed study to measure validity and estimate reliability. The scientific criteria for foundational validity requires more than one such study to demonstrate reproducibility. Isn't that what they found?
That is what their finding was, correct.
Okay. And then after that report was published, in 2017, they came out with a second report because people said, oh, the literature already exists, you missed it. And they said, no, that's not true. Isn't that right?
They concluded.
Objection, relevance to preliminary hearing, we're now well into 702 argument.
He raised this issue on cross, Your Honor. He clearly went beyond the 2009 reference that the court allowed and opened this area up. And I don't think it's fair for him to be allowed to do that without me being able to respond to it.
Thank you. On cross-examination, that door was opened by the state, and so I will allow limited questioning on recross or redirect, however we want to label this. So you may proceed. The objection is overruled.
In 2017, they filed a second report responding to assertions by people in your profession and others that they had missed or the studies had already been done. Isn't that true?
Yes, PCAS did a 2017 addendum to their 2016 report, reiterating that they believe that the only way to properly empirically test a science is through these black box studies, and that they would not take into consideration the numerous amount of work and validation studies done over decades that the firearms community has published.
And a bunch of other studies were done, right?
Correct.
And in response to those additional studies, there have been continual criticisms of the methodologies of those studies. Isn't that fair?
Yes.
And you've read, for instance, well, first of all, you attended, I see, a webinar by the group that did some of the critiques. Remember that?
Which webinar are you referring to?
You attended a webinar, I believe, in 2023, Treatment of Inconclusive Results and Error Rates of Firearm Studies. Webinar hosted by the Center for Statistics and Applications in Forensic Evidence, 2021.
Correct, I did.
according to, and that group has published a number of studies right up to 2026. For instance, their study in 2024 called Methodological Problems in Every Black Box Study of Forensic Firearm Comparisons, in which they concluded that the field still was not reliable despite the studies that you reference. Isn't that true?
That is the author's opinion, correct?
Right. And they're not the only ones. There have been other groups of statisticians who have published articles right up to 2026 saying that the studies that you referenced are unreliable. That their methodology of those studies is flawed and cannot be relied upon to support the science of tool mark comparison, correct?
Yes, there has been studies to say that they believe there is flaws in the black box studies and stuff, but there has also been plenty of research done to say the opposite.
And lastly, you mentioned that, or it was brought out that you have training and experience, right?
Correct, yes.
Do you agree with the conclusion stated in the section of the report, the PCAP report, that neither experience nor professional practices can substitute for foundational validity? Do you agree with that?
I do, yes.
You agree with the conclusion reached in the PCAP report that a forensic science discipline that has an error rate higher than 5% is not reliable?
I don't know that I have opinion to that because I think it's a little on the broad side. I don't know what you would consider high as far as a percentage.
Well, I'm referring to the statement at page 151 where they say methods with a high false positive rate are scientifically unreliable for making important judgments in court about the source of a sample. To be considered reliable, the false positive rate should certainly be less than 5%, and it may be appropriate that it be considerably lower depending on the intended application.
I would agree with that statement.
You would agree with that. And you also, Lacy, reference your knowledge of the study by the AFTE of that proficiency, the one proficiency test which you have taken on bullet comparisons, correct?
Correct.
And the error rate in that particular study, proficiency test, was 20.4%, correct?
Correct.
For item 2, 18.2% for item 3, and 18.9% for item 5.
I believe those were the results. However, I don't agree that proficiency tests are what are used for validation studies to show foundational validity.
So if the error rates are high, then they shouldn't be relied upon to show invalidity, but they should be relied upon to establish that your experience means that your science is valid? Is that what you're saying?
Foundational studies are looking at, just as PCAS said, those black box studies, different test design, all of which firearm and tool mark community has conducted. We've looked at cartridge cases, bullet, pristine samples, damaged samples, and different firearms. Proficiency test is looking at the accuracy of an examiner's results, not foundational validity.
But you would agree that an error rate of 20% is unacceptable, would establish unreliability, correct?
I would agree that those results need to be looked at to see where that error was coming from.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness? And Mr. McBride, I'm going to limit you because your objection to going outside and going to 702, you open the door, but I've got to close that door to some point. So I will give you a limited number of questions. We need to come to a close.
I understand that. Your science has been accepted by courts across the country, correct?
Correct, yes.
It's routinely admitted in courts across the country, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Your science has been peer-reviewed and viewed favorably by numerous publications and studies across the country and across the world, correct?
Correct, yes.
No more questions.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, Mr. Burt. Thank you, Mr. McBride. Ma'am, thank you for being here. You are excused. All right, that brings us to a close. Do either party wish the benefit of the record before we adjourn for the night?
Your Honor, can you just give us about 5 minutes, and then I think we can make an announcement? Can you just give us a minute to chat?
Yes, you may have that, and we'll stay in court for these 5 minutes, just because it would take longer to let everyone go and then come back in.
Did not know.
Okay. And the blood that was swabbed on scene, or from the different swabbing areas, you didn't test that blood, did you, personally?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No.
So we would ask someone else about what the results of that blood test would be.
Correct. That's why they went to the lab. Yes.
Great. Okay. You said you arrived on scene at approximately 7 p.m., 1900 hours?
Correct.
And then after the dogs were secured, you then began your search probably around 10 p.m.?
Correct. We waited for the dogs to be secured, and then I started doing my overall photographs.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I said 1900 hours is 7
7
okay.
p.m., yes.
And so, were you still on scene at 2200 hours?
I was, yes.
Okay. So you would not have been at the station able to process any photos of Isaac or Kiara yourself?
No, we were at the scene for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're the individual collecting, tagging, processing, but is everyone that's on call for the evidence unit there with you?
At the time, I believe I was the only one. I could have had one more person, but I think she was off. It was the weekend, I believe.
So you were the evidence
I
unit?
was the only one there.
Okay.
Yeah, I had no help.
Okay, thank you. And you were asked on cross about the clothing in the hamper. I just want to make sure I have kind of the layer of the items. So if I'm understanding, the red shirt was on the bottom?
Correct, because we were pulling them out as they were. Like the top item was the sweater, and then the pants, and then the shirt, and then the small towel.
Did it go towel then shirt, or shirt then towel?
The towel was the last item.
Okay, thank you. And you said it appeared wet with water or a similar substance to that?
The shirt, yes, you can see it on the photographs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It didn't appear to have any blood on it.
Well, it was red, so it was hard to tell.
Sure.
Yes.
I want to ask you about 2 items that we didn't enter, but I just want to make sure that we clarify that you swabbed. The red fitted sheet, did you collect AS1, a swab from that sheet?
I did, yes.
Okay, and one of the pillows, did you collect a blood swab labeled AR1 from the AR corresponding item?
I did, yes.
Okay, and were those 2 of the items that were sent to the lab?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find any evidence of hard drugs in the garage? By that I mean anything other than marijuana?
That's the only thing we found, green leafy substance.
Okay. And, sure, where did you locate a green leafy substance?
It was in one of the bags. I believe it was the floral bag.
The floral bag?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the bags that maybe had been identified as Grace's?
Correct.
Okay. But no methamphetamine, no evidence of paraphernalia like a crack pipe, for example?
There was a smoking pipe.
Okay.
And then just green leafy substance.
Okay. Only a green leafy substance in that pipe?
Correct, the residue, yes.
No other drugs or drug paraphernalia?
Correct.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor.
And if you'd approach counsel.
bag with a box in it?
Yes.
Okay. Other than that bag, and other than the bags or boxes that you identified or were identified to you as belonging to Grace Jennings, did you discover any other packed bags within the garage?
There was several bags that were collected. Do you know which color or which one were you talking about? There were several bags that were collected. There was the gray and black that was located by the blue bin, that's AE. And then there's the floral bag, the pink bag, and then the red bag on top of the bed. A plastic bag with a bunch of clothing belonging to her.
So is AE, let's start with AE, the duffel, did that have women's underwear inside it?
I'm trying to remember what it had. I know there was a cell phone in there, some clothing items, some personal items. I know there was one bag with underwear. I'm just trying to remember which bag
So was that duffel identified as belonging to Grace Jennings?
Yes.
Okay. Was the floral bag identified as belonging to Grace Jennings?
Correct. There was a social security card and a birth certificate belonging to her.
The blue bin that Grace's body was laying up against, was that identified as belonging to Grace Jennings?
Correct.
And the items within it, I mean. The orange backpack was identified as belonging to Grace Jennings, and that's the one that had the medication inside?
AT, yes.
A camo bag with miscellaneous clothing and items.
That was
also identified as belonging
correct.
to Grace Jennings?
If you give me the item numbers, then I can tell you.
Sure.
I know I had AE, AF.
So AE was the black and gray duffel?
Correct.
AF was the
The pink bag on the floor.
and that had a
The Nintendo Switch.
had a Nintendo Switch and
I think there was a laptop. Yes.
laptop. Okay. And the next slide. The camo bag you already stated, which would be AM as in Mike.
Correct.
That was identified as belonging to Grace.
Correct.
The floral backpack identified as AN as in Nancy.
Correct.
Identified as belonging to Grace.
Yes, her birth certificate was in there and a social security card.
And then AT.
That's the red bag on top of the bed with her medication.
Is that the one that had the the green leafy substance in it?
Correct. And the ibuprofen.
And does that capture the bags that were located? Obviously, there were bags with trash, and trash items, but in terms of personal belongings of people, or does that capture the bags that were located?
Correct. I believe there was one more black one. It looks like a little small black bag, like a computer bag.
Okay.
I don't remember. I can't recall the item number.
Was that identified as belonging to a particular individual?
Correct. Yes.
And who was the individual identified as belonging to?
There was a Carlos Rubalcaba, I think that's the name, if I remember right. That was the name on the iPad that was located inside one of the bags.
Would that have been though within AF, the pink bag?
No, it was a different bag. It could be that black bag that I'm telling you about.
Okay. So there was another bag that contained a computer.
A computer, yeah. It was, I believe it was a Chromebook, if I'm right.
But no bags containing, no packed bags containing like men's clothing?
No, not at all. They were all women's clothing.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. We will reserve the witness subject to recall. May I approach the court monitor
Yes,
with
go ahead and
these?
give her those.
Defense will reserve as well.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor, we will reserve as well.
okay. So you can step down for now. You've been held in reserve, so you may be recalled. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back to testify. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else and don't seek out any additional information about the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Or do you want me
Yes.
to leave it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess for the day. So again, the same evening instructions. Don't have any conversations with anyone about the case. Don't seek out any information about the case. I have a hearing tomorrow morning that I need to do before we get started. So I'm going to ask you to come in a little bit later. If you'd come in at 8:45. Again, if you'd meet the bailiff on the second floor in this northeast corner next to the big windows. Once you're all assembled there, he'll bring you up to the jury room, and then we'll bring you into the courtroom as soon as we're ready to get started. If you'd leave your notes with the bailiff, we'll lock them up for the evening.
All rise.
See you tomorrow morning.
And Officer Chinna, now that you've opened the packet, the exhibit, the box, and I see that you've cut kind of your own lid into the box, how is the sword secured within the box?
So just like any other weapon, we use zip ties.
Okay.
To make sure it doesn't move around.
Okay, so if you lift the box with that kind of window you've cut open, can you safely display the sword to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be able to step off of the stand and publish to the jury.
Okay, hold on a second. Stay there for a second. Face the jury. Can you all see from that location? I have a couple heads shaking no. So, Ms. Tenna, what I'm going to have you do is walk down the ramp slowly, walk to the end of the jury box, and then walk back to where you are right now. And counsel, if you need to move to be able to view what's happening, you may.
Thank you, Judge.
And Officer Tinnick, could you just lift that up a bit so that the full exhibit can be seen?
Ms. Murphy?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Tinna, I'll ask that you reseal that. And what can you see on that picture?
There's some red stains on it.
And image 346?
That's marker AV. It was for those two rings that were underneath the pillows. After they were removed, they were located.
Okay. Were they on top or below the fitted sheet?
Good question.
Do you recall?
I think we would have collected them if they were on top of the sheet.
So you believe they were below the sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
I couldn't think why we would move them. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Image 349.
So I'm just placing a ruler or a scale and some stains on the wall behind the bed.
And those stains, let's see if I can get my computer to let me zoom a little. What did they appear to be to you?
When you go to, I guess we can say a black pattern analysis class, they teach you the different patterns that you might encounter at a scene. For me, those look like more like cast-off stains. Cast-off stain is created when someone swings an object or a weapon, if it's stained with blood or soaked, and the droplets get thrown onto a surface.
Thank you. Okay. Going to image 351, can you orient the jury where we are in the room and what you documented in 351?
So that's going to be on the right side of the bed. on that same wall. Again, we can see more stains on the wall. They look like cast off stains as well.
Thank you. All right, and now we've gone back into the other images. Exit that. Your Honor, we can turn off that screen for a second. So you've brought a number of evidentiary items that still remain, and I'd like to move through those somewhat quickly. So I may do these in batches. Did you bring evidentiary item 1 with you today?
Which was a cell phone? Yes, I did.
Okay. And you didn't personally collect that cell phone, did you?
I did not, no.
Okay. Do you know who personally collected and tagged it?
I do not know.
Okay. We're looking at the evidence tag. Refresh your recollection.
Yes, ma'am.
Approach.
Yes.
I'm going to show you something, and I'll allow you to review it, and then I will take that back and re-ask my question. Does that refresh your recollection as to who originally collected and tagged item 1 into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
What is item 1?
Item 1 is a cell phone collected by Detective Ornelas.
Cesar Ornelas?
Cesar Ornelas, yes.
Did you bring that item to court with you?
I did.
Has it stayed in your custody and control?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether this item was subsequently tested?
I do not know, ma'am. I don't have that knowledge.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63. What is 63?
63 is a black cell phone collected by Cesar Ornelas, item 1.
Understanding the defense is stipulated to the foundation. Move to admit State 63, Your Honor?
No objection, Your Honor.
63 is admitted.
You discussed collecting item 38, which you labeled as AA, which is the cell phone underneath the body. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you bring that item to court with you today?
I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Going to approach you with the marked as State's Exhibit 64. Can you tell me if you recognize 64?
Yes, it says item 38, collected by me, Maria Tena. Yes.
Are there any other initials on that seal?
The initials of JJV 12522.
Understanding the defense is stipulated to foundation, Your Honor, I move to admit 64.
No objection.
64 is admitted.
Let's talk about some of the other items that you collected from the scene. We saw in the photos some pillows with different colored pillowcases on them.
Yes.
Do you recall those items?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And did you collect those pillows?
I did.
Okay. And did you take any swabs from those photos?
I did while processing them in our processing room.
Did you bring those pillows to court with you?
I did.
Sorry, my last exhibit was 64, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that pillow designated AQ with the evidence tag 89?
Yes, AQ and AR.
that were the two pillows?
Yes, ma'am.
Was AQ2 and evidence tag 91 also a pillow you collected?
Yes.
Okay. And you ultimately also took swaps from those pillows?
Yes, I did.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I approached
Yes.
Going to place evidence, or State's Exhibit sticker 65 on item 89, 66 on item 91, and 67 on item 93. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
To show you States 65 and 66, can you identify these items?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what is 65?
So 65 it has AQ, pillow with red stains. It's a black and red pillowcase.
And you brought this to court with you?
I did.
What about 66?
So 66 is going to be AQ2, pillow from left side of bed. It's the one with the blue pillowcase.
Understanding that the defense has stipulated to the foundation for these items, Your Honor, I move to admit 65 and 66.
No objection, Your Honor.
55 and 56 are admitted without objection. Go ahead, counsel.
65 and 66.
65 and 66.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 67. Item 93, evidentiary tag AR. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
So it's item AR, the black and red pillowcase with red stains.
Move to admit, understanding the defense has stipulated to foundation, Your Honor, I move to admit State 67.
No objection.
Hold on a second. I have identified 65 as a black and red pillowcase.
Can you identify the differentiating evidence label you gave to this pillow?
So the difference was the one was located on the right. There were both a black and red and a blue. And then on the other side, on the right side, was also a black and red and a blue pillowcase.
Okay. And this one is, you said AB?
AR.
AR, okay. Without objection, 67 is admitted.
And with all of these, Your Honor, I'm not going to move to publish. They do contain biohazard material, and the jury can view them if they wish. Okay. May I proceed?
Yes.
We saw that fitted sheet with red stains, and you said you collected that. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 68. Can you identify?
Yes, ma'am. So it's item AS, fitted sheet with stains.
This is that red and white kind of floral one?
Yes.
And you did not observe any feces or poop on this
I
one?
did not know.
Understanding the defense is stipulated to the foundation for this item, Your Honor, I move for admission of State 68.
No objection, Your Honor.
68 is admitted.
We saw you, that you photographed a second cell, or a cell phone that was on the refrigerator table that you had identified as P as in Paul. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that would be item number 21 for your agency?
Yes, like I said, I don't know the numbers, but I do know the letters that I gave each item.
Okay. So P would be the one on top of the refrigerator inside the garage. garage?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify 65?
Yes, it says item P, cell phone on top of fridge inside the garage.
Okay. And does this one have additional evidence tape or seals than when you tagged it in?
Yes, on the bottom, and it has the initials JJV 11-1 of 22.
Understanding that defense is stipulated to the foundation for this item, Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 65.
No objection, Your Honor.
Wait.
No,
66.
69.
69. Lawyers are bad at math, Judge. So, Your Honor, I would relabel that State's Exhibit number to reflect 69.
No objection, Your Honor.
69 is admitted.
We saw two rings that were on the bed underneath or near, or you said you believed to have been underneath that fitted sheet. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and those would have been reference AV.
Yes, ma'am.
You collected those items and brought them here today?
I did.
Just place State's Exhibit 70, or sticker 70 on that item. Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
may I approach?
Yes.
Can you identify State 70?
So it says item AV, 2 rings.
And these are the 2 rings that you photographed and collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Understand the defense is stipulated to the foundation for this item, Your Honor. I move to admit State 70.
No objection.
70 is admitted.
Just a few more items, Your Honor. Officer Tennant, you brought with you today a number of cell phones. Did you bring any electronic data related to those cell phones with you?
I did.
And going to place exhibit stickers on item 121, that's going to be 71, item 122, which will be 72, and item 124, which will be 73. And understanding that you didn't personally collect these items.
I did not, no.
Okay, but you did retrieve them from evidence.
I did.
Okay, and you maintained custody and control?
I did, yeah.
Can you please identify quickly what 71, 72, and 73 are?
'71 is item 121, and it says cell phone extraction data from item 1, cell phone number 1, and collected by Ryan Romero.
72?
72, it's item 122, US drive containing data extracted from item 38, collected by Ryan Romero. And then 73 is USB data from cell phone. It's item 124, collected by Jared Alide.
Understanding the defense is stipulated to the foundation for these items, pending additional foundation proof of witnesses who completed these extractions, Your Honor. I move to conditionally admit 71, 72, and 73.
No objection to the conditions thing.
71, 72, and 73 are conditionally received into evidence. We shall need to complete the circle.
Yes, Judge. After you, aside from the evidence that you collected on the date of incident, did you collect yourself any other swabs from individuals?
I did.
Can you describe what that means to the jury?
So I collected oral DNA standards from 2 individuals, and that was on November 1st. So what it means, oral DNA standards is collecting a sample or a swab from inside a person's cheek. We try to do one from the right side, one from the left side. And we just swab the inside of the cheek for a few seconds, I guess, as long as you have enough of a sample to test. After collecting the swab, it goes into a glassine envelope, which is a small envelope. And then we fold that envelope and it goes into a manila envelope.
Under what authority did you collect DNA swabs from the 2 individuals in this case?
In this case, it was a search warrant, so the execution of a search warrant.
And who were the 2 individuals in this case that you collected known DNA standards from, that you personally swabbed their mouths?
So it was from Ms. Kiara McCauley and then Mr. Isaac Apodaca.
Mr. Apodaca present in the courtroom today.
Yes.
Can you please point to him and identify him by what he's wearing?
It looks like a blue or navy blue jacket, blue shirt, sitting right there.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that Officer Tenna identified the defendant?
She has.
Okay. Did you follow the standard operating procedures for the collection of these items for your agency?
I did.
Okay. And did you tag them in to evidence?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness with States 74 and 75?
Yes.
First, I'm going to hand you State 74. What is State 74?
Item 74 says it's item 42 for me, so it's oral DNA standard from Isaac Apodaca, date of birth 12/1996.
Okay. And that is one of the swabs that you collected from Mr. Apodaca's mouth?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other agency seals?
So we have the green seal on the bottom. That's from the DPS, the forensic lab.
Okay. So that means that was sent for additional testing?
Yes, ma'am. And we have their barcode on the back.
Other than those seals, does that appear to have been altered or tampered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Move to admit 74, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
74 is admitted.
While you put your gloves on, I'll just set this in front of you. This is State 75. Can you identify what State 75 is?
So it's item 39 for me. It's oral DNA standard from Kiara McCauley, date of birth 12/4/2002.
Any other agency seals on that envelope?
It has that green seal on the bottom from the forensic lab.
Other than the additional seal, does that item appear to have been tampered with or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you brought that to court with you?
I did.
Move to admit State 75.
No objection.
75 is admitted.
Did you receive any evidence from the Office of the Medical Investigator after the autopsy of Grace McCullough?
I did. It was on December 6th of 2022. Usually we get the evidence in a box. All items are already sealed. If they come in a smaller envelope, we have to repackage them in a bigger envelope.
Placing evidence stickers on SFPD items 128, 129, and 130. Mr. Chairman? Can I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State 76, 77, and 78, which would be 128, 129, and 130 respectively. Can you identify these items, please?
So item 128 is the FTA blood spot card. It's almost like a standard for the victim, and it came from OMI, the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Are there any other agency seals on that item?
So we have the DPS Forensic Lab seal here.
Okay. Other than the additional seal, does that item appear to have been tampered with or altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Move to admit states 76, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
76 is admitted.
And I'll have you identify 77.
Exhibit 77, it's our item 129. So they're fingernail clippings with clippers, and this from the left hand of Ms. Jennings. This one we received from the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Are there any other agency seals on that item?
We have the DPS Forensic Lab sealed on the bottom and their barcode.
And you tagged all three of these items in after receiving them from the Office of the Medical Investigator?
I did, yes.
Okay. Does that, other than the additional agency seal, appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way?
No, ma'am.
Move to admit state 77, the fingernail clippings from left hand.
No objection, Your Honor.
77 is admitted.
Okay. States 78, Ms. Tennant, if you'll identify those.
So exhibit 78, it's our item number 130, fingernail clippings with clippers from right hand of Ms. Jennings. Again, we received this from the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Are there any other agency seals?
The green evidence seal from DPS, the Forensic Lab.
Other than those seals, does that item appear to have been altered or tampered with in any way?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Move to admit states 78.
No objection, Your Honor.
78 is admitted.
Did you bring two items of documentary evidence with you today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and these do not have any biological materials within them, to your knowledge, do they?
No.
Okay, I'm going to place evidence markers, or exhibit stickers, excuse me, on item 47, that's 79, and item 48 from your agency, which will be States Exhibit 80. I'm just going to go ahead and have you identify these for today's purposes. Mr. Cameron? What is State 79?
So exhibit 79 is item 47 for us. They're drawings completed by Mr. Isaac Apodaca, collected by Javier Vigil.
And whose initials are on the evidence seals in that case?
So Mr. Sergeant Javier Vigil, 11/2 of 22, and then my initials on the bottom. And that's from 3/4/26, that was during the evidence review.
Okay, so you've previously opened those during the evidence review of the party?
Yes, I did.
Right. Does that otherwise appear to have been altered or tampered with?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to conditionally admit 79. Understand that the foundation is, to this witness, has been stipulated to. An additional foundation will be laid through Sergeant Vigil.
No objection.
79 is provisionally admitted.
And States Exhibit 80. What is it?
So exhibit 80 is our item number 48, and it says advice or waiver of constitutional rights from Isaac Apodaca, collected by Javier Vigil.
And have the seals on that been changed or added to in any way?
No, they have not.
Okay, and you brought that to court with you today?
I did.
Understanding of the foundation for this has been stipulated to for this witness, I'd move to conditionally admit States 80, the advice or waiver of constitutional rights tagged by Sergeant Vigil.
No objection, Your Honor.
80 is provisionally admitted.
So we've talked a fair amount about you doing some evidence processing in this case and taking some pictures at your evidence processing room at the Santa Fe Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
When you took those photos, what did you do with the photos?
All the photographs were uploaded to the Accent server.
Did you alter or tamper the photographs of the items from evidence processing? And Judge, we're not publishing right now, right?
No.
Okay. Just want to make sure before I go to the items that you photographed when you processed some of the evidence. Did you alter those photographs in any way? I think I just asked that.
I did not, no.
Okay. And may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you, Officer Pinna, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. Do you recognize State's 81?
Yes, ma'am.
What is State's 81?
So it's a CD with 8 photos. You can see my signature and the date, today's date.
Okay, and what is contained on State's Exhibit 81?
I believe they're close-up photographs of some of the items collected.
How many photographs are on here?
8.
8, okay. And do you recall what is depicted in these 8 photographs?
I do not know.
But you said they're items from evidence processing?
Yes.
And there's 8 of them?
Yeah.
Did you view this disc?
I did, yeah.
Okay, and is that your signature? In
It
today's
is, yes.
Are the items on here a fair and accurate depiction of, or the images on here a fair and accurate depiction of the items that you did close-up photographs of?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to admit State's 81.
Nothing further.
Okay. 81 is admitted.
May I confer with co-counsel for a second?
Yes.
Your Honor, I do not need to publish these 8 items at this time.
Okay.
I may just have a brief moment to review my notes. Did you have any other involvement in this case?
I took several items to the lab for analysis.
Okay. When you would transport the items to the lab for analysis, did you maintain custody and control of those items?
I did.
Okay. And are those the items that would have been tested for DNA?
DNA and fingerprints, yes.
And fingerprints. Okay.
Yes.
So anything that was tested for DNA or latent, you were the member of the chain of custody that transported from the SFPD evidence to the Department of Public Safety?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you follow all standard operating procedures for the transfer of those items?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, ma'am. Other than the evidence review, sorry.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So we did an evidence review of the parties and you helped lead that.
Right, March 4th of this year.
Okay. And neither myself nor defense wandered off with any evidence?
No.
Okay. May I just confer with co-counsel, Your Honor? Your Honor, I believe that covers it. At this time, we will pass the witness.
Cross-examination, counsel.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm just going to pick up this empty bag, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I shut this? Good afternoon. Is it detective now?
No, I'm an officer, sir.
Okay. And how long have you been with the department?
16 years.
16. Oh, I do remember you saying that. So I'm going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. Poor Miss Murphy, she had to do the hard part, so I should be able to do it a lot quicker, okay?
Yes.
I just wanted to go through some specific items to start off with. Well, let me ask you, does your department use a Faro scanner at all?
We do, yes.
And is there a reason why you didn't use it? Well, could you tell the members of the jury what a Faro scanner is?
A Faro scanner takes 3D scans, takes thousands of photographs, so you can walk through the scene So I can explain it better. If you ever go to look at new houses and then you could go through the house, you can do the same thing with the Faro scan. So it was used at the scene.
Oh, it was used?
Yes, it was.
And did you render a final product?
Yes, I did.
And has that been turned over?
It's in evidence.
Okay. And can you go through your training with regard to collecting swabs?
I've been training for 16 years, since I guess I started my law enforcement career.
And you went through a specific class, and then everything from that point on is OJT.
From the time I started working with the crime scene unit, I was taught how to collect the swab, and then we went to the crime scene investigation class, and they talk about how to collect swabs. So it's pretty simple, but yeah.
Okay. And just with regard to the standards that you took from Ms. McCulley and Mr. Apodaca,
Yes,
I'm guessing you didn't do them at the same time?
I did not, no.
Okay, and so you didn't need to remove your gloves, do one, and then put on new gloves and do the other one?
If you want to remove them, you could, but it's still the same DNA from the same person.
Okay.
So I couldn't tell you if I did or not, but usually we try to, if it's the same person. If I'm going to do a different person, I probably will change I have to change my gloves.
Okay.
It's a must. But they were swabbed at separate times. We couldn't have both of them there at the same time.
Okay, and at different locations?
It's at the Santa Fe County Jail, yes.
And so there's no way those could have been cross-contaminated because they were at separate times?
There were separate times, and I try to seal the envelopes right away.
Okay.
Once it's collected.
Okay. Was it the same day or different day?
Same day.
Okay.
Yes.
And with regard to the sword, I think you have it marked as item J? Is that
Yes.
what you had it marked as?
Yes.
You didn't take any swabs off of that, right?
I did not, no.
But you collected the sword?
I did, yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that you followed all protocols with collecting that sword, okay?
Yes.
So first, you were wearing gloves?
Yes, I was.
And was that a fresh pair of gloves?
Yes.
And you hadn't picked up anything you hadn't picked up anything when you after you put those gloves on, you didn't pick up anything before you picked up the sword? I know that was confusing.
I try to switch my gloves every time I collect a new
Okay.
item
All right, so you have new gloves on to pick up the sword.
and place it into the box or wherever I'm going to place it, or however I'm going to package it, yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming you don't just go up and grab it, right?
Right.
How do you pick it up?
You have to make sure, in this case, it was full of blood, you have to be careful how you hold an item.
So in the movies, sometimes the police officers pick up guns and they do it like this in the movies. And just for the record, I'm holding two fingers together. You do it kind of like that, very gingerly.
Yeah, but you don't want to drop it, so you just try not to drop the item.
And
In this case, I knew the sword was sharp, so I didn't want to cut myself.
Okay.
Yes.
And you do that because you don't want to contaminate
Yeah,
any
you
of the
don't-
evidence, right?
Correct. You don't want to cross-contaminate an item.
Okay. And the same thing with the sheath of the sword. Where was that? What item number was that? I don't recall.
I believe it was item N, if I'm correct.
Okay.
I would have to look at the pictures, but it was on the ground, on top of all that trash and items on the ground.
So was it below where the sword was? So the sword was on a dresser?
Yes, the counter on the dresser,
And
yeah.
it looked like the point was facing west.
Towards the wall, yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And so below the sword is where you found the sheath
Yes,
for the sword? The sheath for the sword?
Yes.
Okay. Because I know the dagger was close to there as well.
the what?
The dagger?
Yes, it was further down, closer to the fridge.
Okay. So when you pick up that sheath for the sword, did you change your gloves before you picked up that sheath?
I change my gloves every time I collect an item, yes.
Okay. And again, that one you picked up gingerly? You didn't just reach over and grab it?
I couldn't tell you how I picked it up. It was collected, so.
Okay. But in your training experience, you wouldn't just go over and grab it, right?
I don't know what you're referring to.
I mean,
like-
you wouldn't just grab onto it and possibly mess up any of the evidence that might be on it, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
In this case, I didn't see any stains, any blood stains, so I couldn't tell you how I grabbed it, but I collected it. Yeah.
But you do it in such a manner so as not to disturb evidence.
Correct.
Okay.
Let's just say in a gentle manner.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. So let's talk about the dagger real quick.
Mhm.
So it looks like from the photos that the dagger itself was inside of a sheath.
Correct.
And so, did you separate the two and tag them later as two separate items?
They were collected together. When I went to the processing room to do the close-up photographs, I took it out to show what it was, to do the close-up photograph, and then I put it back the way it was.
Okay, and again, just to be sure, before you picked up the dagger, you put on new gloves.
Yes,
And it sounds like you didn't take the dagger out of the sheath until you were at a lab somewhere? Is that what you're saying?
correct. In the processing room, yes.
And again, when you picked up the dagger, you did it within your protocol so as not to mess up any of the evidence that might be on there.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to the blood stains that were on the wall there, did you swab those?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm understanding. Okay. Now, how many times do you think you swabbed in your entire career? So, a blood spatter.
Hundreds of times.
Okay.
We get them all the time, yes.
All right. How many swabs do you use when you do that?
Just one swab.
Just one?
Yeah.
And those swabs, they come in their own little container kind of thing?
In a package, yes, in a paper container, I guess we can say. There's some that come with one, some other ones have two in one package.
And this one came with one?
I couldn't tell you, I can't remember that, yeah.
But it's sealed?
It's sealed, yes, it's a sterile swab.
Okay. So when you bring it into the garage, it's sealed? You
Yes.
don't unseal it until you're about to use it?
Yes,
And you use fresh gloves when you collect that blood?
correct.
And what, did you swab anything else in that room?
I know I collected the two stains from there was two different cast-off stains, one by the bed and one to the right side of the bed. I can't remember collecting, there was the blood where the victim was laying or sitting. There was blood there, so there was swabs collected from that area as well.
Okay. And in both of those instances also, just to be sure, you did change your gloves?
Yes,
And you used a new sterile swab
correct.
in both instances?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to go through some specific questions that I had for you with regard to some of the items. So if we got the dagger. Now, I imagine you've been through a lot of crime scenes, right?
Correct.
And you've been through some crime scenes where there's been struggles,
Yes,
where you knew there was a struggle?
yes.
So in this particular crime scene, did it look like there was a struggle to you?
It was hard to tell because of all the items all throughout the room, the trash.
And was that something that you specifically noted in your mind when you were there?
Yeah, there was a lot of trash, and then all the blankets were, there was some on the bed, some on the ground, or hanging off the bed.
Well, could you tell us maybe what kind of things in an environment you look for that would indicate a struggle?
Maybe furniture thrown around. In this case, it was hard to tell since everything was all over the place.
And given the fact that did you go into the main house?
I did.
And what was the environment like in the main house?
It was in total disarray as well. There were boxes, clothing, trash everywhere. There was only like a pathway to get through the house when I was taking the photographs.
And so was the main house in more of a disarrayed state than the garage?
I would say the garage was more of a disarray because of all the trash. It was hard to walk through that floor. There was trash going up my knees in some of the areas, so it was hard getting around. I had to do the ferro scan. It was hard for me to place the ferro scan, the scanner, because of all the trash.
Sorry. Do you remember where you placed it?
There was one by the entrance of the garage. I did another one afterwards, and then one from the back. So I had to make my way to the back and set the ferro scanner.
Okay. Did you ferro scan the outside too?
I did not, no.
'Cause, okay. I wanted to show you one of the exhibits that was exhibited, that was admitted earlier today, if I may. May I?
Yes, what are you looking for?
So it's actually two exhibits. You're on a State's Exhibit 43 and State's Exhibit 44. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Can you just,
Show counsel what you.
So in your training and experience as a person who takes photographs of evidence, would you say that that's classified as a good photograph of evidence?
I did not take these photographs.
I understand.
Just to make it clear. I believe it was probably taken with the cell phone. It's a photograph. It's not very clear, but it's a photograph.
Hey, with regard to your training experience, would you say that that's a good photograph for evidence?
I guess you have to work with what you have at the time.
Hold on a second. She objected.
the quality of evidence is for the jury to decide.
Well, I'm asking her
I don't
opinion.
take that as an objection. I take it as a statement. You may answer the question if you can.
So they're blurry. The photographs are blurry, but I guess at the time, if the cell phone was the only thing they had, that's what they had to use. And we all have cell phones issued by the department, so.
Okay. And if you were taking a photograph like that and you, well, let me ask you this. Do you check your photographs?
Do I check my photographs?
Yes.
Yes,
Do you check them every time you take one?
sometimes.
And if you see a blurry one, what do you do?
We don't delete them. We're not
Okay.
supposed to delete photographs.
Do you retake it though?
We retake it, yes.
Okay, may I approach the witness?
May.
Okay, and when you go in to collect evidence, it sounds like there's a very specific protocol you do. And I just want to make sure that I got that right. So you come in and you take an overall photograph. And then you take a close, this is before you put a marker down.
Correct.
And then you put a marker down, right? And then you take another photograph.
So we do overall photographs of everything.
Okay,
Like in this case, for the house, let's say for the house, I have to do it for each room of the house.
okay.
Overall photographs, that's before anything gets moved. After that, then if they do a search, items are identified as evidence, then I would do an overall photograph for that item. And then a mid-range, and then a close-up, and then put the marker down and identify that item.
Okay, so it's photo, marker, photo, collect.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, we talked about the gloves, right? Yes, we did. What other, okay, the booties. You said that in that photograph also, one of the photographs, I can't remember which one it was, but I think it was Detective Romero was standing next to you when you took the photograph, and you can see his feet.
I believe it was Detective Alide.
Alide?
Jared Alide, yes.
So on his feet were those booties. Do you guys change those a lot?
We have, if we have enough, yes, we would probably change them often.
So that scene was right inside the door, right, of the garage?
Where he was standing?
Yes.
Yes.
And so say those booties got messed up, because there was a lot of blood right there, right?
Yes, where she was sitting down,
Yes,
where the
ma'am.
body was located.
Yes. If he would have gotten them stained at that point in time, is that when you would change?
Usually, probably by this time, I had already collected swabs from where she was sitting down. So if he did step on that blood, I mean, if we had enough booties, then he would have changed his booties, yeah.
Gotcha, okay. And then was he also wearing something over him, over his clothing as well?
I didn't notice that, no.
Do you guys have something that you wear over your clothing?
We have coveralls. I believe for this scene, we didn't have him with us, so we just used what we have at the time.
Okay.
Yes.
And at the time, you had gloves and booties?
Yes.
All right. And with regard to, it looks like you peeled layers of evidence back. You know, you pulled the pillows and then the blanket, right?
Correct.
And then you pulled the sheet, and then you have the mattress. So you go in that order to avoid cross-contamination as well, right?
Yeah, and in another way, because I don't want to move, the items are on top of, let's say, the fitted sheet. I don't want to just take the sheet off and then I'm messing with the pillows.
Okay.
I don't want to move them out of place or get them out of place.
All right. Now, when I'm cleaning my room, I just throw stuff. I'm guessing you don't do that?
No.
Okay. So when you pull the sheet off, you don't shake it out or anything like that?
No, we just try to, since there was nothing else, then we just try to grab the sheet and package it.
Okay. Now, when you take the evidence back and then put it on the brown pieces of paper, do you remember talking about that?
Correct.
You use a different piece of paper each time you need to repackage evidence? Is
Yes.
that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you have to do that with the sword in this case?
Yes, with every item, we have to replace that piece of paper.
Okay. So I just want to make sure you did it with the sword, right? And you did it with the sheath to the sword?
Yes.
And you did it with the dagger?
Yes,
And you did it with the sheath to the dagger?
with every single item collected.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Oh, and what about the table? Do you guys ever clean the table?
We do. We have wipes and then a spray
And
to
what,
sanitize the tables.
okay, you said wipes and a scrape?
A spray,
Spray.
a sanitizer, yes.
What is the chemical, do you know?
I do not know.
And when you clean that surface with that chemical, do you do it before you put the paper down, or do you do it after you take a photo of every single piece of evidence, or you just do it once?
We do it every time after we are done processing evidence.
Okay.
Yes,
So you walk in, process all this 70 pieces of evidence or whatever we have here. You clean it first, you process it, and then you clean it again?
yes, to
Okay.
leave it ready for the next person for another, let's say if they're processing another scene, then it's ready for them because it's clean.
Okay. And so would you say you're pretty confident that you didn't cross-contaminate any of the evidence in this case?
Correct, yes.
Well, it sounds like you were very thorough. I'm sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, the dogs. I wanted to talk to the dogs. Talk to the dogs. Silly. rough, right? I wanted to talk about the dogs real quick. When you got there, those three animals were just in the yard, right?
As far as I know, yes. I heard barking and I'm like, oh no, I'm not going in there because I'm terrified of dogs. So
Okay,
I'm
well,
like,
I don't
I'm
blame
not going to go in there.
So after animal control came out, animal control came out and got the dogs, right?
Yes,
And you said that took about an hour.
correct.
And after they removed the dogs from the property, you went in?
They didn't remove them from the property. They were secure in a little corral in a little area.
Okay,
And you can see them on one of my pictures.
okay. And so that's when you go in?
I started taking my overall photographs.
And was the garage door still open or was it shut?
It was closed, yes.
So, okay, so
Yes.
somebody did shut it to protect it?
Yes.
Do you know who did?
No, I did not.
Okay. And I kind of missed some stuff when you were originally talking about the laundry room, and you found some stuff in the hamper. The blue sweater was item A,
Yes,
right? Item B was the black pants.
correct.
Now, I don't think I could find that picture, but were those pants inside out when you found them?
They were, because I remember Detective Alide fixing them, putting them the right way for me to
So-
photograph them.
Okay, so did you take a photo of them before Detective Alide fixed them?
I took a photograph of the laundry basket before, but we're always recording, so you have it on video.
Okay,
Yes,
and then he fixed them, and then you took
And I
that
took
photograph that
photographs.
we saw.
correct.
All right, and then item C was what?
The red T-shirt that was wet.
Oh, that one that you displayed over the top?
Correct.
All right. And you didn't swab that?
No, I did not. It was sent to the lab.
Oh, and that's what the packaging said?
Yes.
That it was sent to the lab? And then item D?
Item D was a small towel that was located underneath the laundry basket.
And did that have anything significant on it? that you
Not to my knowledge, no.
And was that all the items that was in that hamper?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall how much time was left on the washing machine, if you know?
No, I do not know.
Oh, here we go. A question I thought of. I know it had been a while since this crime was reported in the time you got there. So when you did collect those pants and that shirt, were they dry? Meaning the stains?
The stains?
Yes.
So I believe the t-shirt was still wet, the red t-shirt?
Okay.
Yes.
Was it on the bottom?
Yes, because it was one of the last items collected, other than the small towel.
Okay. So the blue sweater and the black pants were dry, the stains were dry?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. So with regard to I-1, that would be the tissue that you collected?
With red stains?
Yes, ma'am. Tell us how you collected that one, how your protocol teaches you to collect something like that. Is it the same?
It's the same. I just grabbed it with clean gloves and placed it in an envelope.
Okay.
Yes.
And so you're confident that that one's not cross-contaminated?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this is just a curiosity question. You have to wait for OMI to arrive before the victim, Ms. Jennings, could be moved?
Correct. We don't touch the bodies. So
Is that because you don't have the authority to? OMI is the only one that has the authority?
OMI has the authority, yes.
And does OMI take their own photographs?
Correct.
Okay. And you recall that red backpack having items that belong to Ms. Jennings?
Correct.
Okay, I think you answered that question. I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I want to go back to the washer again. I just want to make sure that we're all understanding this correctly, because I don't know if I was exactly clear. When I'm talking about stuff that's still wet with regard to item A, the sweater,
Okay.
we're not talking about wet from water, are we?
They had some stains, red stains? Is
Yeah.
that what you're talking about?
Yeah, those were dry, actually.
They
right?
were pretty dried, yeah.
Okay, and the rest of the sweater itself was dry as well?
As far as I remember, yes.
So you don't think it had been through the wash?
I didn't think so, no.
And item B, the pants?
Well, there's no way for me to tell if it went through the wash or not, because if it was dried, how can I tell if it had already been washed?
Okay, that's fair. That makes sense. And the same with item B?
Correct.
How about item C? It was wet?
It looked like it was wet, yes.
Okay. And when you say wet, are you talking about covered with blood wet or water and blood?
It looked like waters.
It was
wet,
mostly
yes.
it was water?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on the bottom of the hamper?
Correct.
And so do you remember what was on top of that? Was it A or B or D?
Well, the first item that we took out of the
So in that order.
laundry basket was the sweater.
Okay. And the last item was D?
The small towel, yes.
Okay. Do you recall if anybody else took swabs in the garage or anywhere in the garage?
I was the only one processing. So it was just me.
So just a real quick question. Do you teach since you're in the position that you're in, and you are the one who has to go out in the field and collect evidence,
Correct.
do you teach the officers in the academy how to approach scenes, how to avoid messing up a scene for you?
We have taught our own officers, yes. We put up some classes, even for the Citizens Academy.
Okay.
And for our own, for our newer crime scene techs, we do teach them how to process scenes.
Okay. So the officers that entered into that scene have that kind of training so that they don't mess up evidence?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. It's just not as thorough as yours.
I just know that when I went to the academy, I did have a small class of how to process a scene, so I did have that knowledge before I started working as an officer.
Okay, so what I'm asking is, do you teach them how not to mess up a scene? I guess is what I'm asking.
I guess we try to tell them, hey, this is how you do it.
Okay.
And sometimes they'll listen.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you approach, please?
Personally know who any of the phones that you collected on scene belonged to?
I did not know.
Okay. And the blood that was swabbed on scene, or from the different swabbing areas, you didn't test that blood, did you, personally?
No, I did not.
Okay.
No.
So we would ask someone else about what the results of that blood test would be.
Correct. That's why they went to the lab, yes.
Great. Okay. You said you arrived on scene at approximately 7 p.m., 1900 hours?
Correct.
And then after the dogs were secured, you then began your search probably around 10 p.m.?
Correct. We waited for the dogs to be secured, and then I started doing my overall photographs.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I said 1900 hours is 7
7
okay.
p.m., yes.
And so, were you still on scene at 2200 hours?
I was, yes.
Okay. So you would not have been at the station able to process any photos of Isaac or Kiara yourself?
No, we were at the scene for a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're the individual collecting, tagging, processing, but is everyone that's on call for the evidence unit there with you?
At the time, I believe I was the only one. I could have had one more person, but I think she was off. It was the weekend, I believe.
So you were the evidence
I
unit?
was the only one there,
Okay.
yeah. I had no help.
Okay, thank you. And you were asked on cross about the clothing in the hamper, I just want to make sure I have kind of the layer of the items. So if I'm understanding, the red shirt was on the bottom?
Correct, because we were pulling them out as they were. Like the top item was the sweater, and then the pants, and then the shirt, and then the small towel.
Did it go towel then shirt or shirt then towel?
The towel was the last item.
Okay, thank you. And you said it appeared wet with water or a similar substance to that?
The shirt, yes, you can see it on the photographs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It didn't appear to have any blood on it.
Well, it was red, so it was hard to tell.
Sure.
Yes.
I want to ask you about two items that we didn't enter, but I just want to make sure that we clarify that you swabbed. The red fitted sheet, did you collect AS1, a swab from that sheet?
I did, yes.
Okay, and one of the pillows, did you collect a blood swab labeled AR1 from the AR corresponding item?
I did, yes.
Okay, and were those two of the items that were sent to the lab?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find any evidence of hard drugs in the garage? By that I mean anything other than marijuana?
That's the only thing we found, green leafy substance.
Okay. And, sure, where did you locate a green leafy substance?
It was in one of the bags. I believe it was the floral bag.
The floral bag?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the bags that maybe had been identified as Grace's?
Correct.
Okay. But no methamphetamine, no evidence of paraphernalia like a crack pipe, for example?
There was a smoking pipe.
Okay.
And then just green leafy substance.
Okay. Only a green leafy substance in that pipe?
Correct, the residue, yes.
No other drugs or drug paraphernalia?
Correct.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor.
And if you'd approach counsel.
Pink bag with a box in it?
Yes.
Okay. Other than that bag, and other than the bags or boxes that you identified or were identified to you as belonging to Grace Jennings, did you discover any other packed bags within the garage?
There was several bags
Okay.
that were collected.
Okay.
Do you know which color or which one were you talking about? There was several bags that were collected. There was the gray and black that was located by the blue bin, that's AE. And then there's the floral bag, the pink bag, and then the red bag on top of the bed. A plastic bag with a bunch of clothing belonging to her.
So is AE, let's start with AE, the duffel, did that have women's underwear inside it?
I'm trying to remember what it had. I know there was a cell phone in there, some clothing items, some personal items. I know there was one bag with underwear. I'm just trying to remember which bag
So
that was.
was that duffel identified as belonging to Grace Jennings?
Yes,
Okay. Was the floral bag identified as belonging to Grace Jennings?
correct. There was a social security card and a birth certificate belonging to her.
The blue bin that Grace's body was laying up against, was that identified as belonging to Grace Jennings?
Correct.
And the items within it, I mean. The orange backpack was identified as belonging to Grace Jennings, and that's the one that had the medication inside?
AT, yes.
A camo bag with miscellaneous clothing and items.
That was.
That was also identified as belonging to
Correct.
Grace Jennings?
If you give me the item numbers, then I can tell you. I know I had AE, AF,
So AE was the black and gray duffel.
correct.
AF was the
The pink bag on the floor,
and that had a
the Nintendo Switch.
Nintendo Switch and
I think there was a laptop, yes.
laptop. Okay. And the next one. The camo bag you already stated, which would be AM as in Mike.
Correct,
That was identified as belonging to Grace.
correct,
The floral backpack identified as AN as in Nancy.
correct.
Identified as belonging to Grace.
Yes, her birth certificate was in there and a social security card.
And then AT.
That's the red bag on top of the bed with her medication.
Is that the one that had the the green leafy substance in it?
Correct, and the ibuprofen.
And does that capture the bags that were located? Obviously, there were bags with trash, and trash items, but in terms of personal belongings of people, or does that capture the bags that were located?
Correct. I believe there was one more black one. It looks like a little small black bag, like a computer bag.
Okay.
I don't remember. I can't recall the item number.
Was that identified as belonging to a particular individual?
Correct. Yes.
And who was the individual identified as belonging to?
There was a Carlos Rubalcaba. I think that's the name, if I remember right. That was the name on the iPad that was located inside one of the bags.
Would that have been though within AF, the pink bag?
No, it was a different bag. It could be that black bag that I'm telling you about.
Okay. So there was another bag that contained a computer.
A computer, yeah. It was, I believe it was a Chromebook, if I'm right.
But no bags containing, no packed bags containing like men's clothing?
No, not at all. They were all women's clothing.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. We will reserve the witness subject to recall. May I approach the court monitor
Yes,
with
go ahead and
these?
give her those.
Defense will reserve as well.
Okay,
Yes, Your Honor, we will reserve as well.
okay. So you can step down for now. You've been held in reserve, so you may be recalled. The attorneys will stay in touch with you and let you know if you need to come back to testify. In the interim, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else and don't seek out any additional information about the case.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh,
Or do you want me to
yes.
leave it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and recess for the day. So again, the same
That's fine. Would he be able to take off his coat?
Yes, I would think so.
Would he be able to take off his shoes?
Yes.
I'm going to ask specifically about the injuries to his lungs, all right? First of all, I'm going to ask you about what a pneumothorax is. Could you please explain what that is?
Sure. The way our lungs work is they're kind of like bellows that when you take in a breath, it's the expansion of your rib cage that causes the lungs to expand. And so it's kind of a negative pressure actually suctioning your lungs out to open them up to take in air. And when someone has an injury that allows air from the outside to get into the space around the lungs, so on the inside of the chest but on the outside of the lungs, then that prevents that kind of bellows action. And so air inside the chest cavity is called a pneumothorax. So pneumo is air and thorax is the chest. And when someone has a pneumothorax, that can put pressure on the lungs, and depending on the size of the pneumothorax, it can completely collapse the lung or just, put a little pressure on the lungs.
Were you able to observe when you looked at the autopsy photos whether or not Mr. Woodworth had a pneumothorax?
No, I couldn't really tell.
How long does it take a pneumothorax to develop if one is stabbed in the lower lobe of their lungs?
So I would say it's really variable how long a pneumothorax takes to develop. It would depend on the size of the wound, the direction of the wound, whether it was more open or more closed, where in the lungs the wound occurred. So I would say it's probably pretty variable.
And can somebody have a pneumothorax but still be able to walk and talk?
Yes.
All right. And just to look at the photographs of the lungs and the autopsy pictures in exhibit number 4B, you have examined, let me just try to get to the right pictures. And just so it's clear, you've examined all of these photographs that are in exhibit number 4 from this trial?
Yes.
That were taken by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
All right, so you're looking at the page, well, that's sharp force injury 16. I think it's sharp force injury 16 and sharp force injury, let's find the other one, just to clarify. All right, so looking at sharp force injury number 8, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the lung that has a sharp force injury in the lung.
All right, and looking at the last page at sharp force injury number 16, what is that?
There are 2 photographs. One is the lung and one is the inside of the rib cage.
Okay, so with those, examination of those injuries in mind, did the sharp force injury to those lungs, were they, and considering the other photographs that you've examined, did they, was there any major vessel that would bleed a great deal cut in those injuries to the lungs?
No, so the main vessels to the lungs come from the heart, to and from the heart, and they're in sort of the center part of the lungs, and his wounds to the lungs were more in what's considered the periphery or the distant part of the lungs, and so there aren't any large vessels there. They're just little vessels.
Can you explain to the jury what a hemothorax is?
So hemo, meaning blood, is the hemothorax is the accumulation of blood in the chest cavity. So again, inside the chest, but outside the lung.
Did Mr. Woodworth have a hemothorax?
No.
How long does it take a hemothorax to develop with a stab wound to the lungs?
Well, again, it really depends on where in the lungs the injury occurs. If it's centrally and one of the main vessels is hit, one of the large vessels, then it will develop almost right away. But if it's more peripheral, or depending on, the size, there are a lot of variables, but it may take quite a while, minutes or longer to develop.
And would his injuries to his lungs prevent him from walking for 10 or 15 feet?
No.
Or talking?
No.
So is it fair to say he would not have developed complications from the stab wounds to his chest that would immediately cause him to be able to walk, talk, or live for this period of minutes to 30 minutes?
Yes, I would say the injuries to his lungs would not be immediately either fatal or incapacitating.
Okay, I would ask you to also look in that exhibit 4, for photographs of a wound to his lower abdomen and the scrotal area.
Yes, sharp force injury number 11.
Would that wound?
Oh, sorry, and number 12.
Okay, I was just going to ask you that. Would either of those wounds cause the person who suffered those wounds to feel an urge to urinate?
I would say yes.
Why is that?
These wounds entered the urinary bladder. Let me just check. I think it was number 11, the one to the lower part of the abdomen, entered the urinary bladder. And so that would feel like obviously very irritating to the urinary bladder, and there may be blood accumulating in the bladder, but also when you feel an irritation of the bladder, it feels like you have to empty your bladder. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone with that injury felt the need to empty their bladder.
Have you looked at all of the scene photographs in this particular case?
Yes.
And in looking at the scene photographs, where did you observe blood?
Both inside the car and outside of the car.
And medically, would that be consistent with him being stabbed in the car, getting out, walking or laying down, and at some point returning to the vehicle?
Yes.
Are all of your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, then who's going to cross-examine?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Ralph, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Dr. Thomas.
Good morning.
Oh, Judge, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask a question of Dr. Thomas. Counsel, is it all right if I do that?
All right.
Yep. I beg your
Be open,
indulgence,
direct.
thank you. I forgot to ask you, you were hired by the defense in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. When you're hired by a party, if your opinion is adverse to what they're interested in, do you tell them that?
Oh, yes.
Does the fact that you get paid by counsel affect your opinion one way or another?
No.
All right, nothing further, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Noroff, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Thomas. I'm going to refer to Exhibit 715. That's your written report in this case?
Yes.
And I just want to go through all of the different materials that you were provided. So you were provided the provisional and final autopsy protocols, correct?
Yes.
And then, did you receive 5 different discs of autopsy photographs?
There were a lot. 5 sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then it indicates Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory reports that you reviewed. Are those specifically the toxicology and then DNA results?
Probably, yes.
It indicates you reviewed Dr. Tovar, that's a defense expert's written report?
I don't remember who that was, sorry.
But you reviewed still his report?
Right.
You reviewed different photographs of the defendant spanning approximately 2.5 months?
Yes.
The state patrol crime scene documentation report and photographs?
Yes.
Is that the diagrams?
Yes.
Okay. And then the different statements by the defendant from different agencies, correct?
Yes.
Did you receive any transcripts from the defendant's interviews with the Detective Proc?
I don't know if they were transcripts or just summary statements. I don't remember.
And then you indicate photographs of a muddy tack force folding knife?
Yes.
Do you recall, was it the same knife that had a EMT written on the handle?
I don't recall.
Scene photographs, do you know who took those scene photographs? Did they say crime lab on the bottom? Or?
I assume it was either the crime lab or state patrol or Dunn County Sheriff or, law enforcement agencies that were investigating.
And then medical records from Mayo Clinic relating to the defendant?
Yes.
Eau Claire Police Department reports?
Yes.
And then a chapter on forensic emergency medicine.
Yes.
Fair to say there's thousands of documents of reports in this case?
Yes.
Did you review all of them?
I reviewed all of the ones that I had.
Okay, so all of the ones that the defense provided you, you reviewed?
Right.
Is there anything else I'm missing that you were provided?
Not that I know of or can think of at this point.
And doctor, is it fair to say your specialty and primary focus is performing autopsies?
At this point, I mean, it certainly has been most of my career. At this point, since I've retired from my main job, I do autopsies some, and I do consulting, and then I also work with a tissue donation organization reviewing medical records. So at this point, my practice is a little more varied than just autopsies.
But you're not an emergency room physician?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm strictly a forensic pathologist.
And so as a forensic pathologist, your patients, if we want to call them that, are deceased?
Correct.
Okay. And when you perform autopsies, and I know it's been some time since it's been your primary focus, but when you did them, you generally received the body, some clothes, and maybe a little bit of background information. Does that sound right?
So I think the answer to your question is at the time you do the autopsy, you may only have a little bit of information, but before a forensic pathologist comes to a conclusion about the cause and manner of death, we look at all kinds of information. So past medical history, past social history, maybe psychiatric history, what was happening around the time of death. Then we look at the scene information, the autopsy, the toxicology, maybe some other studies, and put all of that together.
Sure. So, I mean, you look for background information related to the patient who you're doing the autopsy on.
Correct.
So you don't generally, though, wait for DNA results related to the scene. You don't wait for transcripts of written recordings. I mean, your primary concern is the patient or individual you did the autopsy on, correct?
It really depends on the specifics of the case. If we need some of those ancillary tests in order to determine the cause or manner of death, then we would wait. But if the cause and manner of death are pretty clear right from some preliminary information, then you're correct. We would not have to wait for that.
And in this case, to determine the cause and manner of death, you didn't need the thousands of documents and DNA results?
No, this was pretty straightforward.
And in this case, you never examined the actual body of Alexander Woodworth?
Correct.
So I want to talk about the second page of your report now on Exhibit 715. And because we went over, you received a wide array of information. But looking at page 2, the third full paragraph that starts with on 3/22/18. Do you see that portion?
Yes.
Is it correct to say that, I guess, this narrative portion is essentially a abbreviated summary of the relevant information that you received from the defense?
Yes.
And so, to be clear, you're not stating to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the information in this narrative portion is correct?
No, this is just a summary of the information that was provided in various documents.
But as a professional witness, you would agree that your report needs to be accurate, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree that on the second or third full paragraph, you wrote, Jason Mengel contacted the police because he was looking for Ms. McCandless. And then around 12 o'clock, the Eau Claire police contacted her.
Yes.
And if I told you that it was in fact a janitor across the street from Alexander Woodworth's house who called the police and not Jason Mengel, would you agree that this portion of your report is not accurate?
Yes, if that was true.
Then if you look at the fifth paragraph down, in the middle of that paragraph that starts with on 3/22/18, you state, she stated she had been physically and sexually assaulted by Mr. Woodworth, but was unable to clearly remember what had happened. Did you see that sentence?
Yes.
And if I told you that no witness has testified that the defendant said she was sexually assaulted by Mr. Woodworth, would you agree that your report?
I'm going to object to that.
And what's the basis?
The basis is, she's saying if no witness has testified, Ms. McCandless testified that she was attacked, and being cut in the labia certainly would, in my opinion, be defined, or the labia or the vaginal area, mons pubis, would be defined as a sexual assault. In my opinion, it's contact with weapon with an intimate part of the body.
Well, I'll sustain your objection to that extent.
Thank you.
Okay, so your ultimate opinion in this case is you agree with Dr. Mills, Kelly Mills, who testified, I think, really early in this trial, that the cause of Mr. Woodworth's death was complications of multiple sharp force injuries. Is that right?
Yes.
And your report indicates that the primary complication was loss of blood, right?
Yes.
And that's, I think you start primarily from the neck and scrotum.
Yes.
I'd like to show you a couple of the photographs from exhibit number 4. That's the PowerPoint that Dr. Mills.
Right, she has them up there.
Yep, I want to put them on my screen so I can go through some of these.
1 minute, counsel, I just want to.
Okay. So if we look at slide number 7, which depicts sharp force injuries number 2 through 4, do you agree with Dr. Mills that these wounds proceeded through the soft tissue of the neck into the right external jugular vein muscle and then through a small branch of the internal jugular vein?
Yes.
And that these wounds were approximately 1 inch each deep and 5.5 inches in length?
Yes.
Judge, I just want to point out there's multiple pictures showing.
Oh, sorry.
This time, if counsel wants to. Okay. Thank you.
And then if I proceed to slide number 12, this depicts sharp force injury number 12 to the scrotal sac, correct?
Yes.
And looking at this wound to the scrotal sac, it would have bled profusely, correct?
Yes, it looks like there's bleeding within the scrotum also.
And if we go to the next slide, slide 13, that injury correlates directly with the both underwear and pants in this case, correct?
Yes.
You also opined that the injury to the head could have contributed to his death?
Yes.
And that's as a result of bleeding in the subdural space, putting pressure on the brain?
Yes.
Okay. And looking at slide number 5, this wound was approximately, do you agree, about 1.5 inches above the right ear canal?
Yes.
And this injury actually went through the temporal bone, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree it takes a substantial amount of force to stab through a bone?
Yes.
And would you agree that the trauma caused by the force going through the temporal bone could result in dizziness and disequilibrium?
It certainly could, yes.
And you agree that this caused bleeding outside of the brain, right?
Yes.
And you also observed, as well as Dr. Mills, a subarachnoid hemorrhage in the right temporal lobe of the brain?
Yes.
And a subarachnoid hemorrhage can lead to permanent brain death or damage, correct?
Yes.
And that blood on the brain can put pressure, causing a number of variety of issues, correct?
Yes.
Finally, you opined that the stab wounds to the lungs could have contributed to his death as well?
Yes.
And I don't believe your report indicated which wounds those are, but I believe, based on your testimony today, that was sharp force injury number 8, is that right?
Yes.
And this stab wound was actually quite deep at 3 3/8 inches in depth, correct?
Yes.
And if I told you that the blade of the knife used in this case was approximately 3.5 inches, the depth of this wound was approximately the entire length of the blade?
Yes. Yes.
And that wound goes, if I turn to the next slide, through the, excuse me, sorry. Slide number 11. Actually, I think I'm on the wrong slide. No, here it is.
No, that's right.
Yep, and it actually went through here, right on this picture over to the right, through the lung, correct?
Yes.
And then there was a second wound to the lung. If I turn to slide number 17. And that's as a result of sharp force injury number 16, if I understood your testimony correct?
Yes.
And the depth of this wound was 2 3/4 inches, correct?
Correct.
And this goes into the lower lobe of the lung as well, correct?
Yes, the other lung, the right lung.
So if I show you slide number 19, this is showing both of the internal organs as it's going through into the lung, correct?
Yes, the rib cage on the left side and then the lung on the right side.
And there are small blood vessels by the lungs, correct?
There are small blood vessels in the lungs and also in the chest wall.
So Alex sustained injuries to both his left and right lungs that could have contributed to his death, in addition to the neck, scrotal sac, and head wound into the brain.
Yes.
Okay, I'm done with exhibit number 4, but I still want my screen up if I could. So I want to show you, actually, would you agree with the testimony of Dr. Tovar that the injury to the scrotal sac would have been very painful?
Yes.
In fact, if I show you exhibit number 14, that's previously been entered into evidence, that is the underwear, and it's absolutely saturated with blood, correct?
Yes.
And if you look at the underwear, it looks like it's supposed to be white in color, correct?
Correct.
And because of an injury to the scrotal sac, I'm done with the screen, thank you. That could cause a person to reach in the area of that injury, correct?
Certainly.
And pain could cause a person to be kneeled over in pain as well?
Sure.
And would you agree that the internal jugular vein is a large vein?
Yes.
And that there's a substantial blood flow through that vein as well?
Yes.
And would you also agree that severing of the external internal jugular vein would also result in large blood loss?
Yes.
I need the screen one more time, sorry. If I show you exhibit number 25, you don't need the lights. This sweater shows actually a large amount of blood loss on the upper portion of the sweater, correct?
Yes.
And if we turn to exhibit 22, it covers a good portion of the sweater as well, correct?
Yes.
And if you lose a sufficient volume of blood, you'll go into shock, correct?
Yes.
And if you lose a sufficient volume of blood, it will also cause you to lose consciousness, correct?
Yes.
In the next part of your report, you opined that it's possible that the defendant's wounds were self-inflicted as well, right?
Yes.
And aside from suicide deaths, you don't see a lot of self-inflicted knife wounds, correct?
Well, there's a phenomenon known as cutting that especially teenagers, but even some adults do, that is not generally thought to be a suicidal gesture, but is something that we see in people that we do autopsies on, is that kind of cutting. But I'm not sure if that's your question.
Sure, no, I appreciate the explanation. But would you agree with me that an ER doctor who sees patients who are still alive would see more cutting or self-inflicted wounds as you describe them?
I guess it would depend on their practice. Certainly, as forensic pathologists, we see cutting both in this sort of non-suicidal way as well as suicides. But I'm sure ER physicians see it also.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Great.
I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 195. Is this the chapter that you received from the defense regarding forensic emergency medicine?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your, if you don't mind me touching it,
that's
sorry.
okay.
I'm going to direct you to page 14. And do you recall reading page 14? I believe it says DOJ 2708 at the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like to publish that for the jury. Thank you.
You may, go ahead.
Yep.
Is it,
Previously
where are you?
authorized.
Yes.
Is that received?
I thought so.
So 195 is already in the record. Very good, you may publish.
Okay, do you see where, if you wouldn't mind reading where this first line that starts with patients?
Patients with self-inflicted wounds may visit the ED, emergency department, claiming an accident, self-defense, or assault.
Yep, and if you could continue.
When the patient history, injuries, and forensic evidence are not consistent, the forensically informed emergency clinician is in a unique position to extrapolate the truth.
And would you agree with that statement?
It's a little grandiose, I would say, extrapolate the truth. I think emergency physicians, probably like all of us, are pretty skeptical about the patient history and interpret it in the context of all the information they have.
But emergency physicians get to talk with the patient, get to observe the injuries firsthand, correct?
Right.
And then if you could just continue with that sentence.
With an understanding of how to identify the patients with self-inflicted knife wounds, the emergency clinician can provide appropriate referrals, conserve resources, and assist law enforcement in the investigation of an alleged crime.
Thank you. And then you also testified about a red mark on the defendant's neck, right or left, I guess I'm not sure, but, and you indicated there was a number of things that it could be consistent with, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that it also could be consistent with someone pushing on the neck to get someone's face out of their way?
It would require, because it's more of an abrasion to my eye, it would require more friction, I think, than just skin on skin. But anything that could cause friction could cause it. So fabric from a vehicle or, yeah.
Okay. And are you familiar with petechiae?
Yes.
And what is that?
Petechiae are little tiny hemorrhages that are most frequently seen in the whites of the eyes or the eyelids, and they're little tiny burst blood vessels.
And you indicated at autopsy in your report that Alex was 5 foot 8 inches and 137 pounds, is that correct?
Yes, that's what the autopsy report said.
And you basically testified that the defendant's wounds could be consistent with self-inflicted and also could be consistent with someone else inflicting those wounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Doctor, you're being paid for your opinion today, correct?
I'm being paid for my time, yes.
And prior to testifying here today, how much have you charged the defense?
So I charge $400 an hour, and prior to today, I had about 19 hours, and then I'll have whatever time I'm here today.
And what's your charge for testifying?
It's just an hourly rate.
And what's that hourly rate?
$400.
And do you get paid $400 for your travel time as well?
Yes.
So you've already been charged or paid $7,600, and then you'll get additional for your time today.
However long it takes today, yes.
And in fact, yesterday you testified in a homicide trial for...
Well, what is the objection?
The objection is what she testified to yesterday is irrelevant.
Well, what you testified to is irrelevant, but what would be the relevant?
She's testified 6 times in the past 10 years for the defense. That's been brought out.
Okay. well, I'll sustain the relevance in the what she testified yesterday.
And your only involvement in this case, though, it was because you've been hired by the defense. You weren't involved as a fact witness at all.
Correct.
Nothing else.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, I do.
What? Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna, it's probably a good time to do it then. Before we continue with redirect, we have to switch out court reporters. So
Of course.
I think this is probably a good time to take a short recess. So we'll take a 10-minute recess until 9:45. Okay, all rise. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, Ms. Fusney, go ahead. You had something you want to put on the record?
Your Honor, I have a request, a demand of the state to provide exculpatory evidence that has not previously been requested by the defense. However, it's been requested, well, it's been requested now. I mean, we have a general request for all exculpatory evidence, but in light of counsel's questions as to the payment of Dr. Thomas, we would like, we are aware that Dunn County's that Ramsey County's medical examiner services are not free for Dunn County, that Dunn County has been billed for the autopsy as well as the time that Dr. Mills has spent preparing for and testifying in this case, as well as time spent for meeting with the prosecutors. And a request for exculpatory evidence is always timely, including post-conviction. So we have requested that Ms. Noldolf obtain those numbers for us. I don't expect them to be available this instant, but I would like them prior to the close of the defense case.
All right, I don't know whether they've received a bill yet, but any objection on the part of the state?
Your Honor, we don't have an
Judge,
objection.
I'm going to ask that Ms. Noldolf
Your
responds.
Honor, we get to decide who responds to arguments, and I'm responding. Your Honor, it's our position that that is not exculpatory information. I mean, obviously, there's payment, officers are paid hourly wages for their work. Contractors are paid hourly for their work. That are hired, they're not hired to provide an opinion per se, they're hired to do work. Certainly, Dr. Mills is not paid by Dunn County. Dr. Mills is paid by Ramsey County, and Ramsey County bills Dunn County for any time. But it's not the same as what a witness is paid to by a party for a specific opinion in a specific case. It's a totally different thing. It's not exculpatory. We're going, I understand Ms. Noldolf has made the request, and we're going to try to get the information for the defense. But we don't consider it exculpatory information. It is not exculpatory information. What Dunn County paid to Ramsey County to do an autopsy. As I understand it, and as I understand every county, there's a set fee for an autopsy. You pay X amount of dollars for an autopsy, and then we reimburse Ramsey County for time. But again, we're not paying Dr. Mills. Dr. Mills is being paid by Ramsey County, not by Dunn County.
All right, well, I've never really heard of this issue before. Certainly the defense could have asked that question while Dr. Mills was testifying, but the state's not objecting to get that information. Any idea how long it would take to get a hold of that information, Ms. Noldolf?
I sent an email.
Okay, perhaps maybe someone from your office can contact them, during a break, and maybe you can reach some sort of stipulation as to what the fee was involved in terms of, autopsy and for testimony. I think it's fair. I mean, the defense, again, could have asked that when the other witness was on the stand. And I understand, but exculpatory evidence would be evidence that would tend to, negate the guilt or lead to evidence that might tend to make guilt less likely on the part of your client. I'm not sure how an autopsy from, a medical examiner's office would be exculpatory evidence, but if you're saying it goes to credibility just to show that the state's witnesses also receive fee for their service, just as defense witnesses receive a fee for their service. I mean, it's more of an argument thing, a credibility thing, but I certainly don't believe that the failure of the state up to this point to having not provided the bill from the autopsy, that they failed to disclose exculpatory evidence, just so that's clear. Okay?
Judge, and I'm not trying to say that. We made a
I
general
understand.
request. I'm now making a specific request, and I frankly didn't think of it because, quite honestly, I think questions about fees are silly. But since the state has made a big deal out of it, I'm making that request. That's
Well,
fine.
you know, it does go to credibility, and it's generally acceptable with, professional witnesses and so forth, but I have never seen anyone ask, whether law enforcement officers are working for free or not. I mean, they all are getting paid for their time. So, in any event.
Maybe
all right,
we're a
well-
little different than the other lawyers who've come before you.
Okay. All right. So I guess I'm not going to enter an order because the state has said that they will work diligently to get that information. And then again, perhaps the parties can just reach a stipulation. Another accommodation may be to allow the defense to call Dr. Mills just to ask her that question by telephone if you wish, but
We're not going to do that. We'll just wait for the information. I'm sure that it can be obtained quite easily once somebody looks it up.
all
So
right.
we can handle it by stipulation.
Yeah, certainly, again, court-appointed expert previously cost a lot of money also. So I understand people are doing this.
Everybody's getting paid,
Well, almost everybody's getting paid.
except us. No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
Sorry, I can't resist cracking jokes sometimes.
Okay, are we ready to bring the jury back in, Mr. Nelson?
Judge, after this witness, the defense intends to call Dr. Hopper. We just, again, request a break in between witnesses so that I can get set up, and I believe Mr. Hahn may want to put issues about his testimony on the record. I don't want to speak for him, but I just knew that there was something that we would want to put on the record, and it's probably easier to do outside of the presence of the jury than at a sidebar or something else.
Okay, well, I think it makes sense to break. Well, you just have redirect, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
maybe-
not very long.
Okay.
I do have a few questions that were raised
Yeah.
across.
Well, I mean, I hate to bring in, for a short redirect and then have the jury leave right away. Is there some way we can address that now? Is it significant? How much time do you think it would take?
Just a few minutes, I think, Judge. But the bigger thing is, I think, getting Dr. Hopper, so that's defenses.
That's all we've got today, so we've got plenty of time. I understand the bring them in, bring them out, but it would be a short break, so I guess I'll defer to your honor, but.
Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is we'll finish up this witness and I'll tell the jury that we're, gonna have a few breaks today. I'll remind them that, we said that right from the outset, there will be recesses from time to time. And, so we'll do it that way then. Okay, so let's finish up then with Dr. Thomas and then, we'll do the other. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Doctor, you were asked some questions about sharp force injuries number 2 to 4. There was a picture on the screen. I won't bother to display it again, but those are that's the slice to the side of the neck. Can a person make that injury without lifting the knife from the flesh? The knife, continuously making contact as opposed to 1 wound, lift, 2 wounds, lift, 3 wound, lift?
Yes.
Okay, so that could easily be perceived as just one act as opposed to 3 separate acts, right?
Right.
Okay. The next question I have has to do with pain. You were asked questions about being in pain from the scrotal wound. Does everybody react to pain in the same way?
No.
Have you seen in your practice where someone has eventually passed away, someone with substantial injuries, including painful injuries, who's walked around afterwards?
Yes.
Or who's been able to function?
Yes.
Been able to fight?
Yes.
Been able to attack somebody?
Yes.
Okay. And you were also asked, about the bleeding from the jugular vein, and in terms of the bleeding from the jugular vein, and would that bleed very quickly, or does bleeding from a vein occur more slowly?
So bleeding from a vein occurs more slowly than bleeding from an artery, because an artery will actually pump, will spurt, whereas a vein isn't under the same pressure that blood pressure in an artery is. So it will leak out. Having said that, it's a pretty big vein, so it would leak out, at a pretty significant amount, and ultimately result in death if it's not staunched.
And have you observed people who have received cuts to the neck where there's bleeding, put a scarf around their neck in order to stem the bleeding?
I haven't seen that personally, but I can certainly imagine the urge would be to try and stop the bleeding.
In terms of the bleeding from the head, the subdural, which I think everybody agrees can ultimately be fatal, would it take a while for it to develop to that point?
Again, there's a lot of variability, but it takes a while, yes, for the amount of blood to accumulate in the brain or on the surface of the brain to put pressure on it.
You were asked whether or not that wound could result in, I think, dizziness, disequilibrium, or perhaps I want to say disorientation. Is it also possible that it might not result in those things occurring?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, you were asked a bunch of questions about getting paid. Are you aware whether or not Ramsey County charges Dunn County for conducting autopsies and for the time of the forensic pathologist to come testify?
I'm sure they do.
All right. And when you were working as a medical examiner covering multiple counties, did your county charge for your time both performing an autopsy and testifying?
Yes, there's a couple of ways it can be done. One is and different counties do it differently, but one is if your county gets reimbursed and you just keep your regular salary. But the other way, sometimes people will take a vacation day and then they'll get paid themselves. So different places do it different ways.
But is it fair to say that when you were doing this, you were paid also in addition to doing the autopsy, or if the county was paid, whether you were paid or the county was paid, the county that was using the information had to pay for time meeting with you, testimony time, travel time, all of those things?
Sure, yes.
Okay. You were asked some questions about exhibit number 145, and I'm going to ask you about those as well. If I could please have the Elmo on. Okay, and what I'm specifically going to ask you about are the things that are in this box, characteristics of self-inflicted knife wounds, correct?
Yes.
One of the, can you please look at these factors and tell us, when they talk about characteristics, first of all, is it fair to say that characteristics mean commonly seen?
Yes.
Okay. And what about sparing of sensitive body areas? Can you explain what that means?
So the thought behind this is that if someone is cutting themselves, they will, well, first of all, it obviously can only occur in areas that the person can reach themselves. And it also tends to be in areas that are easier to reach. And the thought is that people won't do it in areas that are super sensitive. So they tend to do it on their thighs or their forearms, someplace, but not genitalia, I would say.
And what about the mons pubis, labia, or generally near the area of the very inner thigh, or I guess what we might call the crotch? Would that be what you would call a sensitive area?
Yes.
Okay. Does it also note that these wounds are usually on the non-dominant side of the body?
Yes.
Okay. You can turn this on. Now, I want to ask you about, you were saying that as a forensic pathologist, sometimes, first of all, there's a provisional autopsy report is done and then a final autopsy report is done, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, not all offices do a provisional autopsy report, but for the offices that do, the idea is you want to get information back to the investigating agencies to let them know sort of what you found initially and what your initial thoughts are. And then once, as the forensic pathologist, you've gotten more information, whether it's past medical history or scene or social or all of the information that you might get about the person, or whether it's additional toxicology or other laboratory tests or microscopic exam, things like that, that then you put it all together, and only then when you feel like you have all the information you need, do you do the final autopsy.
All right. Is it fair to say that in medicine, one can reach an initial opinion, but if further facts come to a physician's attention, that it can be appropriate to revise a diagnosis?
Absolutely.
And does that apply to emergency room physicians as well as people in your field?
Objection, relevance, and calling for speculum.
Sustained.
I'd like to approach.
All right, the objection is sustained, and just to rephrase.
Yes, I'm going to rephrase my question. I guess what I'm asking you is this: in all fields of medicine, if a doctor receives further information about a patient, if that doctor is still involved with that patient, is it appropriate to revise their opinion?
Yes.
Okay. And if the doctor's not still involved with the patient, but there are other physicians who look and discover other materials later, is it appropriate to say that their diagnosis may be more complete based on receiving additional information?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, I just want to ask you about the marks to Miss McCandless's neck. And you talked about, I think you used the word fabric against the neck. So what I just want to ask is, her neck abrasion, I believe you called it an abrasion, could it be caused, when you say fabric, from clothing such as shirts or multiple layers of shirts or sweaters?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Any recross?
Just briefly, Doctor, briefly, when you do an autopsy from start to finish, how long does that take in general?
Oh, it really depends. If it's a healthy young person who dies of a drug overdose and they have no injuries, it might take an hour. If it's a potential homicide with multiple injuries, it could take, sometimes it'll take all day, depending.
Sure. And so in this case, when there's 16...
Judge, I don't think that's within the scope of the cross. So I'm
All right,
objecting.
objections beyond the scope? All right,
Yeah.
sustained on that.
And I asked you on direct if you never examined the body of Alexander Woodworth, and you also never examined the body of the defendant, Ezra McCandless, correct?
Correct.
All you saw were pictures of any scratches, correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
All right, thank you, Dr. Thomas.
Thank you.
I think that you're free to go. Is that true? Okay, so anyway, thank you, and you have a good day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I had in my pattern instruction, which I've been reading to you each evening, and I've left this part out on those because it didn't apply, but at the beginning of the trial, I said we will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. Again, you may be excused in the courtroom when it's necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. That certainly has happened, and it's going to happen here right now. So we're going to give you, I hate to have you coming in and going out, but before the next witness, there are just some things that we just have to talk about and address. It shouldn't take very long. And also, we're getting to the point where we can give you a kind of a an idea of what the remaining schedule will be, but I don't want to do that until after this next witness. And I don't know how, I'll talk with the attorneys and, and see. We're also going to discuss the issue of, whether you'll be sequestered during your deliberations or not. That's something that, I don't know that it's absolutely mandatory, but it's just something to think about. I know that some of you may have had questions about that, but we have to talk about that before I can, talk to you about that. But in any event, this is one of those things we have some business to take care of, and I anticipate we'll probably, council have any idea, maybe 15 minutes, something like that. So in any event, we'll bring you back in as soon as we're ready to go, okay? All right, all rise. Okay, I'd like to take up then any issues related to Dr. Hopper that we need to address before he testifies. So who wants to go with that? That's going to be Mr. Nelson and Mr. Hahn, is that right?
Yes, and so maybe I'll just start because Dr. Hopper's going to testify in our disclosure of his opinions, which I know there was much discussion about. And it's document 227, Your Honor. The last paragraph is when the defense had disclosed what his opinion would be. I have informed Mr. Hahn that the question that I will ask related to that last paragraph is as follows. Were Ezra McCandless's March 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, 2018 statements consistent with the principles you've testified about? Question mark. He would then answer, I may or I may not ask, how so? Because I may have already covered that. But I am not going to be using all of the words that I had previously indicated based upon my discussions with Mr. Hahn. So I don't know if he has further discussion or wants to just flesh that out some more, but that's what the defense wanted to let everybody know.
Okay, Mr. Hahn?
My concern is addressed with the rewording of the question that's anticipated to be asked of Dr. Hopper, because it was initially, is it consistent with the brain being under attack? And I think that suggests that he would be testifying as to whether or not she actually was attacked, so testifying to her truthfulness of her statements and something that's in the province of the jury. So as long as questioning and Dr. Hopper stay within the lines of the principles that he talks about or the interviews that he reviewed have portions that are consistent with the principles that he will have already testified to, I think that's fair game. But if it goes outside of there, you'll hear some objections.
Okay. So this isn't going to take a real long time then, is it?
No, I
Okay.
think
So
we're in agreement.
But
I just wanted to make a record so we were clear when we got there that we were all on the same page.
All right.
About it more if you want.
Well, do you have some more?
No, Jeff John.
Okay. Well, I did want to discuss with council a little bit. I had said earlier that it's mandatory to sequester a jury in a first degree or Class A felony, and it certainly was prior to a recent revision. And so I did some checking, and there's still potentially some concern with the constitutional dimension on that, but section 972.12, it used to have a subsection 2, and it was modified, I think, in a 1987 piece of legislation, again in 1991, and subsection 2 was repealed in 1991, or it was 1991 Act 39, I believe it was. In any event, the way that it currently reads appears that it's within the court's discretion as to sequester the jury, whether it's a first-degree intentional homicide trial or not. And what I'd like the parties to think about as we are planning, the closing days of this trial, is to whether, what I want input from the parties. We certainly would be prepared to sequester the jury once the case would go to them. It might be the more prudent thing to do. On the other hand, there are potentially downsides with that as well. Obviously, the jury has been instructed repeatedly on not watching any news reports or not listening to any conversations, so on. But there is, I think, really a saturation of coverage about this matter, but they would essentially be potentially exposed to that every day. So if we did continue, I mean, if things work out where we would instruct the jury first thing on Friday morning and, in closing arguments, perhaps, it would be a moot issue. But if we get to Friday evening, if the jury has had a long day, the court has to make that decision at that point in time. And so I just want counsel to think about that. You don't have to argue it right now, but I just want you to bear that in mind.
And obviously, Judge, if, we should probably know that before Friday, because if they're going to be sequestered, we can't have them go home to grab their bag.
Well, that's just it. I mean, that's what I want to be able to tell the jury. And that's the other thing is, if I want to tell them whether they should pack, an overnight bag. But also, it may end up, being a bus ride to a nearby town, just be given the hotel situations and so forth. So, so we have to, that's one thing we're thinking about. Okay, Mr. Nelson.
Regarding that issue, Judge, is it, and I'm sure the answer is probably it depends, but it's your Honor's practice to let them deliberate until 4:30, 8 o'clock, midnight, defer to the, I mean, how long, the question to me is how long would they be in sequestration? If they're essentially deliberating until midnight, they go home and sleep and come back, that's different than if they deliberate until 6 p.m. And then they're may or may not be in sequestration. So that's one of the things that at least the defense would like to know, so that we can have that information before we make that decision.
All right, well, and I would like to get some input from the jury on what they think. So maybe ask the bailiff to ask them to think about that and give some feedback.
Yeah, and Judge, my preference as it relates, first off, is to sequestration. I don't think the state's going to have a position one way or the other on that. I think whatever decision Your Honor makes is fine with the state. As to how long they deliberate, I think that's just best left up to them, not even discuss it ahead of time, but, what I think is typically makes sense is to just tell them, look, we're not going to keep you here overnight or, all night. If you need to, if you want to take a break and, start again in the morning, just let the bailiff know. Or if, because I've seen juries wait and, deliberate for, until later in the evening and, they don't want to take that break. And I've seen others that say, look, we're tired, we want to take a break and we don't want to continue. And I think you just need to leave that up to them and what their feelings are on it. I've never seen a jury that's shy about telling the court that we want to just continue or we want to take a break.
Yeah, I agree, Mr. DeFore, and I see it that way. I think the jury, when you get to that point, if the case goes to them, that I will give their input considerable weight. Okay. And so that sort of covers what I wanted to just address then here, and maybe a few other things. So we're ready to bring the jury back in? Are we ready for Dr. Hopper?
I need to go and get him. I need to plug in my computer. I need some exhibits marked, so certainly by 10:30.
Restroom break?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, then we'll just take a brief recess. You think?
Name, please.
James Warren Hopper.
And how do you spell your last name?
Hopper.
And what is your profession?
I am a clinical psychologist by training, and I'm an independent consultant.
Showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 716. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is my curriculum vitae, like a fancy resume.
So let's just go through some of this. You went to college?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to college?
The University of Rochester in New York.
You graduated from there?
Yes, I did.
And after that, did you pursue further education?
Yes, I did.
Where was that at?
At the University of Massachusetts, Boston.
And what did you do there?
I got a master's and a PhD in clinical psychology there.
What does that mean?
That means I did about, I was there 7 years in all. It takes some time with all the research and everything, and I studied clinical psychology, so what kind of mental suffering people can have, psychiatric diagnoses, how to treat people with depression, post-traumatic stress, other things like that, and a variety of other related issues in terms of understanding people's psychology and how people can have psychiatric disorders and how to help them heal.
Did you do any postdoctoral training?
Yes, I did.
What did you do there?
So I did 2 postdoctoral fellowships. One was at a place called the Trauma Center, also in the Boston area. And there I was a postdoctoral fellow where I was being trained to provide therapy for people with very complex trauma histories, so serious child abuse plus sexual assault, very extreme trauma histories. And that was a place where I did a postdoctoral fellowship. And then later I did a fellowship at McLean Hospital and Harvard Medical School in a place called the Behavioral Psychopharmacology Research Laboratory, which is quite a mouthful, but it's about understanding people's behavior in terms of chemicals and how drugs can affect their brain.
Do you work with a college or a university?
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
So these days, I'm a teaching associate at Harvard Medical School. This means that I consult to a clinic that is affiliated with Harvard Medical School. It's an addictions clinic, and I consult as an expert on trauma. And that's something I do each week. And then I also do some teaching of residents. These are people who have already got their medical degree and are in training for psychiatry. And I'm brought in a couple times a year to teach them about some of the things I'm going to talk about here today, about how the brain responds to being attacked and how that can affect behavior and memory and things like that.
And how long have you been an instructor of some sort or a teaching associate at Harvard?
Since 2006.
Okay. Do you also do trainings for anyone in particular in your field?
Yeah, so I do a lot of trainings where I translate what we know about trauma and what we know about how stressful and traumatic experiences affect people's brains and behaviors and memory. I translate that for police officers, for prosecutors, for judges, for people in higher education, for military commanders. So I take what we've learned from the science and I translate that to inform the work of those professions.
You've I think even in your CV there, you've did a full day of training here in Wisconsin in the past, is that right?
That sounds familiar, yes.
On page 11, it looks like you were down in Racine, Wisconsin, the bottom of that page.
Yeah, back in 2018, yes.
What was that about? Same stuff that you've already talked about?
Yeah, so I was training victim advocates, investigators, prosecutors, nurses, in the kind of things that I usually train about, and then I'll be talking about here today.
Okay. Have you also taken part in any research?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I've done research on post-traumatic stress disorder in a few different ways. So I've studied what we call the psychophysiology of that, which is how people who are traumatized and have post-traumatic stress disorder, how their body can react to being reminded of the trauma, how what we call their autonomic nervous system can react. And so I published some papers on that. I've also studied the nature of memories in people with post-traumatic stress disorder and how memories for traumatic experiences can be different from memories from non-traumatic experiences. And I've done research, brain imaging research, where we take people who have experienced traumatic events and who have post-traumatic stress disorder, and we put them in a brain scanner, and we remind them of their worst trauma. Now, we do this in a compassionate way. We're not just tormenting people, but we remind them of their worst trauma in a way that helps them get back into that experience. And then we look at what happens in their brain when they're remembering that and how it's different in the brain. It can be different to remember a traumatic experience versus a non-traumatic experience, or to remember a traumatic experience if you have post-traumatic stress disorder versus if you don't. or if you have something we call dissociation, where people are feeling disconnected from their body, maybe emotionally numb, feeling like they're in a fog or floating. So I've done research to look at what's going on in people's brains when they're having that experience in the scanner, as opposed to feeling bombarded by the awful sensations and emotions, or in addition to that.
In addition to being a part of that research, do you keep up with the current research that others are doing? Is that part of, I guess, your job or just your profession?
Oh, definitely. If I'm going to be translating this research for professionals and for people like you, I have a great responsibility to do that. And one of the benefits of being connected to Harvard is I have incredible access to the scientific literature. It's just at my fingertips.
Okay. Have you testified in court before as an expert?
Yes, I have.
Prior to today, when you've testified, was it always for the prosecution?
No.
Have you testified at a hearing in a sentencing case before for the defense once?
Yes, I have.
Other than that one time, and was that testimony at a trial or was that at a hearing?
That was at a hearing on a death penalty case. So the person had already been convicted of the crime and sentenced to death. And this was years later, a hearing where I presented evidence, or I presented knowledge about traumatic experiences that person had had and how that may have affected them at the time of the crime.
Other than that testimony at that sentencing hearing, have you ever testified in court for a defendant in a criminal case?
No.
This is your first time?
Yeah.
All your other testimony has been, besides the other incident that you talked about in this case, has been for prosecution.
Yeah, for prosecution and in civil case for a plaintiff's attorney, for someone who was suing a perpetrator who had abused them when they were a child.
Okay. I want to move on to the subject that you're here to talk about today.
Sure.
You'd use the term brain under attack. Is that right? Can you just
That's one of the...
Is that a term that you've used and you've published papers on or articles about?
Yes, that's something I've written about and teach about.
And you've done it before, and you've got a PowerPoint, I believe, that you've used in the past to help you explain that, right?
I have various versions of the PowerPoint depending on how long I have to teach people, yeah.
Sure. Showing you what's Exhibit 717. Does this appear to be a photocopy of some slides that can be presented in a PowerPoint regarding your testimony here today?
Yes.
Move for the admission of Exhibit 717, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No. Permission to publish on the screen via PowerPoint, Your Honor.
All right, you may publish. And I just want to go back, was Exhibit 716, was that the CV?
Yes, Judge, and if I haven't offered that, I'd offer that now.
Any objection to Exhibit 716?
No.
All right, Exhibit 716 will be received.
So, prior to my putting up the PowerPoint, there's different circuitry that the brain has, is that right?
Yeah, so in neuroscience today, we use this metaphor, like a computer metaphor for the brain. It doesn't mean the brain is a computer, of course it's not. But we can understand how the brain works by understanding it as having different circuitries. And by circuitry, I just mean a collection of brain areas that works together to perform certain functions. So we have circuitries that allow us to remember things, we have circuitries that allow us to engage in certain kinds of behaviors, certain thought processes. And so that's a metaphor that's been found to be very helpful in understanding how the brain works.
This circuitry can be associated with certain regions or areas in the brain, is that right?
Yeah, by definition, it's a collection of areas that work together to perform certain functions, yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if I could have the... So on the screen there is the slide with defense circuitry. You can see it there, maybe you can see it up there, Dr. Hopper, so whatever is most convenient for you. But
sure.
What's the defense circuitry?
So maybe you should hit the space bar to fill in a little more of it first. So the defense circuitry is a circuitry that we all have in our brains, and that all animals have some version of this. Most of us, not all of us, have heard of the amygdala, This is a structure that's often mentioned in the media. Often the media way over ascribes to the amygdala a function it doesn't have. But the amygdala is a key structure in a circuitry called the defense circuitry. And that circuitry is always on, and it's always scanning for any sign of danger, any sign of attack. It's constantly scanning and sampling what we're hearing, what we're seeing, maybe what we're smelling. It's even scanning for information inside of our bodies, anxious feelings or scary memories or things we're ashamed of that could arise in our minds. This circuitry is always on, and it's always scanning for signs of danger. And this is something that evolution put into our brains in order to help us avoid and survive attack by predators that wanted to eat us, our ancestors, and that can help us avoid and survive other dangerous situations that we might encounter. So this is a circuitry in everybody's brain. All of us have ours going on. It's operating automatically. We don't have to think about it all the time. Now, when this circuitry detects danger or attack, it then goes into high gear, and it comes to dominate brain functioning.
So is the defense circuitry typically in control, or is something else typically in control in our brains?
Well, to say anything's in control of the brain, we have to be careful about that. But we're mostly creatures of habit, let's face it. We're mostly creatures of habit. We're mostly going through life based on how we predict things to happen and our habitual ways of responding to situations and people. But we have a part of our brain called the prefrontal cortex behind our forehead that allows us to not just be creatures of habit, to use our reasoning capacities to do things when we need to maybe snap out of our habits or our usual patterns. So the defense circuitry is always on, kind of idling in the background, monitoring for danger, but it's not usually running the show. We're usually acting out of habits, and then we have this rational part of our brain that can, do course corrections and adjust and help us think things through as we need to. But we're mostly creatures of habit, and there's a habit circuitry that's very well studied as well.
And the rational part of the brain is generally associated with the region that you said was prefrontal cortex, is that right?
Prefrontal cortex, yes.
Okay. So I'm moving on to the next slide here. Tell me about that.
So this is a slide that I use in my trainings, pretty much all of them. It comes early in the training as it's coming early here to basically just telegraph to people I'm teaching, what are the points I'm going to cover? What are the key things that happen when the brain is under attack or when you're in a really high stress situation? And so there's just a series of bullets that come under this, but they're all under this heading of the defense circuitry and control. Whether it's an incoming mortar round or an IED going off, or God forbid, someone starting to come in there with an automatic, semi-automatic weapon, when our brain detects these things, or a predatory animal that's coming at us, when these things are detected, this circuitry kicks in and it takes control and it dominates brain functioning.
Does it impair the prefrontal cortex at all?
Yes, it does. And this is something that is very well researched. High stress impairs the prefrontal cortex, even just things that you can't control. If there was an annoying sound that was intermittently coming from the back of the room and it was distracting us and annoying us, that would cause some chemicals to be released that would start impairing our prefrontal cortex. So there's a continuum from stress up to fear and terror, where this defense circuitry, as these things are happening, it can very rapidly hit the prefrontal cortex with stress chemicals and impair it. And this is very well studied. There's a woman named Amy Arnston at Yale who's been studying this for decades. Amy Arnston at Yale, I'll try to slow down a little, who's been studying this for decades, and we know the chemicals that are involved, the receptors, electrophysiologically, what's going on inside the cells of the prefrontal cortex. And so this is something that's very well established in neuroscience, but it's also something we know from personal experience, right? We know that if we're freaking out, or if we're suddenly feeling like we're under attack, if our child, walks into the street and almost gets hit by a car, we can very rapidly not be our usual rational selves, because it doesn't take long. It just takes like 1 to 3 seconds for that defense circuitry to hit the prefrontal cortex and impair it very significantly, or even effectively take it offline.
And when you said we, is this unique to any particular individual, or is this what your research says happens to all of us who are human beings?
Yeah, this is a human phenomenon. Other intelligent primates that have a prefrontal cortex under high stress, under attack, this is one of the first things to be impaired. Now, there are, of course, exceptions to everything. So special forces soldiers, they are selected and trained to help them retain access to their prefrontal cortex, even in really fast-moving, violent situations like taking out the ISIS leader, just earlier this week. Those guys are specially trained to retain prefrontal cortex function. But the rest of us, most of us, when you're under attack and regular soldiers, we don't assume that they're going to have prefrontal cortex function. That's why the military trains people how to load and clean their weapons, how to engage in combat tactics. So they have habit learning. They don't have to think it through, because you're not going to be able to do that in many situations. So this is the human brain under attack, whether it's physical assault, sexual assault, combat, an animal attacking you, it doesn't really matter.
Is this one of the 5 main effects that traumatic experiences have on brain functioning?
It's one of the 5 effects that I certainly, teach about and emphasize. There's many effects that it can have, but these are
another
key.
one, bottom-up attention?
Yes, so our attention is usually governed by our prefrontal cortex. We're focusing our attention on things that make sense to us in the situation we're in the goals that we have for the situation. So you are, playing your role as jurors. Your prefrontal cortex allows you to listen to what I'm saying, to shift your attention up there, and then back to me, based on your goal is to try and, learn what I'm teaching and see if you can apply it to the case in a useful way. That's prefrontal cortex function. When we're under attack or highly stressed, that prefrontal cortex becomes impaired, and then it's the defense circuitry that is controlling attention, and we call that bottom up. Top down is this, rational, what we call the executive functioning prefrontal cortex. Oh, where does it make sense to focus my attention? Bottom up is automatically attention is being deployed moment to moment in automatic involuntary ways that very old defense circuitry is based on how it's appraising the situation. What's going to help you cope and survive moment to moment. And so under attack, the control of attention shifts to that defense circuitry. And again, this is something most of us have experienced. I'm putting it into brain terms, but this is things we've experienced.
And is it, are there also, you talked about habits and reflexes. Are survival reflexes a part of that?
Yeah, and by survival reflexes, I mean things that are basically hardwired into our brains by millions of years of evolution. You don't have to learn these things, they're just baked in there. And these are things that automatically will come up in a reflexive way when we're in a dangerous situation, when we're under attack. Now, there's a variety of these that can arise. There's no guarantee that any particular reflex is going to kick in, but these are things that evolution has selected to help us survive attack by larger predators, for example.
And another part of that is not just reflexes, but you talked about habits, is that right?
Yeah, habits. Again, we're mostly creatures of habit, and habits are things that we learn in the course of our life, but that we don't have to think about, we don't have to deliberate about. They can just get queued up and implemented very rapidly within a fraction of a second by our brain. And so evolution selected for brains that when they're under attack, if a lion was to come running through that door and heading at me, if I stop to think and use my rational prefrontal cortex, I'm lunch, right? You stop to think and all that great smart stuff that allows us to create computers and all that. It's not much use when there's an animal coming right at you and you've got maybe a second or less to react. You've got to be able to shift to habits and reflexes because these can happen very rapidly without you having to think about it.
So, keeping in mind this habits and reflexes, you've previously written articles about how victims sometimes respond, whether they fight or don't fight, yell or don't yell, resist or don't resist. Is that, can you elaborate, can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we've all heard this phrase fight or flight, right? It's out there in the culture, we absorb it from a pretty young age. And what I try to help people understand is that's actually not such a helpful way of understanding how we respond to being attacked. Because in many situations, especially situations of sexual assault where people are mostly assaulted by people they know and thought they could trust, people don't always fight or yell. They don't always try to run out of the room. But their brain does shift to habits and reflexes. So habits and reflexes is how the brain works. Now, you could habitually fight. Maybe if you wrestled with your brothers when you were growing up a lot and you had these habits of struggling, if someone's trying to hold you down on a couch or something, yeah, you might access that habit. Or you might reflexively fight in that kind of cornered animal syndrome. But in terms of how the brain works, most of the time people don't do those things when they're being sexually assaulted, for example. But their behavior can be understood in terms of reflexes and habits. And sometimes the habits, often they're passive habits that people learn from how to deal with aggressive and dominant people, that they may learn from child abuse experiences, or that girls and women often learn in our culture about how to politely resist unwanted sexual advances without escalating things and causing a scene. So people have habits that they fall back on, but they're often not involving fight or flight. So that's why I say the brain circuitries are the reflex circuitry and the habit circuitry, and the behaviors may not be fight or flight at all, but sometimes they are.
I've heard the expression fight, flight, or freeze. Have you heard that as well?
Yes, of course.
How does that apply in here? Is that what you're talking about, or is that?
It doesn't really help that much. Adding another F word doesn't really help, I don't think.
Fair enough.
Because there's so many more responses that people can have, right? So people can passively resist out of habits of submission that they may have learned as a child, or being bullied on the playground, or in a family violence situation. So people don't necessarily fight, freeze, or flee, but they are going to be reacting in terms of habits and reflexes. Now, freezing is a reflexive response. Freezing is a reflex that evolution has put into our brains, so that if, say, a lion was to come through that door and it wasn't maybe heading all the way at me, I might stop. I don't have to think, oh, it makes sense to stop here, right? It's not a prefrontal cortex thing. It's just everything will stop. And whatever I was thinking or saying to you guys, all that stuff basically gets flushed out of my brain. And now I've got an open mind to receive information about where this attack is coming from, and maybe to start assessing for escape routes. And again, this happens in fractions of a second, but that's the basic freeze response. Stop everything, don't move, and start receiving information and possibly, hopefully, generating some responses to get out of there. And so this is something that happens, it's often the first reflex response that kicks in when people detect that they are being sexually assaulted or that they are under attack in some way. And it may last just a half second, or it may last several seconds. It really depends. But that's a reflex response.
Can a person under attack go from responding in a habitual way to responding in a reflexive way, or back and forth? Is it one or the other, or is there a particular order that this needs to go in?
Over the course of an assault or a combat situation, people can go through many different reflex and habit behaviors. Freezing is often the first one. And again, it may last just a fraction or a second, or it may last longer. That is often followed by some habit behaviors. And, again, often passive habits, often not fight or flight behaviors, but sort of passive, polite resistance that's ineffective. And then what we sometimes see in sexual assault and other assault cases is when those habit behaviors are not working, and especially if someone is now being pinned down and they feel like they can't escape, or they're fearing for their life, or maybe now they're being penetrated in a way that they were trying to avoid and ward off, then some really extreme survival reflexes can kick in. And again, these aren't always about fighting. Sometimes people become literally paralyzed, and their muscles become rigid, and they cannot move or speak even if they try. That's a survival reflex that evolution put into our brains, because when a predator has you in its jaws, its brain is waiting for your body to wriggle and struggle to release the next program, which is kill. And then after the killing, there's another program that runs in the predator's brain, eat. And so our brains co-evolved with predators' brains. And our brains evolved to deprive the predator of those what we call releasing stimuli. A paralyzed, frozen body literally can save your life sometimes, because the predator doesn't get the wriggling body that then cues it to go to the next stage and kill. And so that's one example of no one's fighting, no one's fleeing, they're paralyzed, they can't do anything. It's an extreme survival reflex. But sometimes people can reflexively fight as well.
Is that you talked about extreme survival instinct. That
A
could be-
reflex, I wouldn't call it
reflex.
instinct. We don't
Okay,
usually use
I
that in
apologize.
neuroscience, yeah.
I apologize. Fighting or resisting or escaping, can that be a part of that as well?
Yeah, sometimes people can reflexively fight. If it's a reflexive fighting response, that can be, a very extreme response. And this is something that's been studied in animals and where it works in the brainstem and how there's a switch that can get flipped. And then it can just be a complete rage kind of, not that organized of a response, but people are flailing around in that sort of way often in those cases.
Can it change based upon the unsuccessfulness of the previous reflex or the previous habit?
Yeah, so we're talking about this, we're thinking about this rationally and trying to understand it with our prefrontal cortexes. But as events are unfolding, whether it's, being pinned down in an ambush in Kandahar or being pinned down in a couch or in the backseat of a car, or wherever it might be, in these situations, people's defense circuitry takes over, and the defense circuitry is making moment-to-moment judgments, you could say, of how to respond in this situation. And they can be very confusing and baffling to people afterwards. Many sexual assault survivors are embarrassed and ashamed, or they think they'll never believe me if I tell them I was paralyzed and couldn't move even though I tried. And unfortunately, sometimes police won't believe them because they don't know about this, and that's why I'm out there training police about these things all the time, to help them know. So these responses can happen without any choice, automatically. They can be very confusing to the person in the midst of the experience and afterwards. And it really depends on what their defense circuitry is appraising moment by moment is going to help with coping and surviving in that situation.
And I would imagine the research supports that the individual response is unique to that individual typically. To some extent.
Yeah, so there's parameters that evolution has set, right? The defense circuitry is going to kick in and take over. It's going to shift you to the habit and reflex circuitries of your brain. But which habits, which reflexes, when, that's a function potentially of the genetics of the person. Some of us would be more likely to go into that paralyzed mode than others. Some of us are more likely to freeze for a longer period of time than others. So it could be genetics. It could be aspects of the actual situation you're in. It could be your history of childhood abuse or not, and how someone responded to those situations. So there's a whole variety of factors, some just set by evolution, and then some shaped by your individual life, and then some shaped by the situation you're in as it's unfolding moment by moment.
In a person in this situation, when the defense circuitry takes control, is that, no, you just need to think harder. You can become rational. I mean, is it possible to short of what you talked about, the perhaps special forces training, to engage the prefrontal cortex in that situation?
It's very difficult because it's our prefrontal cortex. Some of the other functions of the prefrontal cortex would be what you would allow you to do that. So just a couple of them. These are called executive functions of the prefrontal cortex. One of them is to focus your attention based on where it makes sense to, as I was talking about, in a rational way. Another one is to be able to draw on memories and plans and reason things out. When your prefrontal cortex is impaired, you can't do that. You can't think, if I do this, then that will happen. You don't have that ability to deliberate rationally about what to do. And then also, the prefrontal cortex is what allows us, in part, to monitor our behaviors, and is this working? Are the signals I'm getting from the environment telling me this is working or not? And then if the signals are it's not working, then the prefrontal cortex can allow you to shift to an entirely new strategy, to shift out of that habitual or impulsive response to another one. But if your prefrontal cortex is impaired, you don't have any of those functions. And so people will sometimes persist in utterly ineffective passive behaviors in the context of being sexually assaulted, all the way up to the person who's raping them. They're just saying, you're married, you don't need to be doing this. You're married, you don't need to be doing this. Like these polite phrases, passive behaviors. People will persist in these because they literally don't have the prefrontal cortex capacity to say, this isn't working, I gotta try something else.
I would imagine in your work and in your training, sometimes perhaps your approach and somebody says, well, that's not what I would do in that situation. Have you ever heard that expression?
Yeah, and I say, well, that's your prefrontal cortex talking. I mean, if you're in the situation, you don't know what you're going to do until you're there. And police and soldiers totally understand this. They get training to go into combat, and they can get really great training. But still, in that first battle where their buddy gets his head blown off right in front of them, they might not be able to rely on that training. They might not function as they think they would or as they did in the previous couple battles. And it can be a very humbling experience. You know, we all have our breaking points, even the best trained soldiers.
So is it, I guess I don't know how to phrase it other than, is it fair to think in the safety of this analysis to say, well, I wouldn't have done that? Is that something you think is a rational question to ask under that situation?
I mean, people can't help but ask those questions, but part of what I try to do is educate people to think about, you know, what the limits might be on your ability to respond in these situations and how it might have nothing to do with your plans or even, you know, even if you got some self-defense training, it may not kick in. The older reflex stuff may dominate, not some new habits that you had and that you thought you would be able to use in the situation.
So we've been talking about behavior in the defense circuitry. Does it also apply to memory?
Yeah, so this circuitry, especially the amygdala, this is a place where the amygdala does play a huge role. The amygdala has huge effects on how the circuitry we call the episodic memory circuitry, it's just a fancy name for a circuitry in our brain that allows us to take in events, experiences we're having, encode them into short-term memory, and then potentially store them in long-term memory. So there's this circuitry called the episodic memory circuitry, and a key structure in that is called the hippocampus. Strange name, but that's what it's called. And the amygdala can have huge effects on how the hippocampus functions, again, within a second or two. And that can change how the hippocampus is taking in and potentially storing away parts of the experience that you're having. And then those influences of the amygdala and the hippocampus can change over time as well. They can have huge effects on what people are able to remember.
We're going to go into memory a little bit more in detail, but just for the slide, the point was, I think you're making the defense circuitry alters behavior as well as memory.
Yeah, it alters the functioning of that memory circuitry in significant ways.
Now you've talked to us about the prefrontal cortex. Do I need to push the next button here to?
Yeah, just show where it is. Yeah, so this is what we call a glass brain. We often use these to teach about the brain. You can kind of see through it. The folded stuff around the outside is called cortex. This emerged last of all in evolution. It's most highly developed in intelligent mammals and primates and us. And it's got this folded pattern. And engineers who've looked at this said, boy, you couldn't come up with a better structure to like pack in a lot of brain cells and help them communicate and compute things really efficiently. And so it's a wonder of evolution. And in the front, behind our forehead and above our eyes, is the part called the prefrontal cortex. And this emerged last of all in evolution, even of cortex. And even within an individual human life, it doesn't fully develop until we're in our 20s. And so this is something the media now you'll hear about how, you know, it doesn't fully develop until you're in your 20s, and adolescents have the raging hormones, but their prefrontal cortex isn't so good at managing that stuff. So this is that area of our brain that I talked about. It has these executive functions, like paying attention rationally, reasoning things out, monitoring if your behavior is effective, and if not, shifting to a new behavioral strategy. Those are all functions of the prefrontal cortex. They're what allow us to be fully human. They're what allow us to live up to our morals and our values and our relationships with our children and our spouse and people we work with. When our buttons get pushed and we get upset, if we're not too upset, hopefully our prefrontal cortex can remind us, okay, how do I want to be here as a father? How do I want to be here as a spouse? These are rational capacities that we depend on having at times in order to, you know, be rational, moral human beings.
So you talked about the defense circuitry. Is there also then the episodic memory circuitry?
Yeah, so that's what I mentioned before. So this is a circuitry that's very well studied. A key structure in that, I'm showing where it is in green there. It's called the hippocampus. And it's a circuitry that plays a really fundamental role in taking experiences in. So, you know, we're all sitting here. We have experiences in this courtroom. We can look around. We can see different people. We're hearing different things. This hippocampus especially is playing a role in taking some parts of that experience and encoding them into short-term memory, kind of like a RAM in our brains, and then prioritizing some of what we're taking into short-term memory to be stored into long-term memory, because it might be useful later. So this is a very well-studied circuitry. There's a whole journal called Hippocampus, which is just, thousands of studies over the years just on the hippocampus, and a lot of those are its involvement in memory. So yeah, and
The red dot.
Yeah, the
what's
red dot.
on there?
So the red dot is that structure, the amygdala, which you've probably heard of much more than the hippocampus, and that sits close to the hippocampus in this area of the brain called the medial temporal lobe, and it has huge impacts on the hippocampus. When stress kicks in or when an attack is detected, it has very big impacts on how that hippocampus functions to take things in and potentially store them away or not. And so that's something that we can talk more about.
When attack is detected, is that a key moment?
Yes, because that's when that defense circuitry kicks in and it's releasing chemicals, it's doing things, releasing chemicals through the adrenal gland in the body that are feeding back on the brain. I mean, I don't want to get into all those details, I don't think it'd be helpful. But the amygdala, very rapidly, and then over time, through chemical and electrophysiological processes, alters the functioning of that hippocampus in ways that can have huge effects on how someone remembers, whether it's a sexual assault or witnessing a murder or being involved in a murder or being in a combat situation. How they encode and store that memory is very affected by the amygdala.
And then you previously mentioned bottom up,
Yeah.
right? And how is that related to memory here?
So, again, we can think of it in terms of top down versus bottom up. Top down is this prefrontal cortex. What does it make sense to focus on here? What am I trying to learn? How might this be useful? The role I'm playing here in this trial. That's top down. Bottom up would be if an IED exploded in the corner of that room and suddenly we were all fearing for our lives. Now what would be determining how our attention was deployed? It wouldn't be our prefrontal cortex so much anymore because that's going offline pretty much within a couple of seconds. And so the defense circuitry takes over, and then different people may be focusing on different parts of the experience. So that's bottom-up attention. It's that defense circuitry controlling where attention goes moment to moment in order to cope with and survive that situation.
I think on the slide here, it says defense circuitry focuses on what seems most important. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so, one of the ways this has been studied is what we call weapon focus. And this is something police officers know about. Anybody who's worked a bunch of mugging cases, if someone's held up at gunpoint, give me your money, or with a knife, often a victim of a mugging like that, involuntarily, their attention will get stuck on that knife or that gun. And then it'll be really hard for them to later remember, facial features of the perpetrator, maybe what it said on their sweatshirt, what kind of hairstyle they had. Because involuntarily, that bottom-up attention driven by the defense circuitry was being captured by that knife or that gun, or maybe the look in the guy's eyes that could telegraph whether he was actually going to, shoot or stab them. And so that's an example. Or like I said, if the bomb went off in here, all of our attention would be captured by different aspects of that experience. Maybe the sounds of people screaming, maybe wounds that we had in our own body, maybe, the doorway over here as we headed for the door. That's bottom-up attention. It's automatic. You don't think about it. You don't reason it out. It's just involuntary to survive and cope moment to moment.
I think on here you have attended is the central details equals encoded. And so I think there's a lot there. And you just basically talked about the attended portion of it. Is that right?
Yeah.
So tell me about central details. You talk about a gun in somebody's face. It seems obvious to me, maybe to others, that would be the central detail. Is that always the central detail? Tell us about central details.
Right. So central details are not what we assume would be the central detail. Now the gun, that kind of makes sense to us, right? But it's what that person's brain, what their defense circuitry focused on moment to moment. And this term central details, this comes from research on memory that goes back decades. It's a distinction between central and peripheral details. Central is what gets attention and has significance attached to it, emotional or survival significance. What doesn't get attention or doesn't have significance attached to it, we call those peripheral details. They're much less likely to get encoded, let alone prioritized and stored away. So this is always true, right? You're all listening to me. You're not paying 100% attention every second to everything I say. We're only human, right? Some things seem more significant to some of you than others. Some things are capturing your attention more. Those are for you the central details. And what may have been a peripheral detail for you, someone else may have thought, ooh, that's really significant, wrote down a note on it or something, for some reason given who they are or what they're focusing on. So central is all about the experience of the person who's, whether it's in combat or a sexual assault or anything else, what they're experiencing moment to moment, what is a focus of attention, and what has significance attached to it by their brain, especially their defense circuitry. And what doesn't have that, we call that peripheral, and that stuff either doesn't get in, or if it gets in, it tends to fade really fast. And so this is just how memory works. In situations of high stress, yeah.
Apologize, let me interrupt you for a second. I've heard, we've all, I think, heard the peripheral vision, right?
Right.
Is it mean things that are out here I'm not going to pay as much attention to or remember as much, or is that a poor analogy? How is it related?
I mean, that's analogous, but it doesn't really capture it. So let's go back to the mugging example. Someone's got a gun pointed at you. Now, some people, their attention will just be captured by that gun. Sometimes people will be so afraid, they will go into a state we call a dissociative state, and they might space out and feel like they leave their body, and they might focus on a spot on the ceiling. Now, that spot on the ceiling is their central detail from then on, however long they're focused on it. And they may not have any memory at all of, how that gun was being waved around, or even things the mugger was saying to them if they went into this dissociative state. And so that's just an extreme example. But what's central and peripheral is purely a function of that person's brain, moment to moment, grabbing onto some parts but not other parts of the experience. And we can't really assume what's going to be central and what's going to be peripheral. And in fact, this is something I teach police all the time, is don't assume what would be central and peripheral. And what we see so often in police officers who maybe don't have as good training as we might want, they have some preconceived ideas about what should be the central details that are totally disconnected from what were the central details for the victim or for the suspect or they're interviewing. And so there's a lot of lost information, and there's sometimes leading questions or pushing for details that the investigator assumes, well, of course they would have noticed this, but it might have been a peripheral detail. And so this is often a cause of problems in investigations, and one of the things I'm trying to help with around the country and around the world, to help investigators understand, just because you think it's central into your investigation doesn't mean it was a central detail for that person's brain moment to moment as this was happening. It might have been peripheral.
So let me just pause for a second. I'm not sure, there might be a question from a juror.
I need to take somebody home, just to the bathroom.
Okay, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we take we'll take a 10-minute recess, okay? And I'm sure someone else does as well. All right, Mr. Nelson, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you. Dr. Hopper, before the break, we were talking about, again, the central details in memory.
Yeah.
Before we move on, are there different stages of memory?
Yes, there are.
Are there 3 stages?
Yes, memory researchers typically think of memory as having 3 different stages of processing.
What's the first stage?
Encoding is the first stage.
Tell us about that. What's encoding?
So encoding is taking the things that you're experiencing as they're happening, like right now, and your brain literally putting them in, holding on to them in a certain way, and taking them in. So the hippocampus, as I mentioned, plays a really important role in this. So this is what we call short-term memory. Things get encoded into short-term memory. It's just a brief, 30-second buffer of what we're experiencing now and what we've maybe experienced in the last 30 seconds. And it's being held or represented by groups of brain cells in the brain.
What's the second stage?
The second stage is storage. And so that's what of the information that got encoded then gets stored away. Not everything that gets encoded into short-term memory gets stored in long-term memory, only some of it. And so there's a whole science on what determines how things get from short-term memory encoding into long-term memory storage.
And I think we're going to talk more about it later, but what's the third stage?
Retrieval or recall.
What, it sounds obvious from the word, but just tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's the act of bringing things that have been stored in long-term memory, or potentially short-term, but usually long-term we're talking about, being able to activate them and bring them into awareness, where then you can notice them and then potentially put them into words and tell other people about them.
So the three stages are encoding, storage, and retrieval.
Yes.
Up on the slide here, we've got the word encoded. How is that related to attended central detail equals encoded? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so what we pay attention to and what our brain attaches significance to, that's more likely to get encoded into short-term memory. Like, there's all kinds of things that we're hearing and seeing here, and then you may be experiencing in your bodies or thoughts running around in your heads about other things, but only some of that is going to get your attention and seem significant to you as we're going through this experience, and that's going to get encoded into memory.
Is that, when the brain's under attack, is the encoding time dependent as well?
Yeah, so encoding and storage, yes. So remember, encoding is just short-term memory. It's only like a 30-second buffer. And then some of that stuff gets stored away and retained in the brain. And so the effects of stress on the encoding and storage of memory, it kind of amplifies what's always already going on. Our brain is always filtering for what's significant and what's not, what's getting more attention, what's less. It's always filtering central and peripheral. And when you add stress into it, the stress and the amygdala affects that hippocampus in ways that really change how information is being encoded, and it changes that over time.
And the next slide here you have in the bottom left corner, attack detected. Is that an important moment?
Yeah, and we could also put there, when the stress kicks in, because in memory research, right, researchers are not physically or sexually attacking people in the laboratory, right? But they are having them do things that people can find really stressful, like have to give an impromptu speech in front of a bunch of strangers who look at you with a stone face like there's something wrong with you. Most people find that pretty stressful. And they can measure the stress hormones in their body and things like that. So stress and, as I said before, stress and fear and terror are on a continuum, but they involve the same chemicals in the same circuits of the brain. And so, when we're talking about sexual assault or physical assault, or you're in combat and suddenly you hear that sniper fire coming or the IED goes off, that's what we're talking about. When suddenly the brain goes into a very different state, when it's recognizing that it's under attack.
And in that state, is there something that happens called superencoding?
Yeah, so basically
For the record, please.
My name is Ezra McCandless. EZRA-MCCANDLESS.
Okay, Ezra, I'm going to ask you to speak really clearly into the microphone because you're soft-spoken.
Yes.
Okay, so everybody can hear you, all right?
All right.
I guess the first question I'm going to ask you is, why Ezra McCandless? Why that name?
Why Ezra McCandless? Well, I have gone through a lot of changes in my life regarding identity and what really fits me. And I tried on a few names, but I found ultimately that Ezra's fit perfectly for who I am.
What was your birth name?
My birth name was Monica J.
And did your name eventually become the last name Carlin?
Yes.
Okay. So why did you decide specifically, I'm going to ask you the specifics of both names and what they mean to you. Let's talk about the last name first, why you changed your last name.
I changed my last name, not to change my last name because of family's sake, but to I changed it because of the name McCandless is from an individual named Christopher McCandless from Into the Wild, he's known for. And his love for nature, his philosophies for life, they were very in tune and aligned with who I am. So I honored him by taking his last name.
And what about, and Into the Wild, just everybody might not know what it is, just in a sentence, tell us.
It's a novel, it's a book he wrote.
Okay. It was a book written about him?
Yes, about him.
Okay. And what about the name Ezra? How did you choose that name?
I was on a family vacation and it was just absolutely wonderful, and I spotted the name Ezra and I noticed how it's more neutral. It leans not necessarily masculine and it's not necessarily completely feminine. And I found that just it felt right to me.
At a certain point in your life, did you feel that being identified as female did not fit you?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you explain how you view your gender?
In high school, I found that I felt more comfortable being masculine. It was how I identified at the time, was my alignment was very masculine.
What about now?
Now I'm fluid. So I lean now more towards my femininity as a woman.
Okay. And has this fluidity been going on for a period of time?
Yes, for a few years now.
Okay. I'm going to ask you what might seem like a silly question, but just so people knows, have you been doodling in court?
Yes.
Can you explain why?
Well, I've been doodling in court because there's times when this experience is very traumatic and it helps center me so that I can breathe through it and I can focus on something at the time so that I can breathe.
Are you an artist?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about how you developed your interest in art?
I developed my interest in art when I was as young as 5 years old. I've always had an interest in art and I've been doing it since then. And I continued to have a passion for it throughout high school and even in secondary school when I decided to take art and work for a professor of the arts and hang for a gallery.
All right. And the other thing I want to ask you is what your height and weight are. So what's your height, first of all?
I'm 5'2".
And how much do you weigh?
I'm
sorry.
I roughly weigh between 115 and 120 pounds.
Back in March.
Yes.
Of 2018, approximately what was your weight or?
Approximately my weight was 115.
So about the same?
Yes.
Okay. Were there times before then where you were heavier?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about meeting Alex.
All right. Yes.
Why don't you tell us how you met Alex Woodworth?
I met Alex Woodworth one night when I noticed him. He was writing alone inside a bar called The Joint. He just seemed very focused, and I thought it was interesting that he was alone amongst all these people, so focused on his writing.
And when you saw him alone, focused on his writing, did you have any conversation with him?
Yes.
How did that occur?
I was curious as to how he could focus alone on this topic. I approached him and I said, "What are you writing about? Just tell me about it."
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 697. Sorry, can't see anything without my glasses. And ask you to identify what this is.
This is a table of contents of Alex's writings.
Okay. You've seen this before?
Yes.
All right. And just to understand what writings they are, you were in court when the original copies of his journal were shown, right?
Yes.
And is this an accurate copy of them?
Yes.
All right. And just showing you, can you name the names of the journals?
Yes. Do you want me to read?
Yes, you can, and it's, just so the jury is clear, does this book contain both the original, copies of the original handwriting and then typed copies to make it easier to read?
Yes.
All right, okay, so what are the names of the journals?
Personal notes, research ideas, and the quest to understand.
Okay, that's the first journal. The
Yes.
second,
Extra Scraver.
okay, and the third?
I met a man walking through a briar patch. He was looking for the rose promised by the thorns.
Okay. Judge, I would move Exhibit 697 into evidence.
Your Honor, can we just approach a second?
Yes. All right, well, Exhibit 697, subject to a limitation, will be received.
When you met Mr. Woodworth,
Yes?
I'm going to show you page 6. From the exhibit you just saw.
Yes.
First of all, on that day, did Alex Woodworth show you his journal?
Yes.
And looking at page 6, I'm just going to ask you to take a minute to look. There's 2 pages to page 6, a typed version and a handwritten version.
Yes.
Are those the same, the typed version and the handwritten version?
Yes, they are.
Did he share with you what he had written on that day?
Yes, he did share with me.
Did you also read it at a later date?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to put this on the, oh no. Okay, first I'll show. All right. And just to clarify the record, this is a journal entry from August 8th, 2017, right? Okay. So just to show what the handwritten version looks like, is this the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right, now so we can read it, I'm going to show you the typed version. Huh? Okay. So in this typed version, after, it starts with a quotation, right?
Yes.
And that's
Yes.
from a book.
Yes.
Do you know who the author of that book is?
No, I cannot remember.
Okay, that's fine. Can you read the next sentence to the jury?
I am oddly preoccupied with the concept of cannibalism, not quite with the actual cannibalism practice, but rather the indwelling metaphors our understanding actually works with.
All right. The essay, what does the essay go on to talk about without having to read every line?
Cannibalism is mentioned in this essay a few times. It goes on to deal with the concepts of metaphorical cannibalism and the concept of cannibalism itself as what cannibalism renders you as, and the anxieties and the fears and being a meal in a sense.
Is it fair to say, or is your interpretation of the essay that it is philosophical in nature
Yes,
as opposed to literal in nature?
yes.
I'll come back to his writings on cannibalism, but I'm going to ask you a little more about that conversation with him.
Yes.
Aside from looking at his journal about cannibalism, what discussions did you and Alex Woodworth have at that time?
Well, he caught me right away because I thought it was quite a peculiar subject, cannibalism. And I was interested in what he meant, what I understood. He was speaking of it philosophically, and I also wanted his ideas and his concepts of literally cannibalism. So we talked back and forth about a few artists that have partaken in cannibalism that he mentioned. We spoke about the anxieties of and what it means for someone to consume another.
What did he say that at that time, on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017, what did he tell you about what he meant by consuming another?
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Again, we have had a pretrial ruling on this, and it doesn't go to the truth of the matter. It only goes to what Ms. McCandless heard or understood or what was in her mind. So you may proceed.
As long as we're on that understanding, then that's fine.
Okay.
I withdraw the objection.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. Actually, I'll have the court reporter read it back, so it's exactly the same.
Okay.
Okay, so what did he say at that time on August 8th, or roughly August 8th of 2017? What did he tell you about, hold on. What did he tell you about what he meant by consuming others?
Thank you. At that time, when we were deep in this discussion, he mostly talked about the philosophical sense, and he also mentioned the fact that often individuals partook in cannibalism because it was, in essence, a consumption of one's power, to take in another's flesh.
All right. Besides cannibalism, did you talk about other things with him that evening?
Yes,
All right. At some point, was your conversation interrupted by another person?
it was.
Who came over to interrupt your conversation?
My boyfriend at the time, Jason, pulled me aside and he kind of interrupted our conversation.
What impressions or feelings did you have after Jason interrupted your conversation?
About him interrupting?
Yes, about him interrupting.
Well, I felt that my conversation was cut short, that I had plenty more to talk about.
Were you able to then continue your conversation with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Why don't you just summarize that for us, what else you talked about?
Well, we went out for a smoke and we started talking about our love for spiders because we both noticed a spider in the window sill or a spider web. We noticed it at the same time.
Okay. So that first time that you talked to Alex, how long, about, if you can remember approximately, how long do you think your conversation was with him on that particular date?
In whole, I think our conversation was about an hour.
Did you continue your friendship after that?
Yes.
And did you eventually become more than just friends?
Yes.
All right, we're going to return to that, but right now I'm going to get into a different topic with you, all right? I'm going to ask you about Jason Mangle.
All right.
Tell us briefly how you met Jason.
I met Jason outside of a coffee shop one night after a music festival.
What's the name of that coffee shop?
Racy Delane's.
All right. And just tell us a little bit about meeting him.
He let out a big sigh, and I was curious why he was doing that. He seemed quite frustrated, so I said, well, what's the matter? And we instantly started talking, and we talked almost all night.
After that all-night conversation, what happened with you and Jason?
Well, after we exchanged information, we had begun texting and back and forth, and we started seeing each other after.
At that time, where were you living?
I was living with my mother in Stanley, Wisconsin.
The texting went on, and did texting lead to dating?
Yes.
You sound kind of happy about that, or not happy, intense, I would say, would be the word.
We fell in love quite fast because we had just so much in common.
And how, in the beginning of that relationship, how would you characterize how Jason treated you?
He treated me very well.
What was the age difference, or what is the age difference between you and Jason Mangle?
It's about 13, 14 years apart.
Do you know how old you were when you met him?
Yes, I was about 19.
Did you know how old he was?
Yes.
How old was he then, if you recall?
He was about 34.
All right, so that's how you remember it?
Yeah.
All right, so there's
Yes.
about a 15 or so year age difference between the two of you?
Yes.
Did you realize that right away when you met him?
Yes.
How did you feel about that? That
Well-
age difference specifically?
The age difference. Well, I wasn't concerned necessarily that we had an age gap. I felt a bit awkward that he was so much older than me and he was even close to my own parents' age.
Did there come a time in your relationship where you got pregnant?
Yes.
How did you discover that?
I was very sick and I had been throwing up for weeks and I decided to go buy a pregnancy test and take it.
When you say buy a pregnancy test, do you mean those kinds they sell in the drugstore that give you a line?
Yes.
All right. So where were you when you took the pregnancy test? Do you remember?
I was at a gas station.
And did you tell Jason about it?
Yes, I did.
How did he react?
He seemed anxious and he wanted to go get the test confirmed at the doctor's and it was hard to really read what he was thinking at the time.
Did you go to the doctor?
Yes, I did.
After, and what was the result from the doctor's office?
I was in fact pregnant.
Ultimately, what did you decide to do about that pregnancy?
I ultimately decided to terminate the pregnancy early on.
Why?
I wasn't sure what to do at that time. I was scared. I was so young. I was confused as to really what to do. So I decided, it felt rushed. I decided to terminate the pregnancy.
And would it be fair to say that even then you had very conflicted feelings?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
All right. How did terminating the pregnancy make you feel?
I felt very empty after. I felt it hurt emotionally and physically, and it made me feel alone and very empty.
After terminating the pregnancy, did you tell Jason you did not want him in the room?
I did, yes.
Why?
I felt overwhelmingly ashamed, and I just felt like I didn't want to have him witness me like that. I didn't want him to.
This abortion and its aftermath, was there a change at all to your relationship?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
After the abortion, things between me and my partner, Jason, it caused a lot of distance between us. He began sleeping on the couch, and he rejected physical intimacy, even holding my hand at times.
Just so we set the date, do you recall the date that you terminated your pregnancy?
Yes.
When was it?
The only date that I could schedule was October 6th.
Is that a significant day to you in another way?
Yes.
Why?
It's my birthday.
So you said he started sleeping on the couch.
Yes.
Lacked physical intimacy, wouldn't even hold your hand. Were there other things going on in your relationship that made you feel uneasy or unhappy?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about those?
Jason and I started feeling frustrated, and I felt very micromanaged at the time. He was controlling me in many ways and micromanaging me, and we had started to grow apart as a couple.
Were there anything that he did that made you feel physically uncomfortable?
Yes, he never hit me, but he would be very erratic with his gestures, and sometimes he would throw things or break things, and that made me uneasy.
Did he make accusations of you at all?
Yes.
Why don't you give us an example?
An example of an accusation is that I was clumsy and that I would lose his things all of the time, and there was a time where he got very heated over a Sharpie marker even, and it caused an argument between us.
What did he say about the Sharpie marker?
That I misplaced it on purpose, and I'm so stupid for losing things all the time. I shouldn't touch his things. That's about what it was about.
You were in court when Jenna Van de Zant testified?
Yes.
And she identified herself as, well, first of all, did Jason have a roommate back at that time?
Yes, he did.
What was that roommate's name?
His name was Alexander Zink.
And what was Jenna Van de Zant's relationship to Alexander Zink?
They were boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was she somebody that at that time you became close to?
Yes.
You heard her testify about Jason criticizing your makeup, or what was that about?
Well, he would at times criticize my makeup. He would say I looked like a clown, or he would criticize my weight, even though at that time I was very small from being sick, and anything he could really pick at, he would.
You mentioned that Jason and your adoptive father, Jolee Carlin, are about the same age.
Yes.
And did Jason have a relationship? Well, first, did Jason in some ways remind you of your father?
Oh, yes. He definitely reminded me of my father.
Okay. Currently, how's your relationship with your father?
I love him and we're fine.
Okay. But growing up, how was your relationship with your father?
It was very turbulent. I was often afraid of him and intimidated and very put down.
Well, first of all, let me ask about both your parents, your mother and your father. When you grew up,
yes,
at a certain point, did your mother and Jolee get a divorce?
Yes.
How old were you then?
I was in middle school, so 11, 12.
Before the divorce, what word would you say most described that household?
It was like living with two tornadoes in one room.
All right. And focusing on that,
yes,
the tornado that was Jolee. When you say tornadoes, what do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is they're both very strong, opinionated people, and they just would often butt heads. And my mom she disagreed about ways he would discipline me, and that would cause arguments.
Was there a lot of time when your mom was not at home during that period of your life?
Yes, she was working.
And when you were with Jolee and your mother wasn't around? Yes. Tell us about some of the things he would do.
Some of the things he would do when I was younger is he was very loud. He would always yell about something, or he would put me down. He often called me stupid, and he would say I wouldn't amount to much and that I was slow, and he was very emotionally abusive to me.
How did you respond to that?
I responded by just being quiet, and I would cry, and I would just often go off and be alone.
When you would cry, how would he handle that?
He doesn't approve of crying. He would tell me that he would give me something to cry about.
Was part of your response of dealing with him, did you sometimes feel like you were like spaced out or lost a sense of where you were?
Yes.
Why don't you tell us about that?
There was often times to tone out the yelling and the name calling that I felt very distant from myself. I would essentially just close off everything around me, and I didn't want to cry in front of him, so I would prevent myself from crying.
Were there times where you found yourself in that state without even realizing you were going there?
Yes, there was times I would zone out and I wouldn't even realize I was doing it at the time.
All right. And getting back to Jason.
Yes.
Did he meet your parents?
Yes.
And Jason and your father, what kind of relationship did they have?
Very buddy-buddy. They are very close with each other.
Okay. So coming back to the issue, leaving aside your family.
Yes.
Coming back to the issue of you and Jason, and you're in this period where things aren't going well.
Yes.
What is happening at this point in your friendship with Alex Woodworth? And I'm directing you specifically to October.
Yes.
Of 2017, okay? After the abortion.
Alex and he would notice me at the coffee shop and I would notice him more, and we started going on long walks with each other after he would close.
When you say he would close, what do you mean?
Closing up the restaurant, coffee shop, Lacy Delane's.
Do you mean he was closing up because he was the last patron there, or was he working there?
Working.
And on these walks, why don't you tell us what you and Alex talked about?
Alex and we talked about life itself. I would talk about nature and how I viewed things. And then Alex would talk about how he would view things and his philosophies and his ramblings, as he would say. And often I was kind of the yin to his yang, because a lot of his philosophies countered mine, because mine are very in the sunlight, in the sunshine, and his are very much so a rainy day.
Did you tell Alex about your abortion?
Yes, I did. On one of our walks, I shared with him what I was going through at that time, and he allowed me to open up about it and how I really truly felt and all of the pain that came with it.
As you got close to Alex.
Yes.
Did you learn more about his past?
I learned some things about his past, yes.
And your relationship, I'm going to ask you some questions about his past, actually.
All right.
What did you learn about Alex and his feelings as you became close with him?
Feelings towards his past?
Yeah, just tell us some of the things he shared with you.
Some of the things he shared with me is that he often puts a happy face on when he goes back home for holidays, and at times it can deeply depress him, and he often felt like an outsider, that he had arguments with his father, I believe, and that he was deeply religious.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. I don't see the relevance, number one, and number two, it's hearsay.
Well, again, first of all, in the hearsay objection, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to hear testimony about things that Mr. Woodworth may have said and things that he may have wrote. And they're allowed in this case, not for the truth of what he wrote or what he said. And this is a difficult concept, I think. And you'll get an instruction at the close of the case and why this evidence is admitted and why it is allowed. So and lawyers understand this, and hear it all the time, but it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but only offered as it goes to the context and the state of mind Ms. McCandless may have had and how what she heard or read affected her. And so, now, the second issue,
Can we approach her?
Yeah, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the objection is sustained on relevance. And so, Ms. Fishney will continue.
All right, I want to ask you some questions about Alex and his feelings.
All right.
All right, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you an essay that he wrote. Okay. I'm showing you again from Exhibit 697, an essay called Words, dated November 2016.
Yes.
All right, so again, looking at the typed and the handwritten pages, have you had an ability to look at them before and compare them?
Yes.
And is the typed version just make it easier to read?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this essay was written before Alex met you, but have you read this essay?
Yes, I have.
And have you discussed it with Alex?
Yes.
Is this the typed version of the essay called Words?
Yes.
All right. Looking at the second paragraph of that essay, can you read the second paragraph?
Are you speaking of the paragraph that starts with yet?
No, this paragraph that starts with do I wish, right on the top. So
All right, would you like me to read this?
Yes, please.
Do I wish, desire to die? In a way, yes, in another, no. For the first, life is misery each day the same, exhausting. For the second, a wager of experiences that outweigh any present pain. The former is inexplicable. The latter is need of comment.
Okay, the next paragraph?
There is little I've enjoyed more than the physical intimacy, the contact under covers, whilst watching a film, for example. These have a way of grounding a shattered conscience. Regardless of any euphoria of reflection, her presence, her breath against me, the heaves of her chest cement me, pull me back together. Indeed, bliss is her heart beat felt.
All right, now, fair to say those words are not written about you. This journal is written before he met you.
Yes.
Did he express similar feelings towards you eventually in your relationship?
Definitely.
Objection, relevance.
I'm going to overrule. Go ahead.
Yes, he did.
All right. And does he continue in this essay to talk about depression?
Yes.
What does he say at the top of this page, starting with the word or?
Or, in formula, my emptiness is what prevents any fulfillment. Or again, my misery blocks any happiness from occurring. Yet again, my illness makes a cure unattainable.
Okay, go ahead.
How sad, huh?
Does he talk in this essay about philosophy and how that helps him?
Yes.
What does he say about that? You can just summarize